like Satan's playground, right? Like with the hospitals who take the Hippocratic Oath, which originally had an oath to Apollo in it, and then they try to scare you, and like they try to, you know, they like basically traumatize. They traumatize women during their birth, and they tell them all this crazy stuff that could go wrong, and then other women are talking to my wife like extending the fear, right? Like, oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's like it's really sad because it should be one of the most like rejoiced, beautiful things in the world, and they kind of taint it. So I'm pretty passionate about that. I would love to like really iron everything out, and then we want to kind of help other people experience it the right way because, yeah, it just really makes me mad. That probably makes me more mad. I mean, they lie to children about the earth and stuff, but like, dude, like taking the baby from the mom and slapping it, wiping all of what's supposed to be on the baby off, and then like they start mutilate it, jab it 100 times. It's like it's just really sad, man. So hopefully we can kind of like document it and try to kind of like show other people that it's possible to do it outside of fear. It's not easy though, man, because like so say like my wife's friend, she had a baby a few years ago, so she's telling her experience, and her other friend had a baby a couple years ago, telling her experience, and her mom, and then her aunt, and then all these women have been traumatized, and then they pass the traumatization on, right? Like, oh, girl, it's gonna be, it's gonna hurt. Oh, it's gonna feel so painful right here. Oh, watch out for this. Oh, this could happen to your baby. This could happen to your baby. Oh, you could die. Oh, the baby could die. Oh, it's just
Man,
like
that's
all this
bad.
fear, man.
That opens doors, Fear opens doors. Fear is not a good thing. The only healthy fear is the fear of the Most High, to be fearful in His presence. But fear against everything else, which is out of this world, is can lead to destruction. Can
Yeah, bro.
open doors.
There's a bunch of testimonies of these women that give birth, and like it's like painless, and then they say because like it's like a spiritual approach that you like trust the Creator, you pray to the Creator can do this, right? And then like they would say that once they kind of got nervous or in fear, all of a sudden their contractions would start hurting. But then when they would like pray and go back to having faith in the Creator, all of a sudden their contractions didn't hurt at all. There are thousands of women sitting here giving the testimony that they gave birth with like no pain, and that the contractions didn't hurt. They're just kind of like intense, like squeezing your hand, like squeezing a fist, but they don't hurt. I just think it's crazy that people have been so deceived.
Yes,
Yeah, it's sad.
indeed.
Mic check.
5 out of 5.
Nice. Going to this really fucking rich person's house, dude, and I felt like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, when I walked into this person's house. I don't know if you remember that movie, but there's a scene where he walks into a really high end home. And there's like all these different animal heads on the wall. These people got like animals that I didn't even know existed hanging on the fucking wall. They got grizzly bear fucking rugs, fucking oh god, the list goes on, dude. I took some pictures. I'm a total animal lover, dude. So it's hard for me to fucking be in a house like this.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. My parents actually, when they bought this house that I'm living in right now, it was owned by a hunter family. And literally, when they moved out, like when they looked at it before they bought it, literally every room we had like 10 heads of all kinds of animals from the forest, and also like other different animals. And yeah, it was crazy. And I think they even gifted one or two of them. I mean, they not only even had heads of the animals, they even had full animals completely. I don't know what the term for this is. But I guess people know what I'm trying to say. Standing around on shelves and so forth. So my parents gave it over to my grandma, and she actually kind of liked it. It was like wild cat or something, and my grandma was like a funny, like a kind of woman that would sometimes troll people, not in a negative way, but just to troll them a little bit. So she went to a hospital once, and she used that animal and put it on on the on the window shelf, however you call it. And people tend to look from the outside and say, "Oh no, there's a wild animal in the window," and they would rush up, and I think then someone um, actually informed the hospital personnel, and my grandma was just laughing about it. She was a strange grandma. What she also sometimes did is, when she had flies in the room or something and she didn't like the flies, she would grab the flies but not kill them, but like pull out um their wings and just look at them running around. Yeah, it's actually kind of evil.
Yeah, I gotta get started with work, so I can't really talk, but I'll be
Oh,
listening.
okay.
Yeah, your grandma sounds pretty scary, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, but she was. It's not like she was like evil in a sense to us or anything like that. She was actually kind of nice person. She just had her little, I don't know how you would call it, ticks or whatnot. I don't know.
smell Big Trouble in Little China or the other way around?
Good, guys. No one's talking. No one wants to talk till everyone else is talking. I know.
Shut up, Jeremy, you twat.
That is how it goes, though. Once it starts going and shit gets hot, everyone
Yeah.
wants to talk at once.
You still think the Earth's flat, Jeremy?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I guess at this point you have to, right? Because I mean, you're like top
I don't,
seven
bro. I don't have to do anything.
flat earther now. Top 5. Do you think you
Maybe.
are a better flat earther than Pete?
I don't know. I don't want to start rating myself and shit. So
I mean,
I
but
don't
you
know. What do
already
you
have,
think?
right? I mean, but
Do
you
think
already
I'm
have.
better?
You know what I mean? No one asked you to do that. Like I certainly did. Like you did that. I just asked you to rank yourself and then name who you're above or below. But you actually did rate yourself top 10 flat earther.
At least top 20.
At least, see, there you go. See? So where would you rank Pete?
No, dude. I don't know. Where would you rank him?
Above you, probably.
He's better than me, no doubt.
So, okay, where would you rank? I mean, I don't really know other names in here. Geo.
Dude, I don't know what kind of weird game you're trying to play. Where do you think you are on the Glober list?
I don't. I'm not in the list.
Even on the list?
No,
No doubt.
I'm not autistic enough.
You know what?
I'm not autistic enough.
These guys are special. I'll give you that.
I don't do that whole globe thing. I just don't do it. Very occasionally, if someone will ask and I feel like I'm in the mood, I'll give them a reason why I think it's a globe. But then, of course, they'll try and lead me away from it, and I will not chase the flies that come off their dung heap. But you've got your little shtick now, don't you, Jeremy? Why do you think you've got your little niche, haven't you? Have you found something that you like hone in on now? What's your deal? Why do you think theirs flat?
The culmination of stuff that's led me to this point. Tons of things. So many things.
But what specifically? Like what right, okay, a culmination of things. What would you put at the top of that list?
I mean, no evidence of curvature, no curvature measurements. I don't know. Like spherical excess measurements. They told me there were spherical excess measurements for a long time before we realized there weren't any spherical excess measurements. It's weird. What else? We got this refraction thing going on. You know, you guys make a good case for the light bending down and shit, but it may not be working like you guys say. And I don't think it is. With all the NASA fakery and shit and this whole, you know, it's pretty telling.
The NASA fakery. Look, I do. I think there was
Tons of NASA fakery.
I think there was one picture, right, and only know this because I kind of, I've got into like Joe Rogan recently, like, and there is one picture. I can't. Fuck, who's the astronaut? I can't remember. Anyway, He's in a studio or whatever, and they took the picture, inverted it, and blacked it all out and said that was in space. But that doesn't mean that they fake everything. It just means that they didn't really have very good, many pictures, and someone did that. But that's about it. Like, I'll give you that one, but it doesn't mean the rest is all bollocks, especially these days when it's so fucking ubiquitous and it's so easy to get a live stream of an ISS feed or just numerous pictures from fucking various satellites. Back then, though, it was much harder to do.
I've seen more fakery than this one little thing you're talking about.
Show me.
Have you ever seen the Apollo mission? Have you seen the
Apparently, they were talking shit about you, Jeremy, on the other server.
Yeah.
You're not very good mod, apparently. Defo above his station. You are, Jeremy, that's fucking true. I'll say that to your face. Fucking, you have got above your station.
Yeah, what?
Like, now you think you're some, like, because you're modded here and you're modded in fucking Gem server, you think you're some fucking top flat earther. You're just a fucking spastic. You're just like one of the many spastics. Flat earthers that can be dismissed easily.
Do you have anything like I don't know, anything you wanted to talk about, or did you just come here?
Yeah, no, you're a spastic who thinks that. I mean, it's pretty much Dunning-Kruger on the flat Earth graph, though, right? What? So, I guess Dunning-Kruger applies to everywhere. And
look, I'm gonna have to mute you, man. You can't just insult and just talk. You're like personally attacking me and just insulting me. You can't. We don't do that here, bro. Say that shit for I don't know where you hang out these days.
Oh, that's an insult. I find that offensive, Jeremy. So you can't say that to me. Because I find that personally offensive. So mute yourself.
You have anything real you wanted to talk about, or?
That's so offensive. Suggesting that I am not talking about real things. How fucking dare you insult me like that?
I know.
Disgusting.
Where you been hanging out?
I mean, like, James sometimes. The other cosmology Tartardia. Yeah. But I'm not been coming on that often, do you know what I mean? When I do, I just fuck about in text chat, really. Talking people. I mean, encouraging people to do better.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys are talking about the NASA stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, what they're releasing is sort of like Hollywood level, meaning it's like imagery and movies. It's not really something concrete about the shape of the Earth or the existence of outer space or any of that, It's
I don't know. I don't know about that.
It's like media. It's a media company.
Right, but like they don't. But they're under no obligation to do that whatsoever. But I'm not really talking about that. I'm talking more about like the weather satellite that you can get fucking super high resolution images from. Like, why would they fake that? Like one every 10 minutes. Why not one a day, one a week? Like they're under no obligation to provide one every 10 fucking minutes. Like, do you understand how much would be involved in doing that and getting all the weather patterns, cloud cover, all of that shit? Fucking dead on accurate. Like that's a monumental effort that they don't have to go to. They just don't have to do it, but they do because, well, they're up there and they're taking actual images.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's a hustle. It's a deception. So if folks believe the deception, that would be the purpose of the deception.
No, but
to get people to believe it and back it, to back this kind of religious cult or whatever one would want to refer to it as of this heliocentric thing. That would be the purpose of it. Why would they do it? Because they're hustling humanity for money for all kinds of different reasons. It's a hustle. It's a deception. So that's why they would do it.
I get that, but why? How many people do you think go on to, I don't know, fucking what's the Russian one called again? Fuck. Electro-L. How many people do you think go on to that website and look at the actual images, or Himawari? How many people do you think actually go on and look at those images? Like the vast majority of the public are unaware of these things.
Right. That's fine. Like I said, it's a media company. They're putting out media to back the narrative that they're selling.
But that's a Japanese space agency and a Russian space agency. I deliberately didn't mention NASA.
But I mean, to do like what you're talking about, I mean, yeah, they can do high altitude footage. They can weave those together into a computer simulation. That's not particularly difficult.
Okay, do it then.
Well, if you want to give someone $50-60 million a day for years and for decades, pretty sure anybody could paste together that stuff for $50 million a day. You could hire anyone you want, all kinds of teams, the best. I don't even think they have the best CGI guys, to be honest, but the amount of money they get and that they have.
What are these the people who rule the world? What do people who rule the world want with money? Aren't they already trillionaires?
Yeah, they print the money. They have infinite money.
Well, then why?
Their scam is just to have us have as least of it as possible, and then the inflation is their problem that they can't get over.
Yeah, that makes sense. Totally.
I mean, so you've heard those like Indian tech support scammers or whatever, you know, those guys that like, you know, they call up and, you know, they have their whole script that they say that they're from
a box and you've got a virus and the Windows.
All that kind of stuff. Yeah, they're all hustles, you know. They're doing it for money, and probably some of those guys make a lot of money. Well, they're not earning it, but you know, they're stealing it. Whatever they're doing, they're deceiving people. So why is this really that different? This is just a larger group with more of an ability to put media out there. And after World War II, they had a certain...
Because there's no need for them to do it. They're under no obligation to do it. They're not. They don't want for anything. The people you're talking about are implying, by implication, that are people who run the fucking world. They run the world. Like, what the fuck?
How do they? Well, I mean, there's a bigger history. World War I, World War II. I don't think they've really had this level of control for very long. We could get into like possible like resets and what happened in the 1800s, 1700s, what's really going on in terms of this, like, you know, the larger thing. But this is like if someone took your shit over. Like, let's say you have a family, a wife and kids, and somebody comes in with a machine gun and says, hey, I'm taking over your family. You know, we're going to, whatever, you know, some crazy story like that. They're going to come in, and that's kind of, in my opinion, what these guys have done. These people that are in control, or, you know, the controllers. I don't really think they're elite or anything, but they are genocidal and they're a gang, if you want to call them that, whatever they are. They just found the way to be, you know, they just have that sort of psychopathic quality to where they're willing to do the genocides and the whatever to build the position that they are. Get into this position.
What do you mean the resets in the 1900s, 1700s, 1800s? What happened then?
Well, that's what I was saying. That's a whole other topic. We don't have to get into it. I'm just saying that I think this is a fairly recent takeover. I don't think this is something that has gone on for like thousands of years or anything. It's like a recent,
fairly recent, meaning what?
Yeah, like that. Well,
the last 50 years, 100 years.
200 years, let's call it.
How did they, like, and they overthrew the old guard, like?
Yeah, it burned down cities. I don't know if you know about the orphan trains and all these orphanages and asylums that they were setting up. A lot of these different, there was cities, many cities were burned to the ground and repopulated.
Which ones?
All of them. I mean, there were major fires in every major city in the 1800s. Chicago,
So
New York, Paris. It's a whole other topic, like I said. It's kind of not
Yeah,
giving it
no.
justice to just kind of give it a little 2-sentence elevator pitch. Like, there's a lot more to it, and obviously,
Fires can't happen and
it's sort of
things
another
can't burn.
topic of like the roots of our history, like who we really are and what really is going on, like in terms of. So that's the only reason I brought it up, just that these people that are in this position, it's I think it's a more recent kind of takeover in a sense.
You think they're like reptilians and shit?
And that's a whole nother layer. Yeah. That's a whole nother component.
Tell us about the reppies.
Well, that gets into the question of whoever these entities are they human? At the let's say at the top level, quote unquote, are these humans, or is it another species that has humans working for them? That's where that question starts to come in.
Well, where did they come? You think that there are reptilians that run the world? Do you think David Icke's a heavy reppy?
Is he a what?
A reptilian.
Oh, a heavy
reppy. A reppy.
I don't think so. Although he does, his skin does look a little. I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not looking great, is it?
There's a lot of weird reptilian symbolic, in England and a lot of those, there's all kinds of like castles with all these gargoyles and reptile themes and stuff. It is pretty.
Like the royal family, they're all reptilian. That's well known. They manipulate their holographic skin like a puppet. And sometimes low resolution cameras can make the disguise disappear.
I mean, it's obviously getting into a whole other realm of discussion because it would all be potentially viewed as speculation unless someone had some capacity to know beyond speculation. So it's a much deeper kind of question that's also hard to prove.
Like, what was it? How, like, Gio? I've not really interacted with you. I mean, if I have, not much. Like, how was it that you first became aware of the flat Earth?
Myself?
Yeah.
Well, I've always been interested in ancient cosmologies and shamanic traditions and spirituality and mysticism, all kinds of different components. And like in 2000, like the early 2000s, like 2004, 2005, I started looking into hollow Earth and flat Earth and a lot of other topics and things, the moon landing, all those components. And I came across flat Earth back then. And actually, there wasn't very much on the internet back then. It was pretty hard to find any information on it. But I did come across the Flat Earth Society website, and I started reading on there. And there were definitely things that made sense. Like, it instantly resonated with me that there was truth there, instantly. And some of the things did make sense, what I was reading on the Flat Earth Society forums. But then there was also things that didn't make sense. Like, they were talking about the Earth rising up at 9.8 meters per second to account for gravity, and Earth being a disk in space and all that. So that stuff was like, didn't really resonate. And I remember thinking at the time, like, well, if this is the Flat Earth Society and there's kind of some bunk information in here, so in a way, that little psyop was somewhat effective at kind of having me sort of look, because there wasn't really any other information. It's not like there was a bunch of other sources, at least that I could find back then. So I kind of just put it on the back burner a little bit in my mind and didn't really, continue too much. And then in 2015, when a lot of people started becoming aware of this, it came back up in my research and everything, and then fully became aware of it at that point. That's the brief story.
Like when you say research, what do you mean? Like, because like I don't know. Like I when someone says research to me, like I picture like someone in academia who has got like a massive fucking statistical fucking, I don't know, he does like statistical analysis, or he'll look through, I don't know, some study and like take meticulous notes and then write some sort of paper and present all the facts. Like, so when you say research, what do you mean? Just watching YouTube videos?
Well, no, like let's say it's proposed, like in my own, I would just say research of any topic. Like if I'm going to look into whatever it may be, I would want to take in as much information as I can that's out there on it, and then also do my own ponderings, my own process through my own mind, and then if I can do my own experiments or my own observations or tests, my own journey on that. So when it came into my sort of sphere, no pun intended, it was like, okay, this is something I need to figure out. What is the Earth? And
what did you do?
I already knew. I mean, like, I already knew a lot, like all the ancient traditions, the Vedics, even going back to like the shamanic worldview. They all like in the shamanic worldview, they have, it's like you have the upper world, the heavens, you have the middle world, the physical planar, the plane of the physical plane, and then you have the underworld, and there's like spiritual components to those layers. So I was already aware of that. But yeah, so I mean, once that idea was, I wanted to more fully explore what is the Earth? Is it a globe? Is it stationary? Is it planar? Et cetera. So that then sparked me on that journey. And yeah, certainly, like in 2015, there was all kinds of great videos coming out and things. So certainly taking in a lot of that content, but also doing my own observations and my own inquiry into it as well.
Which observations did you do?
I mean, I've done a lot of observations of the sky in a lot of different capacities. I've done a lot of long distance observations, laser tests, mirror flashes over long distances.
And they were all consistent with a flat Earth?
Yeah, absolutely.
When you use like the lights in the sky to determine the shape of the ground, isn't that like heresy?
No, I'm not saying I use the lights to determine the shape of the ground, but there's components about the sky that correlate with the Earth, with the sky being a field above a planar surface rather than being surrounding a sphere.
I mean, didn't you just say you used the fucking stars to determine the shape of the ground? Like, I mean, how did you do that? What did you do exactly?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I use the stars to determine the shape directly.
What did you do in the sky? What observations did you make, and what conclusions did you come to due to these observations?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different categories when it comes to that. I mean, sunsets is one.
Yep, you've yet to explain sunsets. That's true.
I don't know what you're referring to. I'm not sure what obligation
you're
assuming.
No, I'm sorry. What do you mean? Like, what sunsets observations did you do, and what did you do exactly?
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's like, there's 5 or 10 core components of sunsets that correlate with that luminary object of the sun fading away and fading over a planar surface rather than descending beyond the curve of a globe.
But what did you do? How did you take these observations?
For the sunset, they would be optical.
Right. Okay. Just like what, a telescope? Or your eyes? Or a phone camera?
Yeah, all of the above.
Did you use a solar filter?
For what purpose?
To eliminate the glare?
Well, that's not necessarily a component I'm not sure what you're referring to for what glare.
I'm entirely sure you're sure what I'm referring to.
Like one of the components of sunlight that, or the sunsets that gave away to me that it's not the globe model they've claimed is the local lighting. The local lighting when the sun sets is a dead giveaway that it's a local light source that's fading away. So like on a globe, if you were to have a 93 million mile sun and you have a big globe Earth, the sun being 93 million miles away, even though there's problems with that too, the inverse square law, there's all kinds of problems with that, but let's just assume that that's the case. The light would all be hitting the Earth in a uniform fashion, and you would never get these local lighting effects that we get during sunsets. There's very specific local lighting effects that are occurring as the sun fades away, and the local light fades with that, the movement. So it's the movement of the sun as it's setting, in addition to the local lighting and the local light movement that fades with the sun is one major component that gives away that it's actually fading over a planar surface rather than descending.
But do you have a 93 million mile away sun to compare that to see if that would actually happen? Like, how do you make that comparison? I don't get it. Like, oh, that looks local, like because it's happening in our atmosphere or whatever. But what do you compare it to?
Yeah, well, you can't compare it to something that doesn't exist. So I agree with that. However, if it was a 93 million mile away sun with the light, quote unquote, rays hitting the Earth in an even uniform fashion, we wouldn't get the fading effect or the local lighting effect. Those would not exist with that being the case. With the light,
the fading effect. What do you mean the fading effect? I mean, like, are you talking about seeing the sun set using optics without a solar filter on it? Because that's probably what you're referring to.
No, I'm not really necessarily in this case. I'm not really talking about the yellow circle of the sun. I'm talking about the lighting surrounding the sun that fades in a uniform fashion in a local, in a geometrically local fade ratio.
Okay, it was a geometrically local fade ratio. Okay, what else did you do? What other observations of the sky did you make?
Oh, there's so many, man. I mean, which category? Okay, I mean, we can go. There's so many.
The most important, the ones that are most dear to you, most significant, the ones that made you come to startling conclusions.
Oh, there's many. Here's another one. There's so many, but yeah, I'm going to start on a list. So another one is star trails at the equator. So if you're on a globe, like let's say you're at like 20 degrees north latitude from the equator on a globe, and you're at 20 degrees north, let's say roughly around the Tropic of Cancer, and you're chilling there. If it was a globe with the stars all way out there, when you look at, let's say, Polaris or around Polaris, you're going to see those stars circling. Now, the reason that they're circling on a globe model is because you're on a globe circling. So like if you were to take a camera from above the globe or whatever from the North Pole, and you see there you are at 20 degrees north latitude, and as the globe spins in a circle, you would be making a circle, from above. You would be literally going in a circle at 20 degrees latitude. That is why it would correlate with the sky making that rotation. The stars looking like they're rotating. That makes sense, at least enough on a globe. Let's just say, okay, cool, all is good. Now, what we see around the equator region is you can simultaneously see stars that are diverging, meaning they're doing two curved paths. One of them is curving, let's say, like a frowning face, and the other one is curving like a smiling face. That is not possible on a sphere because, again, on the sphere, you would get the one circular rotation if you're north of the equator that would correlate with the fact that you're circling at, let's say, 20 degrees north latitude. But we see two simultaneously diverging star trails at the equator. The only way that it's not possible on a sphere, the only way you could do that technically is if you went south of the equator, took some footage there, went north of the equator, took some footage there, and then pasted those videos together, perhaps you could make a video that would be like that if you paste them together. But geometrically, if you're on a sphere, you're not going to see simultaneously the star trails that you would see south of the equator of that circle that you'd be on, and simultaneously star trails north of the equator, the circle that the circle you're making there. You would never see those simultaneously. The only way however, if you're on a planar surface with the stars actually doing that, like a toroidal vortex, it's actually converging, diverging, then that could occur. It cannot occur on a globe in that model.
Right, but I'm asking things that you did, like, you know, like you're making it as if you did these things personally. Did you go to the equator and do the whole star trail deal thing? Like, did you set up a time-lapse camera and do all this? Like,
I have been south of the equator. Yeah, I have viewed the
you
stars.
south of the equator, yeah, right, okay, great. But did you set up a time-lapse for the star trails specifically?
You're asking if I set a camera up myself?
Yeah, I'm asking what you did personally. You know, you told me you did all this research. You know, you went into the Flyer Society and you put it to the back of your mind, and then it came up again. You started doing research. And you made these observations. You made so many. Like, I mean, you said you've done so many observations. Like, it just makes it sound like you did all these things personally. So that's why I'm really asking.
I said I've done my own observations for sure. I didn't say that I've done every single one across every part of the Earth myself. No, I didn't say that.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, you sort of heavily implied it, right? So, which observations have you done personally, and the ones that made you come to startling conclusions? Maybe even ones that would be a bit, I don't know, like, like that would surprise even the most ardent flat earther. Like, have you found anything like that? Like, have you?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, I'm asking, what observations have you done personally, and did any result in something that shocked you and flies in the face of, like, I don't know, the current flyer model? Like, I don't know, just something that's new.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still not sure exactly. I mean, what you're asking, I would say overall for me, it's a combination of my own observations that I've done, number one.
Right. Okay. Well, let's focus on those. What have you done?
But I'm just saying it's a combination of like my own observations on one level, on another level, my own logic and understanding of physics and a lot of other components as well, like the nature of water and a lot of those components. And then for me, there's also a component of, for lack of a better term, intuition, my own spiritual understanding of creation, of the nature of reality, of the nature of physics, the foundational, I mean, in my viewpoint, not to go on a whole thing of the creator and creation and all of that, but to me, we are all one ultimately. And so if we're all one, then everything is available within each of us of what the whole system is. Like, we're all holographic pieces of it. So I don't think that it's like a God out there that created something and then we're just these lost humans. On the deepest level, we are all one. We created the entire thing. It is us. We are it, etc. So on that level, there's a way to glean and come to the understanding of what the creation is, because we're ultimately not separate from it. So now that's going more into spirituality and the other components of that. But there is a certain component of like being able to suss out something that's a deception as well. But that's just another component.
Have you got like any, but going back to I'm just interested in the so-called observations or the research that you did personally, because like, I just like to know what you did, how you did it, and the conclusions that you came to. I don't know what's so hard about that. Like, you said you did it with the sunsets, right? You used a phone camera or something. What else did you do involving? Let's just say the sky. Let's stick with the sky for now, and we'll maybe deal with the ground later.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I mean, I've done my own observations of the sky. I was mentioning the sunsets. I was mentioning the star trails at the equator.
But you didn't actually go to the equator and set up a time-lapse camera and do all that, did you?
I have viewed the stars from south of the equator. Yeah.
How? Right, but did you set up a time-lapse to get the star trails that you speak of?
I did not do that, no, but many, many others have, and there's tons of footage of people.
They could be.
The star trails are in terms of what happens at the equator.
What else did you actually? Right, so apart from just looking at the sun setting, what else did you actually do?
You're talking about just when it comes to the sky?
Well, whatever. At this point, like really, anything. Anything you did.
What do you suggest he does?
Sorry?
What do you suggest he does?
I have no idea what he did. Like, that's why I'm asking.
No. I said, what do you suggest that he does so that?
Oh, I have no suggestion. I'm just curious what he did. I have no opinion one way or the other.
I mean,
I think it's far more efficient to stand on the shoulders of the previous people before us that have pioneered a lot of these things and analyzed what they've done. I mean, we don't necessarily have to conduct each and every rigorous experiment to conclude a valid understanding.
I mean, he did say he did so many observations and did research and stuff, which, I'm just curious if that involved, just watching YouTube or actually going out there and doing things, like, because it just sounds to me right now like it was just really watching YouTube.
No, not at all, man. I mean, another one is a laser test, which of course is optical, but
which laser test did you do? Can I see it?
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Beyond the beyond the curve.
Yeah, what's it called? Is it behind the curve?
I mean, I don't know. You were on it apparently.
Yeah. Well, some people say beyond, but I think it's behind. Yeah, Jaron. Yeah, it was the first time I ever met other people that knew about this knowledge, that knew that the Earth is in the globe. Like the first time I met them in physical person, because from like 2015 to 2017 or somewhere like partway into 16, I hadn't really met anyone else yet in person. But anyway, so Jaronism had said he was doing this, laser test and that it was going to be on a documentary. We didn't really know that it was going to end up on Netflix at the time, but so I decided to go because it was only like 2 hours away from where I was at. So I jumped in my car and went there, and yeah, it was awesome.
Is that the one at the end? Is that the one at the end where he set up the lights and he said, like, if the Earth is curved, then we shouldn't be able to see the light through the hole, or should be able to see? I can't remember exactly.
Well, there was actually 2 days of filming that went into the hacked up editing that they actually put in the film, the deceptive hacked up editing. So people are very confused about what happened, and they don't understand lasers, lights. They have no idea. And when he raised the light, he said, "Interesting." Right? Yeah, I mean, okay. So, anyways, there was 2 days of filming that they did. So the one I was at we were using a laser and shooting it over like 3.8 miles. The other one was lights, a light with the holes in the board.
That one, yeah.
They were different, yeah. But anyway,
so that the result that they showed in Behind the Cover, Beyond, whatever the fuck, was actually what happened on the day.
No, well, they did cut some things from that. I wasn't at that second day, so I guess I can't give a firsthand. Well, okay. The reason I said no is I wasn't at the second day when they had with the lights and the holes in the thing. But the movie ends with Jaron saying "interesting," and they tried to make it sound like they got the result of a spherical Earth, and they did not. They absolutely did not. There were I was not there that day, so I don't have firsthand experience of that one. But my understanding is that there were globe earthers and flat earthers there. Everybody agreed it was inconclusive because of various components, that they did not get a conclusive result, but they deceptively edited the cut to make it look like they got some result of a globe Earth, and they did not.
What did they get? Why would it be inconclusive? Like I don't understand. Like, the setup from Jeranism's own animation looked pretty straightforward to me. I mean, like, you would see the light if it was, or you. I can't remember. I need to refamiliarize myself with it. But
yeah,
he did not get the result he was expecting.
No, they did not get a conclusive result. When he went back, I mean, I've only heard him talk about this and others, so
of course, he's got a vested interest.
I wasn't there.
He didn't get the result. The result was inconclusive because he can't go, oh, well, actually, the result did show that it was a globe. After all, I've been wrong this whole time. Sorry, guys. Here's your super chat money back. Here's your fucking Patreon money back. I'm giving up.
That's not the result they got. There were globe earthers there as well, and everybody agreed it was inconclusive.
What's their names?
So it's a deceptive editing tactic to make it look like they got a conclusive result.
There?
One of the problems that Jaron went back, I've heard him talk about, is they went back and he like walked the whole path of where the boards were set up, and there was a lot of like brush and plant material and things that were in the way because there were certain. You're just interrupting, man. Go ahead.
You're doing that to me all the time, dude.
Anyways, I was just saying that he went back and found that there were obstructions that may have been because for that one required the light going through the holes. So if you don't have a straight line of sight, the whole thing's inconclusive. So there's actually kind of problems with the way that one was set up.
Okay, well that's his bad then. He fucked up then, didn't he? Which is also convenient. But it looked pretty straightforward to me. But what were the name of the globers that were there? Like who?
The one that I was at, there was only like 20, 25 people. Apparently for that one, there was like 60 people showed up. So there's a lot
globers in there, right?
A lot more people at that one, yeah.
So which glober said it was inconclusive?
Everybody that was there, from my understanding, but I wasn't physically there, so I can only hear from what they claim happened. I wasn't at that one.
I wanted to sell you.
But the one that I was at, when we used the laser, basically there was problems with the collimator. Like he was trying to get it focused because the result he wanted was to get the beam into like within like a 2 foot, like a 1 or 2 foot radius on the board for that one that we were doing, the one that I was at. So he wanted to get the beam to be focused to get that level of result. But the collimator ended up melting onto the laser because he had it on for so long. So like the threads melted and it got it stuck on there. So that was why that result ultimately was not conclusive for what he wanted to do. However, when we were shooting the laser, we were out there for hours and they filmed all of it. But of course the footage, they only put very minimal footage in the actual documentary. But the board that we had, the laser was scattering all over the board, unfortunately, because it was spread out too much. But the light was hitting the entire board all the way down to the base of it. So in my mind, in a way, it did show that the light was not being obstructed by any curvature because the light that was leaving the laser, even though it was spread out, it was hitting the entire board from the bottom to the top. It was scattering light all over it. And at 3.8 miles, that should not be occurring.
Well, if that's the case, then it wouldn't be inconclusive and it'd be conclusive, and Jen would say it was conclusive.
Well, it's not because he wanted to get the beam
no.
to be targeted. So that's why he doesn't call it conclusive. And I'm not necessarily, I mean, for what he was trying to do, you could call it inconclusive. However, the light was lighting up the entire board. There should have been obstruction from Earth curve, and there wasn't.
Right, so surely Jaren's people were there too, right? Look, like his people, Jesus. Like, surely he got some, goon to film the whole thing from start to the second one, the board one. and I'm sure he's presented that in full to show what was going on, and not the behind the curve, beyond the curve, whatever the fuck, hack job that you claim. Like, I'm sure that he's shown that one, and it does like show that the Earth's flat, right?
If you're talking about the footage, my understanding of it is that he did not film it himself. The guys who did the filming, I mean, they literally contacted, they were like, yeah, we're going to have a whole film crew there. They told, apparently Jaron's story, they told Jaron that they would give him the footage. So he a little bit naively decided, he even agrees it was naively, he agrees it was an error on his part where he did not film it himself. So he was kind of depending that they would give him the footage of it. And of course, after it got bought up by Netflix and all that, they told him, sorry, we're not giving you any of the
do not fucking believe that for a second. You said there was like 60 people there. You're telling me that no one whipped out a camera and recorded that shit? Like, fuck that. That's bollocks. He's lying. I mean, he has to at this point, right? I mean, think what he's got invested in this. Jeranism is he's a flat earth channel. He can't just go, oops, sorry guys, I made a mistake. My bad, I'm packing up. No, this is his living. This is how he makes money. Look, it's amazing to me that you think that NASA is some massive fucking conspiracy to make money, but you don't think a little YouTube channel like Jism can do the same to fleece money out of people. Like, obviously that's what he's doing. Are you telling me that if I go onto Jism's channel that he's not get merchandise, that he's not get Patreon, that he's not get PayPal, that he's not get channel membership, he's not get super chat, and he's not get all the other stuff that goes along with it, AdSense and all that? Is that what you're going to claim? He doesn't do that? Okay then. I have to make some coffee.
All right, man. Take care.
I mean, I have no position to have to defend Jaron's anything he's doing. I think anybody who's doing content and wants to be compensated for it is their free will to do. If he's doing videos and doing a lot of editing and live shows and whatever he's doing, he can have his Patreons or whatever he'd like to have. If you're asking, do I think he's some heavily deceptive guy that's trying to scam the whole world for a $20 Patreon? No, absolutely not.
Well, let me ask you this.
I think he's putting out content. He's sharing his viewpoint. He's doing his own research in various ways. He's sharing his opinion, which is always what he said he's done. When I met him, I've met him a couple times. He is an awesome guy. I've enjoyed chatting with him, and I don't know him really well. I'm not like very super close with him, but I've met him like on three separate occasions and hung out with him for hours and talked about all kinds of things. So yeah,
And what did you think was going to, like? Let's say that he is a little deceptive person, and that he is doing this because that's how he makes a living. Do you think he's going to confide and go, "Oh, by the way, this is all bollocks, man. I'm doing this for money"? Like, obviously not. Obviously
no offense to you, but I think if you think that, you're deluded. That's just, I'm not trying to call you names or anything. I'm just saying if you think that he's in it for that, I just completely disagree.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Think that's the case.
Let's clarify. That's not what I'm saying. I think maybe at one point he did believe it, and then he built a channel, and then he realized that, look, there's no way now. There's no way he can reverse his there's no way he can go back now, right? He can't just say, well, guess what, guys? I did this experiment, and it didn't show that the Earth was flat. It actually shows it's a globe. I made a mistake. Sorry. How quickly do you think his Patreon membership, super chat would dry up then? He's got too much invested in this.
Dude,
now.
You're weaving a story as if he proved the Earth was a globe in either of those two things that he did, and neither of them did that. So you're just
Well,
weaving a
the last
delusional
one
story
said-
that you think he went out there because of a Netflix editing, I guess. You somehow think that he somehow proved the earth is a globe and now he just can't give up super chats. If that's what you think, you're just so far
Yeah,
from the
that's what I
truth.
think. That's
Just
absolutely what I
miles from
think.
what the truth is.
It's absolutely what I think.
That's pretty bad, bud. Pretty bad, Chris.
Why is that?
You're thinking that he's making all kinds of fucking money
I think he's making a living.
prop
I
up
think he's
to
making
prop
a
up
living.
some sort of a fictitious narrative to continuously get minuscule amounts of money. I mean, versus NASA.
What else is he going to do
That's who
now?
you originally compared it to.
What else is he going to
NASA.
do now? Like he cannot be. He's unemployable. Like if he went to a company to get a proper fucking like just a 9 to 5, like they're going to Google him and then they're going to find he's a total. I'm sorry, but he's a total whack job, and they're not going to employ him. This is it for him.
I mean, this is just your subjective opinion, dude, and it's pretty
That's right.
childish at best.
Like, oh, you just told me that journalism is on. Your friend Gio just told me that journalism is just sharing his opinion on YouTube, but he's allowed to do that and make money from it. But I'm not allowed to do that here.
Yeah, because he's basing it on rational logic when you're basing this on something completely different.
That's entirely rational. It's entirely rational. He started out thinking the Earth was flat. He built a base, a subscriber base. He then had to continue to make content saying that the Earth was flat. If he now discovers that the Earth's not flat and comes out and tells that to everyone, he's going to be like thrown out the community. Like they're going to fucking crucify him, like they have so many other flat earthers who have come out and said, made a mistake. Chris Monk, for example. You all cast him out.
There aren't so many. There's like 5 at most.
And they were all cast out.
And all of this that have been kind of confused or on the fence, and then they did whatever. I mean, Chris Monk, from the videos I've seen of him speaking, he never seemed like he really knew the truth of this.
Who? Chris Monk? Fucking Patty Steer described Chris Monk as a Galileo of flat Earth. You were all for it then.
I don't know who you're talking about, man.
Chris Monk.
You seem to be weaving some kind of like diluted story of that all of these people that know the truth, or somehow it's like you're projecting that like NASA's some legit thing and that all of these flat earther people are all just some like deceptive money grubbing whatever, which is not the case. Not very many people make very much money in this at all. NASA's getting $60 million a day. It's like you're trying to like cognitive dissonance rationalize the fact that this exists, people know the truth, and that somehow you need to like rationalize in your mind that it must be false and these guys must be shysters just so you can deal with the fact that you believe in a deception.
No, I'm saying that if someone has a channel that they built on a premise and then they discovered that they were wrong, that it's going to be very, very difficult for them to say, well, actually, I made a mistake, because that's now their thing. It's their deal. That's their lot now.
Do you think that would be harder for somebody to do that, or do you think it would be harder for NASA to come out openly and say, yeah, we fucked up? Which do you think would be harder?
I don't care. Like, I have no interest in them whatsoever. It doesn't matter to me. It's the people who I think are actually actively deceiving you, and that would be the Chisholms and the Oakleys and the Razor.
It seems really weird that you would focus on a guy that's on YouTube who you think might make some money, but you don't think people who get made over $60 million every single day, that they would maybe possibly have some sort of a bias and want to keep something going to keep their $60 million a day coming in. You don't think there's any sort of weird thing about the fact that you're focusing on one dude on the internet that might make a little money versus the people we know for sure absolutely do make millions and millions of dollars every day, but you don't think they're maybe biased or dishonest a little bit? That seems weird.
No, what I find weird is that someone here Gio proudly, I asked him what experiments he did, right? Like what research has he done? And he proudly went, I was on fucking Netflix, haha. And then, but that was all corrupt. That was a hack job. That actually was all bollocks. And I never brought up journalism, by the way. And
you were
and
asking me what tests and observations I did. I mentioned I did a laser test. You mentioned, was there any document? What was the one I did? And I said, yes, it's on
Netflix. Do that either.
Like,
that was Jeranism that did that. Like, you didn't even do that.
I was actually there with him the entire time, helping him line up the.
Well done.
Hold on, man. If we want to have a conversation, you got to at least not interrupt. I mean, I'll definitely mute myself while you speak or whatever, but at least have a back and forth so we can each say our viewpoints.
But
no, you've been interrupting. You've been interrupting people every time. I'm trying not to do a temporary mute thing since you're in the conversation. I'm not trying to but if you could please just let people finish. If you interrupted Bob, you've interrupted me, you've interrupted Dysel every time we speak.
You have been interrupting me too.
I have not interrupted once.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So what have you done to verify the globe model?
I have no opinion one way or the other. I don't care enough.
Well, yeah, bullshit.
Frankly,
so you're just on a bash flat Earth mission, yet you have no opinion. Okay, you're a hypocrite. Right. Exactly, you're a hypocrite.
I'm just interested in what people do and why they do it and what their motivations are. That's all.
You destroyed yourself when you said that. Oh, people wouldn't lie because they're making money and they're not going to flip. Well, that's the government and NASA. If they find out that it's not a globe, are they going to switch the school system? Are they going to switch the 100 years of...
Right? I can't talk to them. I can only talk to the people here and ask what they've done and what observations they've made and what conclusions they've came to. I can't do that with your fucking $60 million a day NASA people, right? So I don't care.
That bother you?
I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
Right. You've said that. I'm saying that should bother you. You just said you can't question them. You can't ask them questions about why they're doing what they're doing or what they claim or whether they backed it up. You can't have that conversation with the people who are getting these millions of dollars every single day from the government that is supposed to be formed for the people and by the people. And you
can't. Not my government.
That should bother you.
No, it doesn't, because they're not my government. I don't care. I'm not in a NASA server speaking to NASA personnel. I'm in a flat Earth server speaking to flat earthers.
Well, this is not.
So you question somebody who gets $100 a month, yet then you don't question somebody who gets 60 billion a year, or 60 million a day, or whatever.
Give me the name and I'll write it down and go and ask them.
To question somebody who gets $500 versus somebody who gets 60 million a day, and then you claim that I have no opinion on the matter.
Give me their name.
Hey, Chris, you interrupted him the whole time, man. If you could please just let people finish. You can't really hear anything when two people are talking at once. So you just did it there. You just walked all over him the whole time he was speaking. I want to make just one. I want to
question somebody who's getting 100. What?
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's kind of hypocritical to question somebody who's making $100, $500, $1,000, and then not question somebody who's getting $60 million of tax money, and then bash flat Earth and experiments and everything or tests, and then claim that you have no stance. I'm neutral. I don't have an opinion because you have no globe proof. You've never done any experiments.
And it's going directly against what he just claimed about himself, how he can't ask these NASA people in the government these questions. He's just here asking flat earthers these questions. Well, that's not what you were doing. You were just now talking about someone who isn't here, accusing him of things that you cannot prove, instead of going and talking to him about it. Instead, you're here talking to people who aren't him and accusing him in front of them. So you're not even doing the thing you claim to be doing.
Well, I was asking Gio about the things that he's actually done himself, and it turns out that he's not done very much at all. I looked at some sunsets, and he was present in the crowd during a filming of some Netflix documentary. Is that what you did?
None of that is even what I said, dude. That was all right there, a deceptive replication of what we've just talked about. No, with the laser test with Jaren, I was not in the crowd. I was literally standing next to Jaren, adjusting the tripod, shooting the laser. We had the guys at the other side. They were reporting to us through radio exactly what was happening. We were trying to line the laser up. I was literally there with him for hours and hours, right there, setting the whole thing up. I was not just in the crowd in that sense. We observed the laser shooting across the land. We saw the laser hitting the entire white board, at 3.8 miles, which would not be possible if the Earth had curvature to it. We also set up the bores by measuring it from the water level. I was there the entire time, saw every component of it myself, and helped in the setup of it as well. The other observations, yes, I've done observations of sunsets and viewed the local lighting and some of those components as well, which was that component of what we were talking
else
about.
have you done? Like, what else did you do? Like, sunsets, the laser thing, what else?
Well, I was mentioning long distance observations.
Right, which ones have you made?
Multiple. Over distances that... There's islands off the coast of San Francisco.
Chris, why do you care if you don't have an opinion either way?
I just want to see the pics of the long range observations. Like, that'd be cool.
See, yeah, the Glober tactic is to try to put flat Earth on trial, and I got all these questions for flat Earth, and you never did anything. But then when you ask him, what did you do, and where's your globe proof? He's like, I don't have a stance. So nice try.
Yeah, one thing I was going to say too before I forget, you were mentioning that these, that if somebody has a channel, I know it's going back on that topic a little bit. If someone has a channel, then they find out they were wrong or whatever. The thing is, that's really up to their integrity. Like that would be their own decision as to whether they were to come out and be honest about it or to keep that going. But to just assume that you think that somebody thinks something differently and then assume some kind of motive upon that, just because you have some cognitive dissonance about this topic, doesn't seem fair to do that to that person.
Exactly what I think. Do you think the likes of do you think Nathan Oakley is sincere and thinks theirs flat? I think anyone who's got merch on a YouTube channel spouting flat Earth is doing it because it's the only way they can make a living, or they found an easy way to make a living. I'm not saying a fuckload.
Hey, Chris, if you are interested, I've got content on my.
He's not interested. He's made up his mind.
He's trying.
That's a
just because
line in the sand. For people to get paid to say things that they think are true. That's not a weird or strange thing. Somebody working at McDonald's is going to be paid to tell the customer what's on their menu and for what price. Like that's not an incentive for them to lie about what's on the menu. That's such a weird thing to think.
Well, it's just a dumb thing to think. Basically, you're saying that anyone that's in any form of media that gives their opinion on things actually fakes their opinions to make money. What a ridiculous comment to me. Like, oh, the conservative spokesperson that talks about conservative talking points on YouTube and makes money and sells merch. He doesn't actually believe in the conservative principles he talks about because he sells merch. That's your argument? No, it's actually a desperate attempt to try to intimidate people away from speaking the truth, and you get infuriated seeing that certain people rally around them and support them, and you don't like that. That's what actually happened.
Hey, Chris, are you still here?
I'm making coffee.
Yeah, so what I was saying before was that I've got plenty of content on my channel. I'd love some interaction if you're interested actually in engaging with people who have claims about observations that are made over long distances.
I don't. I just want to see the observation. That's all. I just want to see them.
Yeah, I've got a channel that's got 4 years of video and photography that you can take a look at, and I've got at least 3 or 4 claims for you guys to interact with.
And the thing about observations and tests ourselves, every one that I've done has shown an extended planar stationary Earth with a sky moving above it. Many, many others have come to that same conclusion. The thing is that to do something that's more even definitive and more thorough would take an immense amount of money, a research group, and the efforts to do so. We've talked about many, many of those tests that we could do if the money and when the money is available to do so. So, I mean, what you're asking for in terms of like some absolute definitive thing, yes, that would be amazing to do. I don't think that we've been able to do what could be done in terms of being able to do like, you know, physical measurements, spherical excess, a lot of these components that we could do, you know, beyond what we're able to now. But a lot of us have come to the conclusion based upon not only our own observations, but logic, physics, many components of this realm that don't correlate with it being a spinning sphere in a vacuum as they claim.
Yeah, like for me, I was listening on YouTube for half an hour and all his questions, and I saw him be like trying to be polite, and then leading up to where he is now, where he's like misrepresenting you and what you did with Jaren, and then all I had to do was ask him, "Do you have any glow proof? What did you do?" And he's got nothing. So it's just like he's just trying to attack. Although it's content, it's needed. But.
Said that from the moment I came here.
Well, what's funny is they all just have like talking points. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a cult kind of like all the anti-flat earthers. They kind of relay different talking points to each other, and then they all just repeat it, right? So like if I'm in a debate, no matter what's said in the debate, they don't even really listen to it. Doesn't matter what happens, what's said. They're gonna go in the comment sections and they're gonna say, "Oh, shocker! The flat earthers presented no evidence once again." They're going to say, "Oh, Witsit did nothing but use word salad. Oh, Witsit says fallacies he doesn't understand." And then the next anti-flat earther and the next anti-flat earther and the next one, they're all going to say those three things over and over and over and over. The new one used to be that Witsit was stupid. Now I'm only talking about me because I can personally test what's said about me, you know. And then now it is, no, actually Witsit knows the Earth's not flat. He just intentionally lies because he's a con man and he's trying to make money. So now they all say that. So it's kind of weird phenomena where Flat Earth has like a huge diversity of opinions, but they kind of all just like repeat script. So I don't think it's much deeper than that, to be honest. I think it's that simple. They hear it from certain anti-flat earthers that make content, and then they all repeat the stuff. Like they just repeat things. And it's like they do the same thing with Jaren's test, do the same thing with Thanks Bob. So it's very similar to like a cult in a way. So I mean, to attempt to reason with it is.
Oh, yeah, I was going to destroy Chris and just ask him if the horizon is physical, and then he would have said yes, or could have had a good laugh. But he made no claims.
Care.
He says
I don't care. I don't care. All I wanted to know was what Gio did, like personally, just the observations that he made, and we got sunsets and he did a laser test with Jern, and that was it. I just want to know what they did and what conclusions.
What relevancy does that have?
I'm just curious. I'm just curious what they do. Like what? That's all. Like,
why?
You just said you don't care. You're just looking. You're looking for a "I got you" moment. That's all you want.
I'm not looking for a "got you" moment. I'm just curious what.
Why are you curious?
Because I'm curious. I just am.
Oh, why?
No, you're not though.
Why does it matter to you?
You didn't have your own position about it. You were
if they lied
script and you saw it didn't work.
If they lied about the Earth, would you want to know, Christopher? If we were not told the truth about the Earth, would you actually want to know that?
He doesn't care. He's already made up his fucking mind. He's not even worth talking to.
No, yeah, of course. But it's just I jump in, the first thing I hear is this guy saying that every quote unquote flat earther, that if they sell any merch or anything, they're actually just lying, and they don't even really think that. They're just trying to make money.
Yeah, just sell merch. What's it?
They're just trying to. They found an easy way, or they can't make money any other way. Like what?
You sell merch.
What?
You sell merch.
I can't. I currently think I have merch. I don't ever.
Of course you do.
I don't even really promote it. I don't care. I make like basically no money on merch at all.
Okay, hey Chris, how about this, man? Hey, wait, hold on, just real quick. Hold on, real quick. Hey Chris, I don't sell merch, and when I did start a YouTube donation, right, where I got 1,000 subs and I was able to take donations, as soon as I found out that YouTube kept at least 40% of it, I cut it off, right? I canceled it. So I don't get
Good for
supported that
you.
way.
Good for you,
Okay.
man. Good for
All right,
you.
great,
Well done.
great. So now I sent you a DM with my channel's content in it. I would love for you to go through some of my proof of concepts and my tutorials, because I make specific claims in there that challenge the globe model. I'd love for someone to actually honestly deal with my claims. So you actually have something to do right now other than argue with us about pointless.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Travis, he's obviously just a degenerate troll, bro. It's like, how is that good for him? You see, he just showed what I said was true. They like the truth is the idea that like flat earthers would be happy or successful infuriates them. That's actually what it is. It's like this personal like hatred.
Successful, dude. I've seen your decline over the years. Like
Yeah, see, it's all, hold on, Chris. It's all just like sophistry and posturing, because we started this conversation. You were asking me a little bit of my journey of how I've come to this conclusion. Some of the observations, I only mentioned two, and somehow now you've wrapped it up and said, oh, those are the only ones. That's not the case, but you were asking them. I talked about the local lighting and the ratio fade effect of sunsets that indicate that the light is local and that it's fading over a planar surface, rather than the 93 millimile sun going behind the curve. That's a significant observation. You kind of brushed that off and said, oh, you're just looking at sunsets. No, it's not just looking at sunset. It's a direct observation of a celestial object in the sky and its geometric correlation with the ground and the actual effect of the lighting and how the lighting is interacting with our world. And does that correlate with a 93 million mile away sun the way that they claim on a globe or not? So that's not something just to be fluffed off. Secondly, with the Jaronism test, I mentioned that one, and it was like, instead of actually talking about the results and, because I was mentioning how we saw the laser on the entire board from the ground to the bottom. Like I said, Jaron didn't decide that that's fine. I'm still going to say, no, he's still in here.
He's still here.
No, but I'm just saying, Jaron, like I said, he wanted to get the laser to be targeted on the board rather than having it be spread out. So he did not see it as definitive. However, the light was reaching the entire board all the way to the bottom. Therefore, in my viewpoint, showing that there was no blockage of curvature. Nonetheless, as we were discussing those things, we could have had a good conversation about those things. But instead of actually confronting those components, the light fading with the sunsets and so on, you basically fluffed off that you just glanced at some sunsets, and then you went into talking about how you somehow think Jaron knows that the Earth's a globe. You somehow made a deceptive claim that you think that he proved the Earth was a globe in both of those days of filming that were put in that Netflix documentary. I was trying to clear up with you that is not the case for the people that were there, those of us that were actually there. And then you went into this whole sophistry thing about how people are shysters and they're all just doing it for money. So it's like, it was a good conversation that could have been intellectual and could have actually gone through the logic of it and could have been a legitimate conversation. And you ended up kind of just tail spinning into sophistry and rhetoric. It's like you started off as like actually wanting to engage, like, oh, like what was my journey? What things have I done? And there's actually content to those things that we were just beginning to brush on. And then you ended up just tail spinning and basically coming up with all of these claims that were not even related to it directly at all. And then tried just claiming that everybody is just doing it for money or something. So it's just an inauthentic interaction. It just shows me that you weren't actually authentic in your questions. You were maybe just trying to do some kind of tactic, which is unfortunate that that's how you decide to engage.
Yo, man, I'm trying to tell you, man, it's like a cult, right? So with all that you just said, at the same time as you talking, he posted the pictures from the Netflix thing and put interesting underneath it, right? Because that's what Jaron said. They're like a cult, bro. So it's like, the truth is that the light was closer to the flat earth prediction than the globe prediction. It was actually closer to the flat earth. He said interesting because it was indecisive. It was in the middle of the two, closer to flat earth prediction. So he was like interesting because it was like in the middle, right? But it doesn't matter how many times they're told that. This same dude will, for the rest of time, keep saying it. So they're like textbook trolls, right? I mean,
but I'm not interested.
I'm just saying, it's like he kind of wants you to take him seriously because that's what trolls do.
Well, I mean,
I really don't care.
I've talked to him before. He's been on Gems for years and stuff. So I mean, I'm aware of him and I've interacted with him before, but I haven't talked with him in a while. And he was asking some questions, and so it seemed like it could have been a potential for an actual honest conversation where someone like, like if it was somebody that was not like a Gem Panda person that's been involved in this kind of the tactics for years, like it's almost like it could have been that kind of conversation, almost like an interview, like, oh, well, how did you come to these conclusions, and what about this and that? Like it could have been that, and then he just kind of showed his cards at the end. It's sort of like if you're debating with someone and you're actually asking them questions about something, and then at the end you're like, oh, but you're wearing a purple shirt. Purple shirts mean that I have a mental disease. So of course you're wearing a purple shirt. It's obvious, man. That's what it is. It's like, it just ends like, imagine someone interviewing someone and asking them questions. And then at the end, just being like, well, yeah, but dude, but you're wearing a purple shirt. It's not, at that point, it's just like, you're not even having that conversation anymore. They showed their cards. They showed that really they are really a shyster that didn't actually want to have an authentic conversation. And like I said, I'm aware of him that that it could have gone that way, but I was giving him a chance at possibly being able to have a legitimate interaction.
Well, that was nice of you. Too bad it didn't happen.
Another ironic thing is how he'll dismiss all your observations, but then accept everything from the government and NASA without question.
Right. I mean, those things I mentioned, the ratio of the light and how it affects during sunsets, and the fact that we were shooting a laser over 3.8 miles and there was no obstruction of Earth curve are both. I'm not saying they're absolutely definitive, conclusive, but when you're out there in the world actually doing something and you're getting indications that aren't a globe, and then somebody is going to posture as if a government agency that is getting $60 million every day so they have a huge motivation to lie. And all they're showing, like, NASA is a media company. That's all they're doing. They're giving videos and pictures at the end of the day. And they do shoot rockets up that come straight down, but that's it. They're a media company. They're like a Hollywood company. So if that's how he's concluding that Earth is a globe, and then somehow fluffing off the things that I'm talking about. I also mentioned a whole thing about star trails at the equator that he also didn't really. So I mean, I'm actually talking about real like observations that don't correlate with a globe, and he's just. I don't want to straw man him to say that he's only going off of NASA, but I'm just saying, like, he said he has absolutely no observations that show that Earth is a globe, but he wants to, try to fluff off the ones that we were actually talking about. There's like a blanket dismissal.
Yeah, like I said, it's content, but he didn't. All he did was try to bash flat Earth. He didn't bring any globe proofs. He doesn't know anything about his model. So technically, I guess, and he tried to gaslight, and nobody really freaked out or anything. So he didn't really get that. So,
no, he took the conversation and trying to get me to defend Jaren instead of actually talking about the things that we actually did, and then just looping it into that.
No, I agree.
So this is what
Yeah,
the
like I
globe
said, I
Earth
was
is
listening for
about.
half hour. Yeah, like I said, I was listening for half hour, and I saw the build up to him, like, "Oh, I'm genuine," and then like slowly go into the representing. And that's why I wanted to jump in and ask him a quick question: do you have any globe proof, and what experiments and observations have you done? And then he just gave up and said, I don't have an opinion."
Right. Minimize what we were actually saying, and then just say that he has absolutely no claim of his own.
But said he's not interested.
Yeah, just
worse.
question, interrogate flat Earth, and then when you flip it, it's like, "Oh, I'm neutral. I'm on the fence. Really, I'm a neutral person here, even though I'm going to try to misrepresent you and lie." But
yeah, I mean, if for something that the globe Earth claims is so proven, and even though some of them will say science has improved things, but that it's like established. I'll use that word, that the globe is such an established reality, the way that they try to claim that it is. It's strange that they have to fixate on thanks Bob and trying to claim that Jaron, proved that Earth is a sphere in that deceptive documentary, and then just hang on that over and over. The people that they're calling shysters or whatever, Bob or Jaron, the people that they're trying to do that to, they're claiming that those people also proved the globe. It's such a bizarre psychology. Like, those are the guys that they're championing. They think they proved the globe, even though they're the guys that are also saying are shysters. That is the most twisted psychology.
Yeah, I made a good meme of like the guy with the dilemma of the two buttons, and it says FE core is wrong. FE core is stupid and wrong about everything. And then I put like thanks Bob on the other side. So it's like, okay, so they can do things right, and you pick and choose, and it's like, so which is it? You're flip flopping. You're being a hypocrite. Like,
Well, it's really
you can't
weird.
say both
Just don't
things.
Just give us direct evidence. They have to do all that other weird shit. Like, hey, we're not going to give you direct physical Earth curvature measurements. No, we're going to say that when your camp provided them, everything was flawed about it, right? But then we're not going to provide any of our own, right? No Earth curvature measurements. What we're going to do instead is we're going to pick apart footage that all of you flat earthers have given the world, and we're going to take one tiny little clip and blow it out of proportion and make it seem as if a flat earther had debunked the flat earth with his own work. Now, people who are good at smelling fish are the people I want on my team. So the people who smelled that bullshit, why don't you talk to us? The people who don't understand that when someone says thanks Bob, it's damage control on the fact that Bob does a lot of great work for the flat earth. And they don't like that. And that's why they attacked him, because he's one of the hardest workers on our team. So same with Witsit. They're going after Witsit and all kinds of people. But anyway, I digress.
Hey, you want to see what happens when we give you real measurement of Earth curvature? Stay tuned.
Oh, I'll get my popcorn ready.
Yeah. So what about when Neil deGrasse Tyson can't see curvature at that altitude? What about when Mr. Dave Farina says that curvature is not detectable on the surface of Earth? So when people say they saw the boat go over the horizon, they're lying, because your priests tell you differently. So so is Dave Farina wrong? He's on video saying you can't detect the curvature of Earth on the surface of Earth.
So yeah, which is it? Did you see the boat go over that little hump right over there locally, or is it too big to see the curvature no matter how high we go? Which one is it? Is the curvature right over there, or we can't see it because it's too big?
So what you just witnessed was you getting exactly what you asked for and ignoring it.
Well, hold on, Coach. You're talking about what you just posted, because you said that thing, but you didn't really relate that you're posting Walter Bislin's Causeway site here.
Yep. Measurements, position, you have to find a curve. I've posted almost every time this gentleman has said that he asked for the curve measurements and never provided. However, it is provided very consistently, and I just don't understand why you can still continue to make a claim like that and feel like
we're just waiting for you to make a prediction, Coach. Come on, man, let's go.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, we can rip this apart. Do you want to rip this apart?
Yeah, let's do it.
What Coach just posted?
Go for it. I'm driving.
Coach, you want to explain what you posted? GPS coordinates.
Yeah, that's right.
So explain to us how this is a definitive measurement of Earth curve.
As I said, I wasn't posting this to show you proof of some kind. I'm just trying to see if people are going to continue to make the claim that things aren't presented to them of Earth curve measurement when they are presented. They're just denied So if you're going to deny the measurements, that's fine, but you can't say that they're not given to you.
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is everything you presented hasn't satisfied yet, clearly, because we're still asking. So that goes without saying. That's why we're still asking, because what you presented didn't show Earth curvature. Still hasn't and won't, but here we are.
Yeah, it shows Earth curvature.
Great. And you know, it's so nice to have a platform where you can
that are the
express
same elevation above the lake, and it's showing curvature. So I don't know what part of it is not showing Earth curvature.
Yes, you don't know. That's correct.
So, Kosho, yeah, I mean, do you want to explain why you think this is a measurement of Earth curve?
Yeah, do that, because I was just talking to him. I'm sorry, I can't even see the live stream right now. I'm at work, but you guys go ahead, take him.
Yeah, it's very simple. These are just literally measurements of positions. These positions are positions of the bridge, which is at equal elevation above the lake, which is a body of water on the surface of the Earth. And it just so happens that these points on the bridge, which match the contours of the lake because it's water and it's the same elevation above the water, these points identify the curvature almost exactly what you'd expect for something that length on the Earth is the size we say it is. It's about 23 miles long, and there's about 1/3 of a degree between two ends of the bridge. So this is actually the definition of curvature, and it's by definition measuring the Earth curving. So you can claim things like, you know, there's something wrong with the way the measurements are done or this or that, but this is a demonstration of Earth curvature and measurements.
Where was the 0 point from the measurements?
That's a strange question. You might have to describe what you mean by the 0 point.
What benchmark did he use to get the 5.71 blah blah blah? I don't know, the equal elevation that he got above the benchmark.
He didn't establish that. He utilized the fact that it was equal elevation. So he's not establishing the equal elevation.
So you're saying he just measured above the water? I thought he measured above a known benchmark.
He's not measuring the equal elevation. He's using the fact that it's a bridge that's known to be built equal elevation above the surface of the water. He's using that to make a measurement of the bridge and use that as a measurement of the water.
Yeah, but he took points using a GPS, didn't he, on his car?
Use a GPS receiver. That's right.
Yeah, but the starting point that he baselined his GPS off of, like what did he measure? Where was his starting point? Where he got, was it 5.71? I'm going off of memory.
Yeah, just real quick. You were there with me, Rakia. I just posted the conversation that you and I about this very subject had with Kosho a couple of months ago. So everything you're asking right now has already been covered in the video that's in the chat for everybody to listen to. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want him to try and say it again, because when I talked to Jesse, he said the benchmark was at the base of the bridge, like a known benchmark based on sea level in New Orleans, and then he zeroed out from there and then drove across the bridge, and for long stretches had equal elevation above that benchmark. That's not a curve.
You must have talked to Jesse about something different than what I posted, because what I posted doesn't describe anything like what you're saying. So
yeah, this is when he drove across the bridge. I think he did it twice, but the last time he drove across the bridge where he modeled it, and Walter Brislin modeled it, when Jesse drove across the bridge, he had a starting point, a 0 point, a benchmark that he was, he based his elevations off of. He didn't base it off the water. He based it, matter of fact, he didn't even measure the water. He never did it in a boat. He only did it in a car driving across the bridge. And all it did is from the 0 point, from the benchmark, was say, okay, he went up a little bit from the land. He got up on a straight part that was 5.7 meters or whatever it was. I don't really even remember the measurement, but I know it was equal above that benchmark. Drove for a long way until he got to the first hump in the bridge, went up that hump a little bit, so it showed that elevation change above the benchmark, and went back down to the same measurement above the benchmark for another long stretch, and then went up a larger hump, and he did that 5 times because there's 5 different humps, and then on the other side just went down according to that benchmark. That's not a curve.
Yeah, well, you're describing something very foreign to what I've posted, because I've posted, this is an example of the first coordinate. The number I posted, it's nothing like a 5. It's more like the lowest number there is 14,000, negative 14,000. So he's not measuring anything in reference to the water. He's just recording the positions that he's taking as he's driving across the bridge. The positions are in reference to the system he's using and the coordinate system that they record their positions in.
Oh, I got you. You might be right. You might be talking about something different, but what I'm talking about is what Jesse did with the GPS on his car. I've had lengthy conversations with him. I've talked to you about it, which now Travis is posting the conversation, so everyone can go listen to that. So do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, I know the conversation you're talking about, where you and Travis, again, like you're doing now, are confusing what I'm sharing, which is the data set that he collected, and something that you're asking about the elevation. Where what I'm talking about is not concerning the elevation. It's literally taking the raw data measurements of the position.
Of which time?
So if you're concerned with the elevation, twice, right? That's a different conversation, and it's not relevant here.
What's the value? 14,000.
That's the X coordinate for the. I mean, that's the X position for the, or the X part of the coordinate for the first position.
Okay, first position of what, man? Just keep making me keep
first
answering.
Position of what?
Okay, hold on. Yeah, keep answering.
Well, if you don't know what we're talking about, why are you participating?
Hold on. Keep answering with obfuscation, and I have to keep asking stupid questions. Okay? What is the 14,000 in reference to? Be specific.
Okay, do you understand? I'm not gonna do this, dude. So if you don't understand, if you don't understand, Travis, if you don't understand, you'll have to go somewhere else to get that. But these coordinates, Travis, you understand what they're in reference to. They're in reference to the GPS and the coordinate system they use, and you understand that. I'm not going to break this down for you like a kindergartner when I know that you understand this.
Hey, Kosho, you do know that there's audiences that listen, right? You do know that.
Why don't you take the time to explain it to them?
Hold on, just don't interrupt. Just let you guys go. I mean, all we can do is moderate as you guys speak one at a time.
So Gio, do you know what he's talking about of the 14,000? I've never heard that number before. I can't see what he's posting, but I thought I knew what Jesse had done because I had talked to Jesse directly about it. But do you know what the 14,000 represents, Gio?
Are you talking about his first data point, the negative 14?
Okay, if that's what Kosho was talking about just then, yeah. Because Kosho doesn't want to describe it. Can you describe it briefly?
Listen, if you're not a part of the conversation, you can't see the screen, then why are you participating?
Well, Kosho, just describe what you're referring to then.
It's a coordinate. Listen.
Yeah,
negative. So I'm about to walk away from this because I'm not getting paid to teach children, right? So you guys understand what a coordinate is. You understand what XYZ is. You understand what it's meant when there's 3 numbers in a 3D coordinate system. Don't ask me what 14,000 means. It's the first number in the coordinate.
Well, hold on, Kosho.
Like, seriously.
All right. Yeah, we see it. Negative 14.844. So explain this. There's supposedly satellites that are in a spherical shape in the sky. How do those give you XYZ Euclidean coordinates that you trust?
I mean, we all trust them.
I don't. Yeah. I don't know about we all. You're telling me that spherically shaped objects surrounding a globe Earth are giving you precise planar XYZ coordinates. Could you please explain how and why you believe that, especially when you cannot even verify that those satellites are even in the spherical shape that they claim they are?
Okay. Well, those satellites, or whatever you want to call them, they're in a position in a 3D grid system. All that they're doing is they're telling you they're sending you a message where you determine your distance from where that message is being sent. You get that from a number of them, and you can deduce the position you are in their grid system. Now, the position that they give you is a 3D coordinate, meaning it has an X, Y, and Z component, but it translates that to you in a spherical coordinate. So 2 angles and an elevation. So we're talking about the raw data, which is XYZ, the XYZ component of that grid system. But in both cases, neither of those are planar.
Well, you're trying to claim that you're equating this from a Euclidean planar XYZ. So from spherically placed satellites that you can't necessarily even verify that are giving you those signals and the timing, you then have to use that assumption to say that the spherically shaped satellites are converting into what you're saying are dependable XYZ coordinates through a conversion, which are then placed up against the Earth to show curvature upon the surface. So there's multiple transforms and multiple assumptions. And this is what you've brought as your mic drop of a definitive Earth curve measurement, right?
Well, I mean, if it was as you said, I'd be worried, but it's not as you said, Gio. They never once do they give you anything in planar coordinates. They give you a position in XYZ coordinates, which could be anywhere in the XYZ grid system.
But that's
it just so happens that wherever you pinpoint any of your locations, it's going to match the outside of a sphere. And so what you can then do is translate that to a sphere.
But there's a translation involved because XYZ is planar. XY are coplanar points, and then the Z is the altitude. So that's your reference that you're trying to glean from the system that you believe is happening through a spherically shaped system of satellites.
Well, I have to disagree with you about there's no planar or coplanar. The Z is not a vertical component.
All right, what is XYZ then?
It's literally, like I said, it's like if you had a 3D grid system and you put a ball into it and you map locations on that ball, vertical, if you were using like the center as down and stuff like that, the vertical is not always going to be in the Z direction. It's going to be, random vectors, vectors that are just pointed away from the center. So when you translate it to spherical coordinates, those just use 2 angles to describe where you are on the surface of that ball. But before you do that, the XYZ coordinates are just coordinates of the surface of that ball in a 3D grid system.
Okay, but the X and Y are coplanar, and the Z is tangent to those XY coplanar points. Whether you want to call them coplanar or whether you want to call the XYZ on like a universal horizontal or whether you want to move it all around, it's still that the X and Y are coplanar and the Z is a tangent to those coplanar points, which is a 2 planes intersecting. It's not spherical.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't behave the way like you said. There's no favored vector for axis for vertical.
There has to be. The XY are coplanar. The word planar, coplanar. Those are coplanar points. And that's what that's what you're using to claim that you're getting from these spherically shaped satellites to then put it up against the Earth as if you would put a ruler up against something to measure it to then claim the sphericity.
Well, no, so the only so if you use the XY plane like as a plane, the only things parallel with that are like the equator and the what do you call it, like the latitude lines. But we don't look at the Earth like that and use the pole as the z-axis. You know what I mean? Like only at the North Pole could you sort of make that description, but otherwise there isn't a favored. There's no coplanar. There's no coplanar surface like where you can just use 2 of the axes and then the other one as a vertical for the entirety of the positions. Like the vertical is changing in its direction all the time.
Yeah, I get.
I know. Several.
I get that you can take an XYZ thing and you can spin it all around and make it all. I get that. However, the X and Y are still coplanar, and the Z is still tangent to those two coplanar points. Whether you spin it upside down, right side up, whatever you want to do. If you don't make like a universal horizontal for the XY and you want to spin that all around and make it relative,
right?
But in order to claim that this is a measurement of Earth curve, you have to have a straight line to compare that to. So where are you getting your straight line? And that's why I'm saying you're getting it from what you're claiming are a system of satellites, quote unquote, that are spherically shaped that are giving you the straight line. So I'm trying to figure out where are you getting the straight line to compare to the curve of the Earth to be able, like, for example, if you had a curved basketball, you wanted to decipher how much it's curved, you'd have to have a straight line to then measure the curvature from to extrapolate that. So where are you getting your straight line out of these spherically shaped satellites that you can't verify? They're giving you, they're claiming where they're located. They're claiming the timing. It's all based on the timing. It's a whole military system that you can't verify whatsoever. But we'll leave that even aside for the moment. But how do you think you're getting that straight line to compare it to?
Okay, so I have the running just now because someone's bugging me to help them with something. But what you just asked about the straight line, that's exactly why we're using raw data and not the translated spherical coordinates. Is because if you take the positions that it gets in the raw form, the XYZ coordinates, you can establish a straight line in a 3D coordinate system between any 2 points. So if you just take the first point and the last point, you can connect a straight line in 3D space, and you can take all the other points on the bridge and you can compare it to that line that you've established. And that line you've established would be your straight line that you're comparing it to. And you can see if the other points are curving around it or falling on it. But I got to go for a second. Hold on.
Yeah, I would say what's simpler, showing somebody a picture of the Chicago skyline from 56 miles away, or doing your own long distance observations in your own town or on the beach, or minutes and minutes and minutes of these potentially complicated explanations from a glober to the curve that we don't see at the beach level. Neil deGrasse Tyson says we don't see it at 120,000 feet. So what's the normie? What's the average person going to believe?
He's talking about the left to right curvature at 120,000 feet, not the front to back. Now, you can also just look at the measurements they've made of the curvature of the Earth. So at least at the two LIGO sites, they've measured curvature.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says Felix Baumgartner did not see the curvature. Dave Farina says the curvature of Earth is not detectable on the surface of Earth. So you're saying is Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong?
He's talking about left to right curvature. So is Dave Farina. If they're talking about front to back curvature, you can obviously see it in the form of a horizon, but also surveyors have surveyed it at sites such as the two LIGO locations. Why did they do that if Earth isn't curved? Is it curved at least at those 2 points, those two places?
So you're claiming that the horizon's physical?
What do you mean by it's physical? It's the tangent of your vision in the Earth.
Is the horizon...
Why does it matter?
So is the horizon physical Earth curvature?
Yeah, I mean, Chucky, it sounds like you might be coming from a different position than some other globe believers do, because you're now well, some will claim that you never see that the horizon is never physical, and you never see the physical horizon. It's always refracted. Now, if you're not claiming that, you're saying that when you see a boat obscured visually, you're claiming that's it. That's the physical hump of Earth right there.
It's not. I wouldn't call it a hump.
The leading edge of a sphere, the physical leading edge of a sphere. Is that what you're claiming?
No. Spheres have no edges. You guys have been in this for years. Come on.
The leading visual obscuration point of a sphere, whatever words you'd want to use.
Why don't we call it the tangent of your vision and the surface of Earth?
Yeah, I mean, we all know, like, if you were a little ant on a basketball and you look, the ant looked off over it's not going to be able to see around the ball. There's going to be whatever you want to call it, the end of the ball from your vision.
Yeah, the ball. Well, the ball is going to be in the way. Yeah, it's just like the Earth is in your way.
So, a quick question: if the horizon is because of Earth curve, would you have a horizon on a flat plane?
I don't think so. I don't understand how.
Would it be all sky or all ground?
It'd be all don't know.
Right. Yeah. You'd have a horizon objectively.
How?
Got him.
Would it be all sky or all ground?
It would be I don't know. Why? Where would the horizon be? Why
you
does
really
it have to be
think that
one
on
or
a
the
flat
other?
surface you wouldn't see any sky or you wouldn't see any ground? One or the other.
I didn't say that. I
well,
didn't
then
say
you'd
that.
have a horizon.
Okay, and what causes that horizon?
It's not curvature if it's on a flat plane.
What would cause the horizon on a flat plane?
But I'm asking you because you made
I
the
don't
claim.
know because I don't think there would be a horizon on a flat plane.
The logical conclusion of your statement is nonsense.
The horizon on the flat plane would only be the buildings or land masses that obstruct it, not curvature of water. That would go until you get to a beach or a mass that's taller than you.
So that's the point, isn't it? Like, you would have a horizon on a flat plane as well.
Yes, but it wouldn't be caused ever by something below your eyes.
Well, then it can't be caused by Earth curve if it's on a flat plane. This is really
That's right,
basic.
'cause it's
well, then
not
why
on
do
a flat
you
plane.
think that?
I don't think it's a flat plane, genius.
I didn't say that. You made the claim that the horizon is because of Earth curve. But then,
in reality, it is.
30 seconds later, you're admitting that a flat plane would also have a horizon.
The horizon on the actual Earth can be caused by things below, quote unquote, lower than your eyes, like the ocean or a lake. On a flat Earth, it would always be caused by something equal to or higher than your eyes, like a building or a mountain or a hill.
No, it's not true.
Okay, then what would cause it then?
Well, perspective. If you can do this in your kitchen, dude. If you put your eyes down to your kitchen table, there's a horizon there.
Yes, it's the edge of the kitchen table.
If the kitchen table went on forever, the horizon wouldn't disappear.
Yeah, there's always going to be a maximum limit that you can see. So I would say, in a very simple sense, a horizon over a planar surface is the limit to how far you can see of the ground until it meets the sky.
Your sight doesn't have a distance. It's just the light that reaches your eyes. It doesn't matter how far away the light came from. If it gets to your eyes, if enough light gets to your eyes, you see it.
Yeah, if you want to see it.
Yeah, that's called a claim.
What do you mean it's a claim?
If you want to see it that way, then yeah, the last bit of light that you can see, that's why I call it optical extinction. Because it's the point at which optically beyond that point is extinct. You won't be able to see beyond it because there's a limit.
Right. That's just caused by oh Jesus, brain not working. Double the distance, half the amount of light.
Okay, we're talking about the inverse square law.
Yeah. So there's no distance because if you have more light, you can see it farther away. So the distance isn't determined by your eyes. It's determined by the amount of light.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, so why do you call it a distance? So what's the maximum distance?
You made a claim. Wrong. That's why we're contesting it.
Okay, so what would the maximum distance be of 1,000 or 1,000,000 stars in a small galaxy?
It's got nothing to do with what I said.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an hold on sequitur.
So if something that's 1 trillion light years away, but enough light reached your eyes to see it, you could see it.
Geo, technically it's a red herring, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
How so?
Got nothing to do with what we were talking about.
I gotta go curling though, but I'll talk to you guys a little bit later.
Well, it was like a red herring and a non sequitur.
No, I think it was a galaxy and a reality. But I gotta go.
I mean, ironically, like one way to view it, like if our eye is spherical and we're seeing in like, let's just say a hemisphere because you can't see below the ground. So ironically, like there's a radius value of your spherical field of vision that is limited at the extinction point beyond which the ground and sky can be seen. It's like the limit of the sphere of your vision. And they've converted that and inverted that into trying to say that that's the edge of a sphere of the Earth. They've just inverted the optics into the sphere Earth claim.
I was gonna say it's weird that like nobody, like obviously I know why a Glover's not gonna jump in and say, "Hey, buddy, like I say that we can't see curvature at the beach," and then another Glover will say, "Yeah, I saw boats go over the horizon." So like, which is it? How come they cannot get their story straight? Like all I have to do is ask Chucky if he ever came back, be like, "At what altitude do we see curvature?" And then he says 30,000. I laugh. He says at the beach. I laugh. He says 120,000. I say, "Well, you never went up to that height, so you've never seen curvature." So it's too easy. Or then you talk to Kosho, and then he's got all these computer calculations and GPS computer systems, and like you walk up to somebody on the street, you're not going to convince them that there's curvature because you got GPS off a bridge. Like that's not going to work. You're going to take them to the beach and be like, "Oh, the horizon seems flat and level, but it's actually curving, and that lighthouse you see, it's a mirage being lifted up. It's an illusion." And it depends how much you love the government, what you're going to believe, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really understand why these guys defend this so hard. It's like, if you're comfortable in it, just be like, "Yeah, those flat earthers are stupid. Just move on." Like, I don't really get it why they stick around for years. It makes sense.
Is there a thing around? I don't know if this will. I'm not trying. If we want to stay on the other, the horizon, we could stay.
Yeah,
psychological level, but just like on a more psychological level, just the idea that, do you think there's a thing where if somebody believes a lie, they must defend it whilst they're still believing it?
Well, because like why?
Well, like I'm just thinking, let's just say, I don't know, just like if they're unsure about it on some level, that whether it's true or not, even though they believe it, quote unquote, or they seem to be in the belief, is there some kind of like an impulse to defend it because they believe it? What I'm saying is that if they were confident, like if they were confident about it and had the truth, would there be any need to like continue fixating on something you're saying is false and defending that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're making the argument, like for instance, if you were to say they want to defend it because they want to see what the best rebuttal is to the position, just to see that if the best rebuttal isn't convincing, then they can be like happy in their position. That I could see that, but I don't know if that's what you're saying.
I got an answer. It's almost like they're going to claim, some of them claim like it's a moral position. Well, you can't teach your children lies, and you're putting me in jeopardy by not going to the doctor and getting the government recommendations. And then just like Whitsitt said earlier today, 5 hours ago, about the atheists claiming moral high ground when they don't even believe in morals or an objective morality. So they're defending it because it's their religion, and obviously like we're standing in the way of their evolution into the aliens and to the metaverse, and we're threatening their progress in their minds.
I mean, I have to say, like, Gio, please tell me if we can't talk about the Mexican beer germ. I'm happy not to talk about it if you don't want me to.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know where the boundary is. I mean, on YouTube. So whatever, whatever discretion you have, code words, whatever. I mean, I figure if YouTube boots us, they boot us, but
right. Okay.
I'm not going to enforce anything other than just, whatever you think.
Right. Okay. Well, I was just going to say, actually, not specifically to do with that, but in a more general sense, I was watching a World Cup game the other day on a dodgy stream, and it just happened to be from a US TV station. And what I was shocked by is when you watch UK TV, like no one's talking about it anymore. It's like the Mexican beer germ is a thing of the past. No one talks about it anymore. But when I watched the US stream, every advert was like, come and get your free Fauci ouchie, or, come and get the season to, inject yourself with a bunch of rubbish. Like, literally, there was like maybe 10 to 15 adverts across the 2 or 3 breaks that they had. I was just amazed. Like, you guys are still under that psychological pressure.
Interesting. So they're doing it by zones or something, or by areas.
Yeah, because we haven't heard about it for years now. It's like it's been people mention it in passing, but we don't see it on the TV anymore.
Huh.
It was all over the news this morning.
Like you said, with targeted by zones, like my area was targeted with the harshest restrictions in North America because there was towns out here that had 10 or 20% rate, so therefore they needed to punish them and try to force them. So whether it be America or just localized small areas, it is a targeted. There's the places being targeted for sure.
Yeah. Anyway.
I mean, not to go all into that topic per se, but I mean, in my viewpoint in general, like people do get sick. I hadn't been sick in years, but I was sick the last week. I got something, and it was kind of respiratory. I think it may have been RSV, respiratory syncytial virus or whatever. That's what it seems like it may have been. But I haven't been sick in many, many years, and I caught this thing, and it's been pretty brutal. Like I was kind of knocked out for a couple of days there, just coughing and body fatigue and stuff. And I mean, we've all had sicknesses like that. So I mean, illnesses do exist in general, and it can be brutal in some cases. I mean, the thing I went through was maybe like a cold, like a bit worse than a cold, but it was respiratory as well. And I am getting over it. I'm probably 80-90% over it now. But I've kind of been away from Discord a little bit for the last week or so, just kind of recovering from that. So all I'm saying on that topic is that, I mean, people do get sick, obviously. And so I guess all I'm trying to throw out there is like, not that my opinion has changed just because I got this little sickness the last week on this, but I guess part of me does want to have compassion for people that are afraid to get sick, and they think that the juice or whatever is the thing that's going to protect them. Now, whether there be, all the possibilities of what that is or isn't, or, I'm just saying like there could be a perspective of having some compassion for just people who, they don't know maybe if there is something out there and they're trying to do what they think they need to do to protect their health.
Can I just say something? Hey guys.
See, I can agree.
Hello.
Yeah, I can agree with that, but in a way, like they're trying to say, like, why don't they stay home? Why do they have to like stop the world? Like they can technically stay home and do the things to get so they have to punish the world because they're inferior. But I agree, we do need to have some compassion for all people.
Yeah,
well,
I sorry guys, can I just cut in? Everybody knows, it's the World Cup, it's the Football World Cup at the moment. It's going to be the final on Sunday. And breaking news is that 3 French players can't play on Sunday because of a mysterious outbreak of a virus.
Oh yeah, that was Varane and Kanate, wasn't it? They're out.
Yeah, and there was a player that couldn't play the semi-finals. So those guys are playing the narrative. The whole world is looking at this shit, right? The football, and they're saying that they're showing that players have viruses, right? and you can't play on Sunday's final. So they're going to get ahead with the narrative that there's going to be another virus coming soon. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say about the compassion thing. I mean, I sort of agree and I sort of disagree, because on the one hand, yeah, you should have compassion for your fellow man. Totally get that. But you like what's happening to us is that we are having our compassion weaponized against us, right? And so from that perspective, it's unfortunate, but we actually have to be on guard against having our own emotions being used to manipulate us.
Yeah, they do it in many ways. Like, say, like the hardcore pushers of it, they're gonna say, "Go get your government required things. Go do it." Yet, for humanity, to save humanity. Yet these are the same people who promote abortions, who are for wars, who are for like feminism and all these like. So like you're claiming to take the moral high ground and want to protect humanity when you support the murder of innocent babies and you support wars for profit. So I mean, it's kind of hypocritical in that sense.
It's kind of scary, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, there's a lot of contradictions and there's a lot of complexity as well in terms of just health in general, and then the fact that just illness in general, and then the claimed solution for said illness. So yeah, there's a lot of layers and complexity, and then the impact, and that, like Crypto was saying, like, or like, yeah, like or maybe Northern, you were saying, like the limitations as well. Like if somebody has a fear about that, you know, like if somebody has OCD or whatever, and they're hyper OCD and they want to like wear gloves and masks and stuff, is it fair for them to demand? Now, it's one thing if you're in their house or whatever, maybe you play by their rules, but yeah, it does start to borderline on that thing of like, how much does someone else need to go out of their way to deal with someone else's fears, essentially?
Exactly.
And the answer should really be, it's
like,
up to them.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Like, it's up to them if they want to even indulge you at all.
Well, it's like the pronouns thing as well. That's kind of seems somewhat linked. Yeah, like we have to do that. And someone said the other day, like, what if somebody did? What if someone said their pronoun was Your Highness? So every time you address them, you have to say Your Highness. You know, is that fair to demand that everybody has to call you Your Highness or, you know, King?
Yeah.
You know, I identify as, you know, someone says they identify as King or whatever. Do you have to call them King?
Well, yeah. I mean, also, I've used the example of racist terms before. So if I identify as a racist term, you have to use that, even though it would go against your own personal ethics. I mean, it's just silly, isn't it? But that's essentially what they're saying is you have to go against your personal ethics. I'm compelling you to do it. Okay, well, you can't do that.
Anyone watching that SpaceX launch tonight? I mean, it wasn't long ago. I'm probably a little over 600 miles from Cape Canaveral, and I was looking at this thing earlier, and it's flying parallel. So, what's the deal with that?
Can you post it in the chat?
I was on the side of the road, so I drove up to the store, and I'm looking at something I've never seen in this area, and I watch flights, you know, go all the time through this similar path.
Where are you based, in Florida?
I'm not in Florida. I'm over 600 miles from Florida, but so if the launch is in Cape Canaveral, how long should that thing be flying parallel, man?
It's going to the Bermuda Triangle, is it? Your opinion? I can't say that because I'm over the other half of the world, you know. I can't say that. But yeah.
I remember one time we were asking for any footage of a rocket going directly from the ground into outer space, and Kosho posted this one. I forget if it was from SpaceX. I don't even know where he found it, but it basically showed the rocket just going straight up. straight up out, which is not even what they claim. They do claim it kind of curves, but the one he showed that he claimed was real was literally shot straight up.
Well, what I'm looking at, and I took a few pictures, but it doesn't do it any justice at all. And I did it with another phone. I was on the side of the road, but when I'm looking at it in the sky and it's parallel and it's starting to gradually go up, there's a trail behind it. And of course it has that, where it's just pushing and you can see for miles, this outline of above it and below it just pushing. So I'm looking at the trail behind it. I pull over, I start taking pictures. The trail starts to disappear. But what's so funny is I keep driving, I drove south. So I kept driving south. And the trail is more visible further away from it. And it looks like the sky is opened up and it's really bright. At one point, there was a kind of like someone blew a smoke ring with the trail. The trail was quite zigzagged. It wasn't straight, uniform. And you could tell it came from, the earth. But yeah, it was very strange how it was, flying parallel, and it's over 600 miles from where it took off. So
is your eyewitness? We can't go up that high, so it has to go parallel to the terrain of the earth. We can't go into the. I don't know if it is a firmament. I don't know what the fuck's up there. But we can't shoot rockets up that high. Is that what you're saying? It has to go parallel. Branch in the chat, you posted something of a rocket. What's that? Is that a real thing or is it just a fake thing? Rocket launch.
I would say that in the beginning, NASA probably did try to shoot real rockets, but then they always ended up exploding and not doing what they wanted to do. Therefore, they switched it to pretty much completely all CGI, in my opinion. Or they maybe they do have a physical rocket that launches and curves and goes and lands in the Bermuda Triangle. But every time I watch a rocket launch, it's always cuts and edits, and it's never going to be live streamed from the video footage I want to see, or from the angles I need to see.
It just got me thinking. All those launches we've seen with the Go Fast rocket, where you can see it launch from the ground and there's a camera facing straight down and you can see the ground below it where it launched from as it goes up and up and up. Shouldn't the ground below it start to move to the left or to the right as soon as that launch happened, like going by their science?
Absolutely right. If you're at, let's say, the equator, the ground should be turning 1,000 miles an hour to the right. You think of
so if you were to do a launch from there with one of those and have the camera facing straight down, then from the moment it launched, you should see the ground just start moving, left or right or up or down or whatever, depending on the orientation of the camera. But you should see the ground immediately start to move for the moment the rocket launches.
Well, even Ramsey seen a rocket launch from Florida, okay? So Florida, what would it be? On a globe model, it'd be what? 800 kilometers an hour?
But if the rocket has the same momentum and the atmosphere has the same momentum, it's all moving together. Why would you expect to see that?
No, because
but that's the thing. That's what they claim, is that these rockets are moving so fast that they're actually they lose the momentum of the Earth, and that's why we see the curved path of the NASA launches. Yeah, that's their explanation for the curved path of the NASA launches.
No, that doesn't have anything to do with the momentum of the rocket. I mean, as far as having that tangential velocity, it doesn't. They don't lose that. I mean, they can power against it, like going due east or going against the rotation and things like that. But I mean, it isn't like when it leaves the ground, it suddenly loses that momentum.
But that's what they say it does, and that's how they explain why the curved path.
When a rocket launches, sorry, can I just say, when a rocket when a rocket launches from Florida, Cape Canaveral, it goes west. Okay, so it's gone with the curvature, the spinning Earth. It's gone with the spinning Earth, right? It's so we can still see it. So what's the story?
So that means it is losing its
the whole
its momentum that it had when it was on the surface. Otherwise, you wouldn't see a deviation.
Technically, you could throw a ball up wherever you are on Earth, except for maybe the poles on the globe model. But you could throw a football up straight up, and it should never land back into your arms, because if Earth is spinning, it's spinning under every single thing that you throw that is in the air.
Yeah, but
And we
also
all
in that
know
situation, you'd have winds that would be 1,000 miles an hour to the west at the equator, and then gradually less and less.
But you know, at the equator, when it's a 0 mile per hour wind, the Globers claim it's 1,080. Like it makes no sense. If it's a zero mile per hour wind at the equator, it's a 0 mile per hour wind.
Yeah, as
Not
if all
1,000.
the gases are exactly perfectly attached to the ground.
No, but
not perfectly attached, but as a whole, yes, the atmosphere does move with the Earth.
But when we see a rocket launch, the baller say, yeah, you can see the rocket is tilted because it's not actually tilted because the Earth is spinning. That's a lot of bollocks, that as well. You know what I mean? Like, it's all going into the Bermuda Triangle.
Well, the guy was talking about throwing the ball up. I mean, there is a slight effect depending on. I mean, you'd have to throw it really fucking way up in the air to realize any change due to any rotation or Coriolis or whatever. But I mean, it's just like me tossing this bottle of water up and down in my truck. It doesn't slam against the back. It it lands right back down in my hand.
Is your truck an open or closed system?
It's a closed system.
Exactly. Your globe Earth is an open system, so it's a false analogy.
Okay. We could go on and on about that, but that's a whole nother story.
No, a lot of Globers always do that. What about in the train when I jump and this and that? Well, those are closed systems. Let's do a convertible plane. Let's do a convertible train, like open system versus closed system. So we're talking about the globe Earth open system.
But then the plane and the train is moving at a relative speed to the air around it, and then you've got to contend with the wind blowing in your face, where on the Earth, with the atmosphere moving with it, you don't have that contention.
But you guys know the Earth can't be flat, right? You understand that?
I'm sorry?
The Earth can't be flat.
I'm having trouble understanding you, Gadget.
Yeah, sorry. It's probably my mic. Is the mic good or what? You guys understand that the Earth can't be flat.
Can I have a mic check?
Hello, mic check.
There's Matrix.
Like, we have mountains, we have valleys under the sea, we shit like that are proven the Earth can't be flat. You understand that, guys?
Have you guys heard of the black goo?
There's like two theories. There's the black goo theory, the white goo, and the gray goo theory, some shit like that.
No. There's this black goo, right? That scientists have recently discovered, and what it can do is it can, basically, it's a liquid that can engulf an entire object. So, like, let's say you had a basketball and you pour this black liquid onto it. The black liquid will literally cover the entire basketball. And so that's a really good demonstration of Earth globe, because this liquid is not seeking level. It is not dropping off of the basketball. It's sticking onto the basketball and it's remaining there. So again, if a liquid like that can do that, why can't water?
The problem is we're talking about a liquid like that. We're talking about something that is in water. So in that specific analogy that you gave makes sense, but when you compare it to simple plain water, it doesn't.
Yeah, you're just taking a more viscous liquid, which isn't analogous. It's really simple. Right.
He knows he's trolling.
I'm not.
He's a
I'm not
notorious
trolling,
troll.
bro. What do you mean I'm trolling?
Oh shit!
By the way,
You're saying what's the difference between pouring a glue on a basketball
It's not a
and water on a
glue.
basketball? I would
It's
say they're
liquid. What? It's liquid. Okay.
Hey, can I give you a piece of friendly advice? Just so you know that if you are constantly like lying and making stuff up, your body will experience a state of anxiety. And
No, you can Google this yourself. You can
Hey, I'm just
type in
trying to.
black goo liquid, and you'll
hang
find
on.
the exact experiment.
I'm trying to give you a piece of advice, okay? Although I get that you may
I
think
don't
it's
want
fun,
your piece of advice. Keep it to yourself.
you're gonna have to hear it though, man. So, even though I know you
I'm
think it's
gonna
like
deafen
fun
myself.
and entertaining and all that, I'm just trying to. He deafened.
Nah, but listen, in that sense, I know he might have used it like a weird joke or whatever, but there are some old conspiracies talking specifically about goo, right? They have like the gray goo theory, they have the black goo theory, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, something like the red or white goo theory. But these are things that have been circulating around the internet for a while. I saw this years ago, so he's not wrong in that sense. What he's using it for and applying it for, yeah, he's making a joke.
Yeah, he wanted to get us off of just making fun of the globe and how dumb it is to like interjecting this black goo on a basketball similar to water's theory. So
Okay,
it's entertaining, I guess.
Is Satan Witsit done? Is the satanic guy done talking?
When you lie a lot, your body experiences
Oh, okay.
anxiety, and you can get sick. It's actually been proven you
I
can
can't
get
listen to the
ill.
Satan. I can't listen to
You're gonna get ill
It's
if
so
you
funny how you can't listen to the truth, man. That's
I'm
so
actually not
funny.
joking. Like I really do. I'm concerned for people that lie a lot. Like, because I think
Yeah,
it
he
really will
knows.
like make you sick.
Okay, is the Satanist still talking?
The funny
Is
thing
the-
is he knows,
is the
and
Satanist still talking?
he knows, and he's just in denial, and he doesn't want to hear the truth.
No. He's
funny.
he's actually a Satanist, and I have there's a video on this guy exposing him for being a Satanist. So I'll be
Can you
very
drop it
careful
in the
with this
chat?
guy.
Yeah, says the guy who calls him.
From the
Says the
moment
guy.
you identify that this person is as you describe them to be, then
They
just
are
let it
literally a
go and that's
Satanist.
it.
So
Forget
be very
about it. Move
careful.
on.
Says
Can you
the
drop it in the
guy
chat? I'm
whose
actually interested in.
name says the guy whose name is Jesus and his username is Satan. I worship #3731. Like, you're a troll, dude.
No.
Very
This guy.
boring.
There's a video that's been
You're
exposed of being a
boring.
Satanist.
It's all good. It's all good about the guy debunking. But are you coming from the aspect that the Jesus Christ is actually Satan and everybody's worshiping the devil when they should be worshiping God? Is that from where you're coming from?
For me?
Yeah. Is that what you're accusing Wizard of being a Satanist?
He's coming from
Look, I'm
Iceland.
saying flat Earth is a satanic belief. Because Satan is, the father of lies. So what he would do is he would take truth and he would invert it and he would spread it to vulnerable people like you.
Hang
And
on.
he was saying,
How
"Oh wait,
do you
it's
know?
not
How do you
actually.
know
It's
which
flat.
one's the
It's this.
lie?
It's that."
How do you know which one's the lie? The flat Earth
Let me
or the
finish.
globe?
Let me
How
finish.
do you know which one?
Let me finish. Satan
how
is
do
the
you know
father
which
of.
one is the
Let me
lie?
finish.
That would have been the obvious follow-up
Oh my
question.
god.
But if you would have let him finish.
Again, let me finish. So Satan is the father of lies, right? He would take truth and he would invert it, and then he would spread it to people who are considered vulnerable within a society. And this character here, I'm not going to say his name because he's a clearly Satanist. He spreads falsehood, and you guys eat it up, right? Because Satan is very good at spreading lies, and people believe Satan and what he has to offer. and you guys are just eating up everything this guy's saying without thinking for yourself because he's Satan. He is the devil.
Give an example.
Oh
So would
man.
you?
He already gave an example. Don't worry about it. Listen, so are you sure that the thing that you believe was true and the thing that we believe is the lie? How do you differentiate that?
Because the people of God, because the people of God, because the people of God. Let me finish. The people of God know the earth is a globe. They.
All right,
Say,
Cooper, go ahead.
dude, do you know? Do you remember why you were banned from 24/7?
Let me
And
finish.
how do you know that those people are of
No,
God?
we're not moving on from that.
Let me finish.
Do you remember why you were banned from 24/7?
Why are you changing the subject?
This is the same reason you've been banned.
No. Let me finish. You keep over talking me.
Can someone just mute this guy? He's not here in good faith.
Just let him finish already.
Bro, he's gonna waste your time. The warning's been given. You can have your time wasted if you want.
Yeah, there is no finish. This dude will talk for 4 hours as long as you'll entertain his like trolling.
I remember this guy now. I remember him.
He's not the only one that will go on for hours, bro.
Just give him.
Matrix, then go to a separate room and talk to him about his little fantasies about how
And give
humans
him-
aren't humans,
give him
they're
2
all
minutes.
actually robots and no one exists and everyone
Can you
else
give
is a
him- can you give him
Satanist,
2
but actually
minutes?
he worships
That's it.
Satan and Satan's the good guy and never mind, he's the bad guy and he literally just makes stuff up to troll and you're like taking it all serious.
It sounds to me like it's just deeply paranoia. Deep
No,
paranoia.
he's a troll who has mastered the way of bringing something forward as if he's saying it with.
Can I actually finish my
As
point?
if he's saying it as if he really believes it. He's not believing what he's
No,
saying.
you
He's
guys
just
aren't
making stuff
listening
up
to what
by the
I'm
go.
saying. You're not listening.
He's-
Listen to what I'm saying.
I know
Listen to
him
what
from 24/7. He did this in a biblical talk. He completely destroyed a conversation I had once with his weird trolling sentences about the
I'm
Bible.
not trolling. I'm here to give you guys a warning. Be very careful. People like
You're
this
a
guy
troll.
down there. He's a demon. Okay, he sounds like a demon.
No, the
You
next
guys
thing
can't
he's
even
going
tell
to
me
make
by
up.
that.
I jumped in late. Who are you guys talking about? I jumped in late. Who are you talking about?
He says I'm
I think-
actually a Satanist.
Yeah, I don't like that type of conversation myself.
I jumped in late. Who are you guys talking about?
I just answered you.
This is
I'm
just
sorry.
funny.
Who?
Me. He said I'm a Satanist.
I'm a Satanist. Okay, that's literally his name. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, he's saying Witsit, me. He says that I'm a Satanist.
And the demon.
And I asked who are you? I jumped in late. Who are you
His
guys talking
screen
about?
name is Jesus.
Okay. Got you. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. This dude jumped on Jaren's stream and it was hilarious. Jaren just humiliated that dude. It was hilarious.
So his name is Jesus, and he likes to call people Satan.
His screen name is I worship Satan or something.
Okay, yeah.
He also called me. He also called me a Satanist once when I was in biblical talk with him, and like he has like weird looks at scriptures and so forth. Like, it's just trolling, man. He literally.
Is that the guy? Is that the guy that was
So it's
begging
just his
to be
flex.
unmuted? That's the guy that was begging to be unmuted earlier today, so that
Yeah.
way he could talk.
Well,
Okay.
the first time he came in here, he told us when we let him go on forever, dude. That's why I think Matrix is just so off here. I don't know why. This dude went on for hours the first time he was in here. He told us that actually we're like almost no one is human. And there's only like a few people in the world that are actually human. And he's actually met them. And they don't know they don't lie, they don't steal, they can't do anything wrong. They don't even know what that means. And that they took him into into their society to show him around.
Wow. So he's like full blown crazy.
He's just trolling.
It's just trolling, man. It's just these I can do this also, man. I can also start sounding serious while I make stuff up by the go.
But this is bad for your spirit, right? That's what
Yeah,
I was trying to
it
say. Is that like, although it's just a joke to this guy or whatever, like when you lie a lot and you deceive a lot, like it's bad for like you can actually like scientifically speaking, when your body's in a state of like anxiety. When you think about it, if you're lying, you're constantly shifting around trying to keep up with your lie and add to the story. it's actually, I'm not even joking. I think it will actually make you like seriously sick. I think it will actually mess with your body. So I was actually just trying to help him out.
But with it, you have to think about it. They do this to try to discredit the what's the word I was, oh my god, I just had it. They're trying to discredit the validity of these conversations that we're having here, because they don't want people to take this realm seriously, even though we're over here spitting truth. They want to try to make people think that we are stupid and crazy, and we will follow and believe the dumb shit. So they make up dumb shit for people to like listen to lend an ear to. But in all reality, they're just trying to discredit it at the end of the day.
When you hard enough, right? When you remove the globe, where do you draw a line at being crazy? Because we've all came up thinking that we lived in a spinning world, possibly came forth by a big bang, right? If you
True.
Hold on. If you remove that from the nature of our reality, who's to say what is crazy?
Well, Matrix, there's a fundamental difference between what he was doing and what you've described. Like, the globe is a collective delusion given to the masses via propaganda, right?
Correct.
What he's doing is just taking the piss out of you and seeing how far he can string you along. It's very different.
By the way, my comment wasn't in defense of him. I'm just in general, right? Who's to say what is crazy in general?
No, but this is my point, is that he is doing something fundamentally different to the collective delusion. So, I mean, I would say the collective delusion is crazy because you're believing something without any evidence. Whereas he's not crazy, he's just taking the piss.
Yeah, he's just being genuinely dishonest and in his own beliefs, only to make this whole conversation look like a crackpot, to discredit the actual arguments being spoken about. And a lot of people do that. They try to do that to make like I said, to discredit these conversations, and it's not cool. I don't agree with that. It's not cool, and we have to stop that.
Think about this as well, right? Think about the amount
I would
of
say,
time.
to be fair,
Sorry, go on. Are you still going? Or?
No, I was just gonna say, like, to be fair, like, he made the globe look stupid. He did nothing to hurt Flat Earth or anything. All he did was make himself look stupid and lie, and like, he did nothing to help the globe. So it was just, yeah.
He was trolling.
This is what he's doing. Yeah, he's first of all, he's got us infighting. Second of all, he's got us all talking about this completely irrelevant bullshit that, honestly, I wish everyone here in this room knew how to spot a troll instantly, and we could just mute him and move on. So why don't we just do that?
He's just a wrench in the gears, as always. As always.
Let's just pretend he doesn't exist and just go back to what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
That part about him meeting the humans and all that shit sound crazy as fuck. But there's a lot of like engineering that you could find like in scripture, and a lot of authors talking about in the past. Who knows? Who knows how much they fucking modified our shit by now? You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's the craziness that he's trying to say. I'm not defending him. I'm just hearing the alternative.
Just taking the piss out of you, bro.
We were making fun of rockets and how Earth doesn't spin underneath anything in the air, and he has to try to jump in and try to derail it.
Yeah.
There you go. That makes more sense, that someone's trying to derail a valid point than speaking about most humans aren't human, because last time I checked, every single person I know is human. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I have a small circle. I don't know.
Did you dissect them?
Oh, hold on. There's an interesting meaning for the word human in an old law dictionary, and they call it is synonymous to monster. So human, which is hue, color of man, is synonymous with monster. You might rethink the whole "we all human" thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just saying. Human, to my understanding, is a a male or female that has a certain chromosome in the DNA, and we are a specific species that is what it is. But if someone wants to take that argument outside of that, parameter, well, go ahead. I guess it is what it is.
I was gonna say it's a slippery slope when you start saying, "Oh, this person's crazy. What he's saying, shut him up, mute him, let's move on." Like that, I was always under the assumption that's like the worst fucking thing you can do.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. Yeah,
Regarding
because
this
all
person,
you have to do is put the truth into the package that people say it's crazy, like they do, like everybody says they do with flat Earth, and then everybody goes, "Oh, it's crazy. Mute it, ban it, shut it down." Right? If it's crazy,
regarding
just
this
let it go.
person, he literally made up things why he was going on. So first he claimed that Witzit was a Satanist, then the next time he said he was a demon. By that, I was here for like 5 minutes. You should have the discernment to know that these people are literally not serious. They are trolling.
I wasn't here for that.
If
you shouldn't need to mute them.
If someone comes in, sure you need to mute them because they confuse people. These are the people who confuse people who have yet not understood much, and they may be coming in here listening to a normal conversation, and then there's a guy talking about this guy is a demon, and all the people who proclaim flat Earth are Satanists, and this and that. It will confuse people who are really here to learn. And we know this guy from another Discord where he also did the same thing with some other stories he made up by the go. And it doesn't benefit anything. It doesn't bring any fruit forward.
Well, let me say though that the thing is, if I'm listening, right, and let's just say I don't know, and I'm listening, and it sounds crazy, I want to be able to be like, you know what, that sounds crazy. You don't need to shut him up. The fact that he's talking crazy, right? If he's talking crazy and he can confuse people, that's a problem. That means the people listening don't have good discernment. So you need to have all of the conversations out there so people can hear them and then be like, you know what? That one's bullshit. That one's bullshit. This one's bullshit. You can't just mute all the fucking ones you think are bullshit and then people have nothing to choose from. That's how they get no discernment because they're not getting any other stories that they can compare to.
I second that. All right, here's a thought. How about we stop talking about the individual, which he left already, and how about we start a brand new conversation and forget all that bullshit that he tried to, How about we do that instead of just talking about?
Yeah, we're not talking about him though. We're talking about the idea of bringing something that 99% of people think are crazy. Well, but he was bringing something that you guys say are crazy. I say shit that you people think are crazy all the time, right? So, but just I'm just saying, I don't think it's a good idea. I was here.
Were you in the room? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much value did that guy bring? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much value did that guy
does a baller bring? Like a baller doesn't bring any value.
So let me say this. Let me say this from the outside.
The debate is what brings the value.
So let me say this from the outside looking in. I would say that if he's trying to call Witzit a demon, then I would say, well, Witzit is probably one of the most out of everybody that has fallen away from the ball earth in doctrine. I would say that Witzit's probably the front leader, for lack of better words. And if somebody's gonna say that guy's a demon, I would say that sounds like the enemy trying to persuade everybody from the truth, because clearly Witzit's the truth. No different than
you. But to you, clearly he's the truth. But isn't that's a subjective thing that you think Witzit's telling the truth? I don't believe Witzit tells the truth on everything. So
and that's fair. That's fair. But if someone's trying to tell you he's a demon, like that,
give me the evidence.
Let's hear it.
Instead of passing judgment on these other people, why don't you just show that their arguments or that their points are meaningless or wrong or completely ridiculous? Just show it to everyone, expose it.
To me, listen.
This is like the Twitter
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Let me finish.
One at a time, guys. Let me finish. To me,
I
know.
Yeah, I know, but he just jumped in. But listen, to me, that only solidifies my position. When someone starts speaking nonsense upon somebody that is clearly intellectually just smashing the opposition, right? Like, let's say you have a horse in the race, okay? And you bet on them. And all of a sudden, someone starts talking shit about that horse on the race that you bet on. You are not going to ever believe anything that person says because it's going against someone that you have logically decided. No, this person's good right here. This person, that's my man. That's my nigga. That's the
That
money
doesn't mean they're
maker.
wrong. That doesn't mean
No,
they're
no,
wrong,
no.
right?
Well,
That doesn't mean that they're. It doesn't mean
it
they're wrong.
doesn't
It
mean they're
just
not going
means
to win
that.
the race. It doesn't
Hold on, no
mean they're
wait. It
not going
just
to win the
means.
race.
But it just means you have a stake in a horse, and if somebody's like, "Hey, that horse sucks," you take it personally because you have a stake in it. But that horse might.
You're right.
Hold on. And that horse might suck, and your bias might be preventing you from seeing that horse sucks.
Yeah,
so
you're
it
right.
is
You're right
always
about
better. Okay, so let me just. So it is always better to allow the person to speak and say what he's got to say, and then you could just be like, you know what, you're wrong, bro, because or show me.
No.
Than to just say, shut him up, mute him, put him in a box.
Well, let me say this. You're right about that part, but then I will fill in the gap that's missing, and it's this: that you will know them by their fruits. You will know them by their testimony. You will know them by the truth that they're speaking. So when
That's why you
they're
let
in
them do it.
when they're in the same page and they are speaking truths, then there's no negating that. There's no going against that. There's no reason to go against that because the truth is the truth and it stands alone, no matter who's supporting it. If
Not to
on,
mention, you don't have the right. He doesn't have the right to pass judgment on someone else and then stop the whole conversation that everyone's having so that he can proclaim to all of us his judgment on someone else. It's a total distraction, and it's just avoiding like dealing with the point that the person brought up and just attacking their character. It's fucking stupid and a waste of time.
Ramsey, you're right because guess what? Ramsey, it's easy. It's go ahead.
Thank you. The point is that I know this guy from another server. He's an obvious troll. If you guys want to put up with that stuff, that's fine. But he's gonna waste your time all day, right? If you want to deal with that, fine. But don't drag the rest of us through it with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just wasted the last 15 minutes already, and what have we got? Nothing. Nowhere.
Ramsey,
Why are we still talking about this guy? Move on.
Ramsey, just to piggyback on what you said, I agree what you're saying, and even allowing somebody to spout out these nonsensical freaking accusations, it doesn't match up. It just doesn't match up with what he said. So even why we're even giving him the time of day baffles me, but that does happen every now and then. I'm just saying. It's just nonsense to even allow him to make these accusations. Clearly, Whitsitt is not a demon. Clearly.
Let's just go back to the previous conversation. This is going to keep going if we keep on bringing it up. Just go back to the previous conversation.
What were they arguing,
go
by
back
the
to
way?
making fun of the rocket and the lack of Coriolis effect on Earth.
Oh, you guys making fun of the rocket? Let me hear it. What was happening? I missed all that. What was the discussion?
Well, they're just discussing how the rocket always got to go parallel or goes to the side instead of up.
Oh, I'm pretty sure
the lack of Coriolis and the lack of Earth and the lack of Earth-based Coriolis effect.
I'm pretty sure a baller would say, "Well, it starts curving down because it's now going to orbit around Earth to build up this slingshot fucking momentum." Like, they're fucking stupid, bro. Like, come on, man. Like,
okay, let me just say this. Hold on. Is talking about a metal ball slinging in a circle around this Earth, is that any more ridiculous than talking about that there's a bunch? You know what I mean? I'm just That's all I'm doing. I'm just trying to put it out there. Like,
no,
I
yeah,
say one's just
right
as
on.
ridiculous
You're
as
spot
the
on.
other. And to be honest, it's a
No, but
little more interesting to talk about.
but the thing
human
is, guys,
things.
the thing is that it is a legitimate argument because we are shooting rockets up there, and y'all
That's
have an argument against it, and it's reality that we're talking about. So it is a legitimate discussion.
no,
But they
it's
fall back down.
falling in a circle is not a legitimate argument, right? Like I can't show you like a dropping. I can't. And when we're talking, I can't be like, hey, look, check this out. I can make this thing fall in a circle. Like that
Yeah,
idea goes against everything because we know that things fall straight down. So to say, oh, but if there was only a few humans and they couldn't lie and they couldn't tell the truth, or you know what I mean, then maybe this ball can go around the earth. It's the same stretch of the imagination.
You know the woman who got the credit for doing the math, right? And they just made a movie about her not long ago. So
Yeah, the black lady.
I watched this interview with this lady, and one of the things she said was just hilarious. She said, "Yeah, I love math so much. Even when I wash dishes, I used to count the dishes I would wash." And I'm thinking,
I do
really?
that.
Yeah, but I
count
mean,
I
come
count
on,
I
bro.
count
Didn't she do like 3% of the program?
I count
She did like
everything.
virtually none of the actual maths, did she? It was like 3% or something, and most of it was done by two other guys. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, I believe so. They just made the movie about her. The man said it earlier, the black lady. And
Oh,
yeah,
I thought it was this girl in the chat. Look at that stack. Like, really? Come on. That's like comical. The stack of papers. That's how they went through that to find where. Oh, okay. Where's the next move? Hang on. Let me just look through these 1 million papers to find the next document for the trajectory.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all for show.
They want you believing that it takes that amount of calculations to come up with an answer.
It was the movie called The Black Lady?
What?
I might watch
Black
that
Lady?
tonight, my girl.
Tropic Thunder? Are you talking about Tropic Thunder?
No.
By the way, right the hand, I just want to say that very often I do not, I don't always agree with you, but often I do, and I agree with you this time. Your sentiment about the overall point. But yeah, but back to the the orbits.
Coach, so please don't ever tell me that you agree with me. You just ruined my night, dude.
Well, you know, people, the people. It's often actually. There's times I have to actually admit to other people that I got some respect for you, in very odd ways. But
movie is Hidden Figures.
Yeah, I know it's Hidden Figures. I know. And also, I want to apologize to Gio. I may have been short with you earlier, just because I was annoyed with someone else. So I apologize. But back to the point at hand is, it's interesting that like I've understood orbits for maybe 15, 20 years since I learned about how they work. And I had an intuition about them that I found out the other day was actually incorrect. When me and Bacon were discussing it with everybody in here. So orbits, I mean, they actually intuitively they follow from regular mechanics. But if I were to explain it to you in that intuitive way, it would actually be incorrect because it's slightly less intuitive than I first thought.
So you're saying the fundamental building block that the ball heliocentrism is founded on is counterintuitive?
Well, no, it's just that the simple way of explaining it is not entirely correct. Like it used to be easy enough to say that if you think that the Earth curves at 8 inches per mile squared, like if you think the Earth's a ball and it curves at 8 inches per mile squared, and everything falls at the same rate, then if you drop something and it's falling and it's going horizontally fast enough, then by the time it would fall and hit the ground, it would have traveled horizontally far enough to where the Earth had curved away enough to where it's got more room to fall. If that makes any sense.
Wasn't that Jeremy's point about like how, if something will take longer to fall when it's like a bullet should take longer to fall because there's the greater distance that it's falling, right? Isn't that
Right.
the whole,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the basis.
That was my intuition too, though. I mean, that was the way I understood it for most of my life. It's just not, it's not correct. It turns out, but I mean, I'll probably continue to explain it in that way because it's easy. It's easy. It's partially true and it makes sense in your mind, but yeah,
But the
it's not
truth
so
doesn't
magical.
make sense. So the truth doesn't make sense so much. So instead of, to quote, the truth doesn't really make sense. So instead of going that route, you kind of you take a little bit of a detour, right? That, don't you think that's a little like deceptive?
No,
Like,
it makes just as much sense, to be honest with you. The truth does, but it's just that explanation is easier to grasp. So it's like if you're explaining it to somebody and you're hoping that they will accept it and be like, oh, okay, then that explanation works. Because like I said, I just used it just now, and I probably will continue, even though I now understand it's slightly different than that.
Would you say that like God creating everything from nothing is a little harder to grasp than evolution slowly forming things, right? Because that's how I see this thing going, is like, oh, I have this idea that's really out there, right? So I'm going to try and euphemize it a little bit to make it seem like it's not so ridiculous. Like, maybe it's just me, but that's what I'm getting from that.
I don't think that God made everything from nothing, but I do think that God wrote the rules of the universe, and it is actually kind of beautiful to think that only like less than 100 or less than 50 simple rules, not simple rules, but 50 rules, the entirety of the universe can, and people and evolution, all these things can come following it. I think that's kind of beautiful and interesting. It actually makes me more impressed by God than I would otherwise be if I thought he just made a snow globe and put people in it.
You're saying that creation is less impressive than evolution, or
no? I'm saying both are descriptions of creation. I'm saying that the description the one I accept, where God made these rules at the beginning and then set into motion some great energy and then dictated how it went forward by just those rules and not by any other influence. I think that that's kind of beautiful that through that 14 billion years ago, today you can have all this complexity and people talking about it. Like it's like a meta creation. It's like a creation talking about itself.
Yeah, it's like creation without the God, like, and that I know you believe in God, but the vast majority of people that believe in evolution, the whole reason is that it's the explanation without God, right? Like, evolution doesn't need God to create. Well, how did we get all these different things? You can have God created them, or they evolved from, each other, so to speak. So I think it removes God.
I think I completely agree with you. Actually, it's right at the hand, isn't it? But I think it's actually more of a meta story where they're saying, how did the whole universe come about, and how do we explain the whole thing godlessly? Okay, so we've got evolution, but evolution comes from the ball planet, which comes from the Big Bang, and it's almost like a timeline of godlessness.
Yeah, that's a good point. A timelessness of, and so all they really need God for is that macro second. That maybe he can exist for that fraction of a second. But after that, no, now it's all just science. It's just science from that point on.
Yeah.
It's easy enough
for people to discard the first moment as being an act of science as well, and then God doesn't need to exist, right?
Yeah, it's so much easier to push him out of the way when he's 14 billion years in the past and he only did this one snap of his fingers, right? Like, there's barely anything at that point.
Yeah, but can you imagine being a kid again and not understanding how the world works and seeing like spectacular things like people driving or I don't know, food
Yeah, become a flat earther, dude, and you'll be like, holy shit, everything's a lie, and you see it all with new eyes, right? Like, to me, life is just so amazing now. I'm like, holy shit, God fucking made me. Like, God made this somehow. That blows my fucking mind. I never really got that feeling with the whole from the cosmic explosion. Like, that wasn't nearly as impressive.
My point, though, is that when you're a child like that and you see these amazing things like cars driving or feasts being produced on a table or something, you just, maybe it's enough for you to just say, oh, well, my parents made this happen. I don't have to know how it happened or how it works. My parents made this happen. That's obviously not the full answer, because there's a complexity that goes into it, and maybe one day you learn to understand what that is. But it's easy enough to just go with, oh, my parents did this. That's how it got here. And that's kind of how most, like the people who are in science, who believe in God, like I do, it's not that they're trying to take God out of the universe, or like take God out of the equation. They're trying to find the answers. They're trying to find out how, like, what are God's rules?
Are they trying to understand God? Would you say that?
Exactly.
They're trying to understand him? You don't think that's a little... Yeah, you don't think that's the human ego, bro? Like, do you really think a human can understand its creator? Like, I don't think so. I just don't think that's possible.
Why not?
Too complex.
We could create robots with AIs capable of understanding things that we are incapable of understanding. So, and we understand the creation. So why can't we understand our creator?
I don't think AI understands anything. Like, because when a computer is always going to be a binary function, right? Like, you have 0, 1, or 1, and it does something. So it's never going to, quote, make a decision. It's always going to do what it's programmed to do. Like, it'll never be a human.
But Kosho, you're trying to compare what's the word I'm looking? My bad for even jumping in with the lack of words. You're trying to compare this mind of understanding compared to a mind of God's understanding, which is way far out and beyond, we can't even fathom what the understanding is, and we only know what we know, and we're limited.
How do you know
So
that?
how are you going to try to compare us creating AI or us creating a computer, and it's only going to do what we calculate it to do, or punching keys to do? How are you going to how will you even try to equate that to this crazy amount of other variables that God has put into creation itself, where there are things we still can't understand?
I didn't bring
I don't think I made that comparison. It was me.
I didn't bring computers, man.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a crazy amount of variables. I think it's a finite set of variables that we have to work with.
Well, but what I'm saying in the comparison to the computers, right? We use computers and AI to be able to calculate huge amount of numbers, things that we would take physically. We'll start writing these numbers down. It will take us a very long time, right? So we use these AIs to be able to do this in a quick instant, right? Which we are not able to do it. You know, only a few selected people are able to calculate big numbers in the head like that, right? So we use them to do these incredible things, right? And what I'm saying is we can't do those things, right? But it could do it, and we created it, and we understand it. So I don't see why we can't try to understand our creator, right? Who's to say that I don't think it's a matter of understanding it. I think it's a matter of accepting it. I think a lot of people, once they accept what God might be, because God might not be unicorns and rainbows, bro. He might just make slaves because he needed people. He needed workers. Feel me? If you accept the flat earth, you have to entertain the idea that maybe something made us here, or is keeping us safe here, or keeping something else safe away from us. Right? It isn't all rainbows.
Well, just to reiterate,
that was a speech given to like a 7th grade varsity football team. Okay, fine. Freshman year in high school.
It inspired me.
No, he's right though. It's not all rainbows. Dag nabbit.
Now people have the idea that God
Hey,
made
can I spoil something real quick?
Go ahead.
So he used human beings, which then wrote down stuff, and he summed it up in a book which we call the Bible. And yeah, there you can read about the creator.
Hey man, don't spoil it for me, dude.
But
No problem, man.
it will only be man's version of the creator, right? The
Exactly.
creator, whatever we call this creator, it
No,
didn't.
it's his version. He
No.
uses he doesn't use his own hands to write a book. He uses his creation to write a book to further give the praise back to himself. Because imagine you create the most precious thing which we are for him, and even make them do the work, even though I mean it's his work ultimately because he does it
himself.
through the ones who serve him, right? So Moses, for example, he served him, and so forth, right? These people were filled with the spirit of truth. It's the same way as when we are born again and saved, we are part of the body of Christ, which means that we are like every part of the body has a specific function. So everyone has a specific function regarding doing works through his impulses, right? So he does the work through you. You're like a tool, if that kind of makes sense.
But once
There's a bunch of your body that is
Spider-Man, Wolverine, every comic, every fictional character written down somewhere in the book, because Obi said, "Oh, God inspired me to do it." Right? How does one even begin to prove that?
Well, no, but actually, I agree with you, Matrix. But that it's man's interpretation of God. Obviously, there's no other way to view that because
It's the only thing it can be. It cannot.
yeah, exactly. Because God, and this is my opinion about God in general, is we are avatars. Because if they that God literally couldn't have written the Bible, not on his own. He doesn't have hands. He doesn't have, pen. He doesn't have this stuff. So he can only inspire people to do it, and they're limited by their interpretation.
Cultural, if you were to look at it like in a simulation kind of view, if anything to me, God is more like the algorithm, right? He's more like the laws of this place, the things that we have to follow. And if we follow these laws, we individually we would be successful.
Yeah, either the laws themselves or the creator of the laws. Yeah,
Exactly. That's more or less how I view God. Not that he's some sort of Apollo character in a high mountain grinding wishes. You know what I'm saying? Arbitrarily. No, I don't think that.
right. And I think that's one of our main purposes is being these avatars. Like I've talked to you about this before too, but about the internal dialogue people have with their physical urges versus some other thing, spirit. I think that other thing is that spirit, and it's fighting to influence you more than obviously your selfish urges.
100%. I would agree with that. I think me and you had this conversation. I think me and you agree on a lot of things.
Yeah. Because we did have this conversation. I remember we ended up agreeing with each other. But that's my philosophy about God, at least. And I don't think that the evolution or the Big Bang is contradictory to the way I understand God, at least.
The problem with me and the evolution is the billions and thousands, and I mean that stuff is it's like you have to believe it kind of thing because it's very disprovable, right? They can't prove the assertions of the rocks forming and all of that is just it's hyperbole. They can't prove it. So you could throw it out, you could accept it if you want.
Guys, I just want to say have a good night. Much love, and we see you around, guys. Goodbye.
It was nice listening to you.
Good evening, man.
Thank you.
Kosho is also interesting to me, the view that some people have of God, right? That somehow he created us and he loves us and he just created us to just do nothing here and just be treated like kings. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's all good and we're in a fairy tale and I don't think that's the case at all, bro. I'm a creator myself, bro. I create things out of necessity. And you know, once I create things, they're created. That need for me to create is gone, and I move on to the next. I doubt very much that a creator is different. You know what I'm saying? He might have needed to made us. He made us. Moved on to something else.
Right. Yeah. It's weird the way that it's described in certain stories that God has these emotions or it's almost like the errors that some men have, like with jealousy or spite or anger in this kind of way. Where I'm not sure that that makes sense.
It's called anthropomorphizing or something like that.
Anthropomorph. Yeah. I can't say it right now either.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much people depict God like if it was some sort of human, like it was a man, like if it's God is a jealous God, really? Why would a creator need to be jealous if he created everything? Where would the jealousy come from?
Yeah, I've always wondered that.
I just don't think it's the case. Yeah, I think that this goes back to what you were saying about man's interpretation. I think that all the Bible is inspired by God, but I think that when man is interpreting what he's inspired by, he's going to add in his own personal, the way he thinks, obviously, and that's the way that men think. They think that he's going to be jealous or whatever, you know. So I just think that
jealous God. Hey man, you don't like what you created? Come down, clean shit up.
And then he knows everything, but when something is going down in Sodom and Gomorrah, he has to go physically check what's going on because somehow he doesn't know everything. See, that doesn't make sense to me. If he's aware and knows everything, he wouldn't need to go physically to Sodom and Gomorrah because he would know what's going on. He would just pull the trigger, right?
Sure, yeah. That is an interesting story. But like I said, just because I'm Jewish, my dad's a rabbi. Actually, I come from a line of Jewish priests. I do adhere to the stories of the Bible, but I realistically have, at least the way I understand it, that these are true. A lot of these are true based on true events and stuff. But when people write things down after they've taken place and they've been spoken, the people embellish things and get things wrong, and fantasize. I mean, put things in there that may not be entirely accurate.
Especially the your people. I don't mean it in an offensive way, but they tend to revisionize history in their way. Revisionism is more or less what they believe what happened, right? What they think, their myths and their things. Not necessarily that it's the truth. They kind of take the truth and add a little bit of that Jew stuff in it. If you understand what I'm saying.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's already known fact that a lot of the events in the Bible are actually historical evidence, like Babylon and stuff like that. So it's just the details that I think are stretched a little bit.
Yeah, see, I think like things like physics and chemistry and all these things, I think these things has been figured out for a long time, right? These characters that they give us, like Copernicus or whatever the fuck, I think that's the Matrix's way of getting us to understand it. But I think these things already been figured out, since the beginning of time.
I mean, if they were figured out, then they were forgotten. So I don't know. Like I said, I have a personal, I think at least my purpose, I think our purpose here is to learn as much as we can, because I think that that's how the creator learns. As a collective.
Because the creator, I don't think the creator can experience. So more than likely, our reasons is just to experience, right?
Yeah.
Because more than likely, right, he's all calculating, but he possibly isn't all knowing, because until we make our decisions, he doesn't know what's gonna happen, but he can calculate.
I feel like homeboy. I feel like a homeboy ain't all there. That's what I feel like.
You come to the same conclusion I came to, which is I don't try to limit God, but obviously he's limited by we can hear things because we have ears, we could see things because we have eyes, right? So we can experience things. And I think that he's built up of our collective experiences and knowledge. Like that's his knowledge. Like the knowledge of God is the collection of all the people or lives that have ever lived.
100%, 100%. He can logically deduce what we might do, right? But I don't think he knows for sure until we do it. And then he recalculates again to adjust to whatever decision we make.
You know what? I wonder if this will catch on, this sort of belief.
What belief is that?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, it's already like Spinozism or Spinozism. How is it? I think it was called Spinozism. It's already a understanding. Like Spinoza had a belief that the entirety of the universe was a single entity, which he credited to God. So what do you call that again? Pantheism or something? I forget what you call that. Hold on.
It all seems to be just an arrogant search for something we think we're going to find.
Well, at the end of the day,
Is
it's
that a little
just
dark? I didn't mean to be so dark on that. I guess.
Yeah. It is. Pantheism is what it's called.
If you contemplate this topic long enough, it will get dark because, I mean, it's questions after questions. You answer one question and you unlock 10 questions. It does get very dark.
I mean, it's no different than any religion. I mean, they just have a more refined, specific detail of the same thing, that we're describing now. How did we get onto this? I think Right the Hand did this, dude. Because I think we were talking about orbit. And I don't know how we turned into God.
Hey, is there a thing? How do I say this? Is there something on Earth that I can find that orbits something else?
That's a good question. I gotta apologize to you as well because I said Geo started him, but I was being short with everybody I was talking to. But I do gotta run.
You're good.
But I will answer your question very quickly. Right. So short answer is no. There's no, not on Earth. I know they tried to do this experiment in space. I always wanted to, set something up where you could send something in orbit, but I found out they actually did try this. They sent something in orbit and try to, make an orbit and observe it and stuff while it's orbiting the Earth. But yeah, it's very difficult to.
Dude, stop tap dancing around this. Did they ever put anything into orbit on Earth or no?
He said no already.
He said no. He said no. But the reason I asked the question is because the word orbit specifically deals with sky stuff, right?
It's like geodesic. They make up their own bullshit. They have to make up their new bullshit terms. So
Well, hold on. So, I mean, I agree. They do, but check this out. With orbit, it's different because they needed a word for when you look up, those fuckers are moving up there. And what do we call that movement? And it's a pattern. Okay, we call that pattern a orbit, right? So it doesn't necessarily, to me, scream, oh, it's fake because it's about space in the sky. But I was just asking because, two things. it's unfalsifiable what's going on in the sky, right? So orbit, that to me it just means, well, yeah, but orbit's just kind of what it's not like I can say that's a type of orbit for this kind of deal and this kind of deal. I just needed a word for something that I saw, a phenomenon, and that's about it. And so we can't find anything doing what we say is happening in the sky on Earth. So how do we know what it's doing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro, that's what they do. It's like geodesic surveying. Just look it up. The definition is like they're in the word itself implies that it is curved already. So they clearly had to make that up to even get the people to think that when you fucking surveying the land is already curved with the word geo. That's what they do. That's the whole part of the mind fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, like atmosphere, right? Like they're just gonna throw sphere in there when talking about the air everywhere.
Yep.
Sneaky.
You just making up words or what, Coach? You guys making shit up?
And it's crazy because how does one combat like language, bro? Because you would have to make up a counter language to counter the bullshit, right? You can't compete with that. How are we gonna fight these people if they make up words, definitions, and shit?
Making up words. I hear you. Is that what happened, Coach? You made up words.
That's why the Globers have to be very creative in defending the globe Earth, because real science doesn't defend the globe Earth.
Everybody got their Christmas shopping already?
I've convinced myself I have another month before Christmas.
Yeah, I'm working on it, Matrix. I got one person. I got the most important person taken care of. Now just all the in-laws.
Well, this was the first year for a while that I was able to buy everything on time. I'm in debt up to my asshole, but at least I got everything.
Yeah, good for you. You're a better man than I.
Hey, so is it worse to be in debt up to your asshole, or to like the back of your teeth, or what? How bad is it when it's at your
And
asshole?
the asshole has the G spot, so it'd probably be better the asshole.
Oh God!
I heard if you owe the bank $100, that's your problem. If you owe the bank $100 million, that's their problem.
True story. And kids, when he said that's where the G spot is, it's just one of them. Okay. Moving right along.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna get rammed, might as well enjoy it.
Damn straight. Get it?
Actually, mine has a slight bend, but moving on.
That can turn into a problem. I've heard about it can be a condition. It's just crazy.
Nah, it's more than likely the whatever hand you use to whack it, after years you just end up pulling it to one side.
I think that's probably right. Yeah. You'd never know what dominant hand I am in life, though, by seeing that. Shit. Okay. Well, it is Friday night, but it's a little early for that kind of chat. Why don't we see if we can get anybody to come tell us some more excuses as to even after having looked into this topic, why there's still a Glober. Whew. I love to hear those stories about, you know what I mean? It's like
Kosho's barely hanging on to the globe. He'll be the next one to come over.
I can feel it. Yeah, I can really it's starting to.
Kosho, I have to give it to
He's
Kosho. He's
using,
a really
he's
good.
using less and less like dogmatic terminology. He's agreeing more with shit. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
I have to give it to Kosho. He's a really good bullshitter, and he's probably in the wrong business if he's not in sales.
Yeah.
Listen, Kosho could sell water to fish, bro. His sophistry is A1, bro. A1.
Yeah, he could
That's
sell
right.
ketchup
So
popsicle to a woman in white gloves.
Is it still proper to say can sell ice to an Eskimo? Is that still okay, or is that racist?
Yep, you can say that still.
You'd be like, no, this is good ice. This is organic ice.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it's organic ice. Yeah, I can sell sand to a desert.
Yet practically nobody ever goes back to the globe. Weird.
Unless they're financially motivated, Francie.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Or unless you believe the so-called 5 ex-flat earthers that are on YouTube that clearly were never flat earthers, in my opinion, but the Globers cling to those quote-unquote 5 guys in hopes of the next one.
Yeah, you mean Francie, Sean G, fucking Jamie, the guy that used to do the lives, and who else?
There's millions of flat earthers, right? Millions of them on YouTube, internet, whatever, and you got 5 ex-flat earthers. Oh boy, that's definite admission that flat
They were
Earth
fake. They're fake. If you look out, if you guys know about a guy named Bro Mango, he's kind of to the servers. He came in saying that he wasn't flat earth, and then his own globe. We should trust NASA, etc. So yesterday I saw him on the other server on Tartaria, talking about he's a flat earther now. So it's going back and forth. So just a heads up on that.
I have a theory, right? And this is just a theory. I can't prove it. I think there are no globe earthers. Let me clarify, right? The people that hang around, I don't think they're globe earthers. I think they're either highly conflicted or they're financially motivated to be here. I know how that sounds, but we've seen a lot of people that are globe earthers and how they slowly transit into being flat earthers, because we do come to the realization that there is no truth in that side. They have no logic, they have no reason. The only thing that they have is some form of weird admiration for authority, but that has nothing to do with truth, right? After you analyze everything, their information, our information, there's nothing there. There is no meat in the bones, you feel me? So they slowly and surely become flat earthers, or at least in-betweeners. These people that fight for the globe, bro, I mean, you're either highly stubborn and dense, or you're being paid to do it. And it is what it is.
Anybody who denies that there's flat or globe shills is delusional, because Hasbro, G-Trig, COINTELPRO is a real thing. They go on, they do it for like food reviews. They'll rig food reviews and post bad comments on certain restaurants so that they get the business. It's done in every area of life. So why would they not? The richest companies in the world, the government, why would they not push lies and disinformation and hire agents like everybody else does? Like they do. It's obvious. There's paid shields.
That Russian cosmonaut guy, Bezmenov, and ideological subversion, and how he went into detail how those things are done, how they insert people in the movements, and sometimes they even create the movements themselves. The whole movement comes from them. So you thinking that they're fighting for your rights and shit, and they created the whole fucking thing. And what it looks like in history, all the movements that we think were like righteous and shit, they were all created by the government. All of them black leaders, all of them women fucking leaders, all of it were government operations.
Yeah, so that's why I always try to drill home, like, do you trust the government? And then they say, no, I don't trust the government. Well, there goes NASA, NASA.gov. And then they'll say, I don't need NASA to prove Earth's a globe. Well, like as flat earthers, I don't believe any government narrative. The government is guilty before proven innocent. The government will never get the benefit of the doubt. So, like, they can claim their evidence doesn't come from the government, and not SpaceX is private, but SpaceX isn't private.
And it's
Yeah,
weird.
like what are the Globers trying to do? The Globers are trying to save us from our stupidity and bring us back to the globe atheist Marxist cult, so we can evolve into these aliens into the metaverse, and we're halting their progression into that state. Like, we don't need your saving.
It's crazy, the arrogance to me, their whole philosophy of them coming over here to save us, bro. How arrogant can you possibly be to think that you're so right that you're just gonna save? Like, bro, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, or some of them claim, "Oh, I just come here to make fun of you." Like for me, I come here to practice the arguments. I come here to learn, hear different points of view. So, like, I'm not, like I said, I prefer talking to like new people where you can actually have a real conversation. And if you ask them, "Do you trust your senses?" They're going to say yes. You ask them, "Is level curved?" They're going to say no. So, like, but.
Well, I think over here we have like interesting conversations. You know, like the things that we talk about on here. I don't think a lot of people can talk about in the open world, right? Like with their relatives, with their spouses. You know, they won't be willing to entertain it. So I think that's a lot of the reason why a lot of us come back, because we're able to kind of quench our curiosity when it comes to these topics.
No, I agree. Even the Globers can say that too. Like, they come for intellectual stimulation or to learn different arguments, to hone their arguments. But deep down, like, they're promoting the government agenda, and we know what the government's agenda and plans are. And like I said, I don't trust any government narrative. I can't think of one that I believe. So I mean, like, technically, the Globers are pushing the government narrative. The government loves you. The government knows best for you. The government should decide your health and what you should inject into your body, and the government's right. But like, so that's what they're basically promoting, is all the government line.
That's just bullshit, man. That's just bullshit. I'm not anti-government, but yeah, you might say that I am, and you're just kind of painting the picture on me that is not correct.
Nah, I think it was an in general thing. Left Lane. I don't think it was like a personal
Yeah.
thing. It was like an in general thing.
You don't think the government's trying to
Yeah,
control
like,
the people, Left Lane?
even Left
independent.
Lane, I would say, like, you're probably like a least zealot from what I've seen, but I'm sure other people may disagree, but like, it definitely wasn't directed at you specifically, but in general, that's like the general consensus is like, the Globers are pushing the government narrative, and they're telling us dumb flat earthers that we should obey the government, trust the government.
Left Lane,
and then they're going to
govern, control, mint,
and they're going to
mind,
themselves and say they
control
don't
your
trust the
mind.
government, but
That's what it's for, bro. Not to help you.
yeah, but then they always say, I don't need the government to prove Earth's a globe, but in reality, all you're doing is using NASA and SpaceX, or you're just, you're going against Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're going against Dave Farina, and you can't get your story straight. So, is gravity a force or is it not a force? You guys can't decide. So,
Left Lane, I was going to ask you, what do you think the government's role has been in the current cosmology, the current mainstream cosmological viewpoint, the Earth is a globe and all that. Like, what role do you think government has played in that and still plays in it today?
I don't feel like they're actually playing a role. They're just going along. They're just doing their thing. I don't see that there's a narrative. I mean, I understand that you see that and others do, but I don't think that they're. I don't know. They lie about this and that. For me personally, they couldn't lie to me about the shape of the Earth. They couldn't get by with that from my perspective.
I mean, what is the government for, Skyline? What is it for?
Do I?
What is the government for?
What is the government for? Well, that's a question that I can't answer in a few words. What did it used to be for? What is it? What is it morphed? What is it morphed into? Is a whole different story. What it's supposed to be for? To represent the people, but in a society. But yeah, corruption and I don't know. That's just a open-ended question, I think.
Well, so you were saying,
does the government? I was just going to say, does the government promote flat Earth or censor flat Earth, and why would they do that?
I think they're going about their business without any consideration to it. And you got YouTube, which flat Earth topic is suppressed. They put the disclaimer on the videos, and anything that's got flat Earth in the title, they're going to put that that Wikipedia article talking about it being an archaic view of the world around us. But I don't think the government gives flat Earth much thought.
I would disagree, but so why don't they put disclaimers under Bigfoot videos and say Bigfoot is an archaic belief that nobody should believe, or any weird video? Like, why is it just flat Earth? Why would they target flat Earth?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know. I think it's much more prolific than topics like Bigfoot or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, you could say prolific or a bigger threat to their doctrine and to their agendas.
I mean, I guess you could read that into it, yeah.
Yeah, and what's the threat?
No, I would not.
Huh?
What is the issue with people thinking it's flat? Why is that a threat?
Oh, I don't think that it's. I don't know. It'd be kind of silly to say they don't view it as a threat, or they wouldn't put the disclaimers on there. But I think that the government in general doesn't give it much thought, I guess is what I would say.
But what about the fact that our schools are government run and they specifically teach the globe Earth and specifically sort of degrade and ridicule the idea of, that humans before this globe Earth idea, thought the Earth was, well, they use the term flat Earth or whatever, but, stationary, planar, etc. Why are our government-based schools, why do they have such a strong sort of one-way teaching on what the Earth is?
Well, Gio, I mean, I just had to point out all the evidence, that exists that indicates a rotating planet, and that's what they're going to instruct, that in the natural sciences. I mean, we always ask for evidence and things. I mean, and people say they have evidence and they present things that are evidential to them, but I guess it would be if you went to a school board and said we need to consider teaching flat Earth, and we're going to use the term loosely, but I mean, you would have a hard time convincing a school board that they should add it to the curriculum.
Yeah, because it's against the government-sanctioned structure.
They get their paycheck government, Left Lane. Who do you think they're going to side with?
Well, no, it's about presenting a possibility for our reality and presenting the evidence to support that is where the problem would be.
What do you think would happen to a teacher that came out against the government's curriculum and said, "No, I'm not going to teach that"?
Well, they need to get a job at a church, a private school that would support that idea.
Exactly. So they have to go with the government curriculum, right?
Hang on. Does that mean they lose their benefits?
Thanks for making my point, sir.
Well, if they have 5 kids to feed, then we're gonna just lose their job.
Do what?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, Rocky was saying it's like, they have to, right, to keep their job.
Yeah, there's a curriculum. Yeah, and you have to teach according to that curriculum.
I mean, you were saying the evidence. I mean, that's a whole topic in and of itself, and we could go into all of that. But I mean, if you were to take a group of 10-year-old kids or whatever and say, all right, Johnny, let's go out in the world and see what the earth is and all of that. Well, the first thing, okay, it's not moving. Water is level. We could get into all these things, but even just doing like long distance observations, even if you took those kids and said, okay, so the earth is said to curve at this rate. Let's go out there and find that curvature. And the kids were to go out there and do long distance observations. They would all come back. I mean, I know there's a lot of complexity to these components and the horizon and all of this stuff, but there are so many observations of seeing way further than we should. Those kids would come back with question marks in their head and go, you know what? I'm seeing this. I'm seeing that. They say the curvature rate should be this. This isn't blocked. That's not blocked. Even when I see city skylines that are partially obscured on different days, you have different levels of obscuration. So obviously that's not physical earth curve. So I mean, you talk about evidence, I know there's like pictures from NASA and there's all this stuff. And I'm not even trying to take it into a whole big debate on evidence. I'm just saying that, if you make it sound like there's just like all the evidence is on the side of some spinning globe, I mean, many of us would, of course, beg to differ and say there's really none of a spinning globe. There's certain phenomenon that could be described in a globular way. I understand that. But to make it sound like it's just the slam dunk of evidence of the actual world. I'm not talking about the media company that is NASA and the stuff they're pumping out, images and picture, whatever that they're claiming are pictures. I'm just talking about the actual evidence of the earth. Many of us, would say is profoundly lacking to be a globe. So to have it be this like government sanctioned teaching, of course, NASA is the one that gives the most quote unquote proof for it. And they're a government agency. You don't see a little bias and potential for a problem with that?
Well, I mean, if we go back to the fundamentals, we do have the 1972 image from outer space of planet Earth.
Yeah, from a government agency. And they were the first ones to quote unquote claim that they snapped the shot. So before that, it was just philosophy. Oh, Copernicus, some theories, some ideas, essentially. And then it was a NASA government agency that claimed that they went up there and snapped a shot. So again,
you still have the observational stuff of boats going over and being obstructed from bottom up, and what the globe Earth says that is. And, the sun, moon, and stars and all of that, I mean.
That's not evidence of a ball, though. That's not evidence of a ball. No, it's just.
But it is. I mean, it's not to you, and I understand that. But to me, it's very strong evidence for a spherical planet rotating.
Well, it's just a sunset. And then it's you going, I need something to explain this, right? Like a Christian, and I've said this a dozen times, a Christian can explain the sunset with God, right? That doesn't mean that therefore Earth is God, because that's how he explains it. And this is the whole evidence thing, right? Oh, it's vague terms. Evidence is what you sense, right? So you sense a sunset. So a sunset is evidence of a sunset. You can't just say, oh, well, I sense sunset, therefore God or ball Earth. And I think that's the logic they both use.
Although we were talking earlier about sunsets, and I was talking about the way the local lighting and the way that the light fades, how that does not correlate with a 93 millimile sun on a globe. I'm not saying it proves something about the ground, but to me, it does seem to indicate that that's a local light and that it's fading away from me.
And that's your perspective, and I understand that, Jill. For me, it looks just like it's supposed to.
So a 93 millimile away sun would give a very local lighting effect of the local clouds, even though it's 93 millimiles away. It would locally light those clouds just in that region, and then the light would through the ratio of as the light fades. You think on a 93 million mile sun where the huge Earth is turning, it would be more like if you have like the shades in your house and you pull the shade down on the window and you look across the room and it's like, you've got the shaded part and then the lit part. And as you bring the shade down, it darkens, like the shadow comes down. I mean, essentially on a globe Earth, if it's the globe, the Earth that's blocking the light, it would be kind of like pulling a shade down. So there would be like almost like a massive shade, like the sun, when the sun's setting, you would get this even because the actual Earth is blocking it. But instead what we get is a local lighting effect of the sun, and it fades and dissipates in a ratio that's connected to a local source that's fading away.
Yeah, it just follows the light source.
Go ahead, Rocky.
I have plenty of videos. One I took last weekend where the light source, it doesn't evenly dissipate over like my peripheral, my whole entire view. It follows the sun as it goes away. It follows that source to almost a point. I mean, you can't see the source light, the sun itself, go down to a point because it sets before then or goes into the horizon before then, but the light sure follows it. I'll be honest with you. If you took 1,000 kids and never mentioned the word sphere and told them they live on a flat plane and this is how the sun sets due to perspective and the atmosphere does this and there's mountains over there and buildings that are going to obstruct it because it's going down, like that and blah, 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 they would never, ever believe you when you told them that they were on a spinning ball. It would be the opposite, right? If the government taught flat Earth, planar Earth with perspective and taught all those ways that we see things, how we see and why we see it, we would be mocking the Globers now.
Well, what if you took them out there and you didn't say that Earth was flat? What if you took them out there and said, make these observations and draw your conclusions and give me your report? What do you think they would do?
I would say they would see a flat plane. You view things
Yeah,
as
you could see it. You could see it. You could see the topography of the ground, right? That's why bowlers will say, "Oh, well, it's locally flat," because around you, because you have to explain why it looks the way it does, because the way it does is not a ball. So how do you make something that clearly, when you look at it, doesn't look like a ball? How do you make it a ball?
Well, right there, I want to give you an example, and I know there's rebuttals to this, but just practical and logical thinking. If you trace the sun from sun up all the way across the sky to noon and to sunset, now you need to point to where you think the sun is at midnight, and tell me if that makes sense.
It does when you study perspective.
No, don't study anything. Just trace it, make that half circle across the sky through the day, and then close that circle by pointing at the moon, pointing at the sun where you think it is at midnight.
Have you ever traced it and drawn it out? It's not a circle. It's a straight line coming towards you up to the highest point and a straight line away from you.
And I would never trace the path of the sun under my feet, right? Like it's an object.
Then why do you trace it across the sky?
Well, let me just say that it is the whole thing about the sun that makes it kind of notorious, right? Is that it's always above head. That's like its thing. And to take that away, like logically, I just can't. I can't.
I don't understand the confusion because you can take any object, including a flashlight, put it above you, and have someone hold it at the same height above you and walk away, and that light will appear lower in your sky. And then at some point will disappear. I don't know how much more evidence you need that it could happen than that.
Why do you believe the sun is going overhead of you?
What are you talking about?
You can see it overhead. It's like, why would you believe a plane? Why would you believe a plane is going overhead?
You can't see it under your feet.
So you can't see it going underneath of you, therefore it must not be there.
But you can prove that
because you can see
it goes down.
You can see it over your head. You can't see it under your feet. Now, which one are we going to go with? What we can see or what we don't see? Which one is evidence?
And if there wasn't any evidence of why it appeared to go down in my vision as it got closer, as things got closer and further away from me, then I would say I wouldn't fight for this as much. But when you can easily prove that, and the sun is basically doing the same thing, or could be, then yeah, I have no issue saying that. Perspective is definitely part of you viewing things in your view, above you, around you, everything. And when something's above you and it gets further away, it appears to get lower.
Yeah, Left Lane. I want to respond to this too because I know you've brought this up several times. But like a street light, like a traffic light, you know, when it's really far away from you and you're in your car, you point at it, it would be like almost horizontal. You know, you'd be pointing straight through the windshield, straight forward. As you drive towards that traffic light, if you kept pointing at it, you're going to have to raise your hand more and more, you know, to the point to where when you're right under it, you're pointing directly up. And then, of course, as you drive away from it, same thing. So of course, your hand is going from horizontal to vertical, back to horizontal as you drive towards the traffic light, you know, go under it and drive away from it. Where are you getting that it's going beneath the ground?
Well, if you apply the laws of perspective as they are, and how things get bigger as you approach them and get smaller as they move away from you, and also the fact that the street light actually doesn't really drop below your eye line. You know, that I don't see the. I mean, I understand what you're saying, that you're going to point at it for a very long time out in front of you, and as you go under it, it's going to, and then you're going to be pointing the other way for a long time, relatively unchanging. You know, you're not actually making that arc across the sky, and the light is, you know, gets shorter and shorter and shorter. You know, as it goes away from you, or gets bigger as you approach it. And we don't see the sun do that. It stays the same throughout the day.
Well, that is a slightly different topic. If you know the size of the sun thing, which we could go on that, but just to set that aside for a moment, because you were just talking about the positioning of it. And whenever you bring this point up, it just makes me think about how, like, if you're in a huge warehouse and there was a light 30 feet above you, a massive warehouse, and you were to point at it when it's really far away, as you got closer to it, same thing. It would go right above you, and then, you know, et cetera. And then as it goes away, you would point the other way. But you're trying to make that argument as if just because the sun is going from horizontal to vertical back to horizontal, that somehow that means that it has to continue like a globe Earth to where it would then go under your feet. And so I'm just like, you're saying that as if it. I mean, I don't know if you're, because you've said it before as if it's like a mic drop thing or some kind of, where it's like, oh, this is totally the only way it makes sense is for it to go under your feet. But so just that, the one point I just said there. But then secondly, I wanted to say, what about at the 24-hour sun in the north? You can literally point at the sun just above the horizon and circle your body 360 degrees, and it circles you. So what we do observe from there is the sun circling us, literally. And then when you're at a latitude where you can't see the sun, the logical thing would be that it's still circling, you just can't see it. I'm just wondering how you're making an argument that to you, it makes more sense it's going under your feet around a sphere.
Well, let's use the street light, for instance. I'm pointing straight ahead of me. I'm approaching the street light. It goes overhead. My finger moves over my head, and then it points back the other way. So now I'm going to pretend like it's midnight. Where am I going to point at that street light?
The last known distance that you saw it, because you know you're just going away from it or getting closer to it.
But see, on the flat Earth with the sun in the circuit, you're going to have to point due north at midnight. You're going to have to.
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense.
I agree.
But that's what you do with like the Big Dipper. That's what you do with the Big Dipper. If the Big Dipper is right above you, you're going to point up. When the Big Dipper is on the other side of Polaris that you can still see, you're going to point north. You're going to point towards Polaris. It's going to be right on the other side of Polaris.
Yeah, I don't see the issue with that. It is circling around.
You don't get to just point your finger down.
Overhead, though.
I don't think you just get to point your finger down because you can't see it. You're like, okay, it's you have your finger pointed horizontal and then it disappears, right? Now you're going, well, where did it go? You can't just point the finger down. That
you can use deduction, right?
But you're talking about stars that we see to the north. I'm talking about something we see due east as it rises directly overhead at noon or wherever, whatever star, whatever is overhead, and then it sets at due west. Now, it does not make any sense to me for 6 hours later that object is going to be due north of me. It doesn't
Draw a
make any
circle
sense.
on a paper, and it's hardly ever due east and due west. Right now, my sun is rising in the east. It's going southeast, and then it's south of me, and then it's southwest, and then it sets more into the west. But in my summertime, it takes a totally different path where it sets more, it rises more in the northeast, and it sets more in the northeast. It's a tighter circle around me. It's the light source is not only closer to me, so I feel more of its heat in my summertime, but because it's closer, the circular path that it takes around me makes it set as it comes towards me and go away from me in a different position. Totally different, like almost 20 degrees in where I am. Like, that's a lot. It's just a larger and tighter circle. And in the winter, when it's in a larger circle, it's further away from me. Lo and behold, it's the heat source is further away, and it's colder. It's the opposite in the globe model. It's actually closer to us in the wintertime, but is lower in our sky and takes a longer path around us, like it's further out away from us. That's why it's lower. But because it's closer, it's colder.
No, it's because the angle is more.
Yeah, I know all about the angle, sir. We know all the tricks of the trade. I'm just saying, when we look at it in a different way.
Oh, it's not tricks of the trade. It's just the truth of how.
Yeah, but when you look at it with another object, just take the models out of it. You can take an object and put it a closer circle, a heat lamp, let's say, and you're going to feel the heat more when it's closer to you than when you put it further away.
Right.
And the where it sets and where that light disappears is going to be in a different position. You can do it with a heat lamp.
Right.
Just pretend that it's the sun on a flat plane.
The other thing too is there's no way you can quantify tilting of the ground, right? Like, how are you going to say, oh yeah, see we can see the sun being closer and further away, and not see it being closer, but we see it like smaller and dimmer, and it gets colder and closer and brighter and it's warmer. We see that, we experience that. This tilting, to explain away, right? Because you have to explain away why it's the opposite. Why does the heat source get closer and it gets colder? Well, because there's this tilting that you don't experience.
What do you mean? It's the altitude of the sun. In the summer, it's higher in the sky. In the winter, it's lower. That's all there is to it.
Sure. Yeah, but you've been told there's a tilt. You've never seen it.
Right,
no,
but
you
the
can see
problem
it.
is if it's
No, you can't see it. You cannot see the tilt.
If it's closer, wouldn't it be hotter? If you get closer to the heat source, you get hotter. So you have
solar noon in the winter is lower than solar noon in the summer. That's all there is to it.
Check out the chat. I found it. That's the tilting, rotating Earth. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and we understand your tilt. You're 23, 24 degrees. We understand that, but even that doesn't make sense. You know, with how big the sun is and how much heat that you can feel on it in the summertime. As soon as it rises, you can feel its heat when it's at its most extreme degree in the summer, and then in the winter when it's at its most extreme degree, it right above you don't feel the same heat, and it's supposedly closer to you. That makes no sense.
Tilt. You got to explain it with this magical tilt. That's how you explain that away. And that's,
at noon in the wintertime, you can look up at the sun and be out there, and it's not hot. You don't feel its heat. But in the summertime, when it's closer to you, it seems, because it's more directly over you and it sets in a different position, you sure as hell feel its heat then. You feel the heat at 6 a.m. when it rises. I mean, immediately, as soon as that sun breaks the horizon, you immediately feel the heat. But in the dead winter, you don't feel it when it's right above you. I don't buy that, sir. That dog don't hunt.
Matthew, like, can you recreate any physics where you have a sphere and a light source and you have this dramatic of temperature differences on that sphere?
Sure. It depends on the angle to the sphere between the surface of the sphere and the light source.
So you can do that. So you can take a sphere next to, let's say, a bonfire. So you got about 80 degrees, however many feet you have to be away from it, make it 80 degrees. And you're telling me on the sphere next to a bonfire, you can tilt it to give these dramatic temperature differences.
Yeah, you can experience this yourself. You go to a campfire. You go to a campfire.
You got to bring it closer and tilt it to get it. So you have to bring it closer, but tilt it and have the temperature go down.
And
So
just
that's
imagine
the
too,
impossible
before
part.
you answer, the bonfire would be if however many feet away from you, the earth would be like a grain of sand compared to the size of the bonfire, even smaller, right? If you scale it. So you're saying that tilt of that grain of sand is going to affect how hot it is, that heat source? Again, that dog don't hunt, sir.
If you've ever been to standing around a bonfire or a campfire at a cold night, you know, it's nice and warm on the front of you that's facing the fire, but on your side that's facing away from it, it's colder, and then behind you, it's cold. So yes,
I'm bigger than the
matters.
bonfire. I'm not a grain of sand or smaller. You're saying the angle of that grain of sand would make a difference.
It does.
Yeah, I know you're saying it. I get it. I know your model. That's why I used to believe in that. You act like I'm a newborn and you're teaching me. Like I was there, dude. It just doesn't make any sense. You're talking about a bonfire and a human being being relative to the sun and a human being on Earth. That's nowhere near what we're talking about.
It makes
Not
sense
even
to
close.
me.
Yeah, I understand it does, and I'm happy for you. I have no problems with you believing that.
How would you quantify that the Earth is tilting outside of the change in temperature?
Go outside and look at how high the sun is. That's all we're talking about. How high does the sun go?
Wouldn't that be the height of the sun changing, not the tilting of the Earth?
It's the difference in the direction to the sun to the horizontal. You can say it's the sun, or you could say it's the Earth. I'm talking about that angle. In the winter, the sun doesn't go as high as it does in the summer.
Okay, but
okay,
couldn't that be...
wait, hold on, hang on. So what changed? The only thing that changed was the angle to the sun, not the angle of the ground.
The difference, the angle is different in the noon in summer and noon in winter.
Well, but the angle of the ground was always 0, right? And it's just the sun changed in relative to the ground. The ground never tilted, right?
Yes, from the perspective of the ground, yes. It depends on which perspective you're talking about.
What perspective? So what we have, but take out the word perspective, because you're trying to make. So what we have is the ground not tilting. Now you need to make this ground tilt, but we have the ground obviously and measurably not tilting. So how do you get from all of that, like the ground doesn't tilt, I'm standing on it, doesn't tilt. How do you make it tilt? How do you do that?
You don't have to make it tilt. You could just consider it to be zero tilt if you want to do it from that perspective. It's relative. You know, the relative angle to the sun is what we're talking about. Like how high does
relativity. So now is the ground is tilting, but it doesn't feel like it's tilting because relativity.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so what if I was like, hey, I know it doesn't feel like there's a God, but there is a God because of relativity. I'm just going to take a wild stab in the dark and say that's not good enough to quantify God for you.
True. Yeah. And that
example, how did I know that? How did I know that?
But
how did I know that?
Can I talk to you about the position that you mentioned? The sun appears higher in your sky and lower in your sky in the summer and winter. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's plain old observation. Nobody disagrees with that, right?
I agree. So if the heat source, which is the sun in this case that we're talking about, was higher in your sky, you would assume that it's closer to you due to what we know about perspective, correct?
No, it's just higher in the sky and less of an angle.
What do you mean? You don't agree that when you get closer to something, it appears higher than your sky, the angle changes?
That's one reason something can get
okay.
higher.
Okay. So if the sun is okay, I agree. So just stay calm and let's go through this. So if the sun is closer to you, you agree that it would appear higher in your sky?
Not necessarily. I mean, because it's a straight distance. Like things up there aren't like we're not using elevation to talk about it.
I think you're trying to fit it into what you want to believe instead of just being, honest with yourself and saying, if it is closer to me, of course it would appear higher in my sky. It would have to.
Oh yeah, of course. No.
Okay,
right
so I'm
that.
glad we agree. So it does appear higher in your sky.
That's not the only reason.
I agree with you. But due to this, right? If you're just looking at the sun and it's in the summer, it's closer to you. So it appears higher in your sky than in the winter when it's further away. And it's the heat source. So during the summer, it not only appears closer to you because it is closer due to perspective, but because it is the heat source and it is closer, you feel its heat more Doesn't that make sense?
No, I think the sun is
doesn't make
farther away
sense?
in the summer.
No, I'm not talking about your model. I'm just talking about just in general, an object, a heat source. Like, don't pretend like you're anywhere. Just you're standing there looking at a sun, a heat source, or a lamp that's putting off heat, and someone moves it closer to you, but it's the same height above you. Would it appear higher in your vision?
Yes.
Yes. If the heat source got closer to you, would you feel the heat of the heat source more or less?
More.
In the wintertime, if that heat source was away from you, further away from you in distance, would it appear lower in your vision or higher in your vision?
Lower in your vision.
Would you feel the heat more or less?
Oh, you'd feel it less.
Thank you. You've been very, very good. And I'm not saying you need to believe that. I'm just saying that could be reality, right? I mean, you can prove that. There's nothing. You don't have to come up with any strange formula. You can go out tonight and prove that to yourself. You already know it's true.
I mean, here's an example, Ricky. Say you got a campfire, and you're measuring somehow the energy. You're 10 feet away from it, and you're somehow measuring the energy coming off the campfire. If you move 6 inches closer to the campfire, do you think you would measure a significant amount more energy?
You would measure more heat, more energy. Yes, you would feel the heat more. Yeah, if you move 6 inches away, you would feel the heat less. Of course. And if you put that campfire above you, and it was X amount of distance away from you, it would appear in your sky at X. If you move closer to that campfire that's above you, it would appear higher in your sky. If you move further away, it would appear lower in your sky. And you would feel the heat more and less. Yeah. And it would be relative to how close and far away you were from the heat source. Of course.
Okay.
Everybody knows that when you take the marshmallows and you're making s'mores, if you put it too close to the fire, what happens? And if you tilt it, it doesn't do much.
I love the mockery kind of. I don't want to say mockery, but whatever. When I think it was the comedian, he said, "Son, you got to tilt it 23 degrees," and then it catches on fire when they're doing marshmallows. Dad, my marshmallow won't cook. Oh, son, you got to tilt it 23 degrees, and he doesn't, and like burst in the flames. Yeah, I mean, you can't get away from that, right? It doesn't make it true. You just can't get away from those facts.
If the sun is a million miles away,
it's a flaw in the globe model. There's no reason they would tell you that you're further away and colder, and then when you're closer, when you're further away, it's hotter, and when you're closer to the sun, it's colder. That's just stupid. When you get closer to the fire, it gets hotter, and when you get 10 foot away, it gets colder. Everybody knows this.
I have to be honest because of the distances and the angle, it does work out. But I think that's why they need the distance to make their model work. But what I'm talking about is a more of a local heat source, how it would react in your sky and how you would feel the heat.
If the sun is
3 million miles is 3 million miles. No matter if you tilt it or whatever. They say 3 million miles. It doesn't change. It's 3 million miles further away, yet it's hotter. It makes no sense.
Yeah, how does tilting it make it hotter or colder if it's millions of miles away? Because it's a sphere, right?
It doesn't. It's 3 million miles. It's 3 million miles further away in winter. Therefore, it's 3 million miles further away in winter and hotter. It makes no sense. Tilt, no tilt. It's 3 million miles away. Further.
Yeah, it is a kind of a mind bender, but I think I think the reasons why people doubt it so much is because you can do the opposite in your backyard and prove it to yourself. What you can't do is prove the tilt of the earth and the distance and all that. So it's a little bit harder.
Yeah, so the globe model is telling you opposite of reality. When I get closer to the fire, it gets hotter. But in the globe model, when you get closer to the sun, you get colder.
What if you turn away from the fire? Does it get colder?
You're talking about
still gets hot.
Yeah, your back is hot. Your stomach's not as hot, but you put mass. And I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, because on the globe, it's not just
kind of
winter.
reaching.
It's not just winter on the back and summer on the front. It's like winter just because it's tilted on the front. It's not the same as a fire. That's what I'm saying. That's why I brought that up. It's a comparison to real physics versus pseudo physics.
And to be honest, it was 80 something degrees day before yesterday, and tomorrow it's going to be freezing in my area. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. It's not, that's not because of how, the tilt.
That's what I was saying, Matthew. Can you create any heat source that has a sphere that you tilt it and you have something like negative 20-degree winter on one part of that sphere, and on another part of it, just because it's tilted, a little bit of a higher latitude, near the equator, it's 110 degrees.
Yeah, just take a basketball with you next time you're at a campfire. Let it sit near the campfire somewhere, and the front of the basketball will be much warmer than sort of the top or the sides.
But that's not even what okay, there is going to be a difference between the front and the back, although it won't even be. Yeah, but that won't even be the difference between 110 degrees versus negative 20 degrees. But on the globe model, the part that's daytime is facing the sun, and you have just the difference in latitude from the equator up or down into where it's winter. That's what you'd have to recreate.
Yeah, and that also there's a difference in how much daylight there is, 12 hours versus like 4 hours up in Sweden or something. So that has a big effect also.
Right, but I'm just saying, taking a sphere and going to 50 degrees latitude north on the sphere versus the equator, is there any way with real physics with a sphere that you could create that differential? The answer is
with the basketball. And the campfire.
That won't happen.
Yeah, it will.
Okay, you're telling me you could take a basketball.
I'll take the bet.
Yeah. You can make it negative 20 degrees icy cold on the.
No, it won't be that much difference in the basketball, but it will be different, is what I'm saying.
Very minimally, but not what we have on the Earth. So then the only way you can claim this is what's happening with the Earth is just say it's unfalsifiable, it's too big, NASA knows, they're out there probing, it's magic, the gravity atmosphere happens to just do this thing that's all unfalsifiable. It's like a pseudo-physical claim that is unfalsifiable.
Whereas you can take the same basketball and get a pin source light and go around it and demonstrate, the night and day. You can demonstrate hot and cold. You can demonstrate that would produce cycles, because we know energy input and output creates these cycles. I mean, everything that we pretty much know about scientifically is generated by a local sun and moon, hot and cold situation, yin and yang, or whatever you want to call it. Energy input, and then taking away that energy input and making that cycle happen. Condensation, evaporation, everything that's cyclical is generated by this type of energy. And also when you throw in the electrical aspect, or the energy that we know is generated in our atmosphere, the cycles are generated then, water cycle. I mean, everything is an aquarium, I guess. What do they call it? Aquariums or terrariums or whatever they call them, can even happen here on Earth, where you generate that same cycle. The water will build up on the glass, and then if you make it a certain shape, it'll build up and it'll drop down into the soil and then create that cycle just from energy input. But that's a closed system, an enclosure. I think that also points towards enclosure. You have this trapped gas, which that would also give you a gradient if the gas is being produced at ground level, and a lot of it's rising up and being used up and dissipated and used in these cycles. It would be absorbed in the plants and trees and go back into the earth and be cycled back again into the sky. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how, how many times you have to say it. It makes sense, but like I said, I'm not trying to preach to you about it, and you can believe what you want. It just, times are changing, man. People are waking up, I think.
Yeah, if they wouldn't censor us, Flat Earth would be obviously in a way further along. If they didn't shut you down on PayPal and YouTube and censor you on Twitter, but we know that the government and the atheists are afraid, so they have to pretty much do it dirty and cheat and lie.
Well, even with if you say we're being censored, which I would agree to you at a certain extent, but no one can censor me in my inner circle. You know, even they try and do it. But if you speak loud, truthfully enough, and you know your arguments, but you don't argue, right? It's a tough deal, but you have to know what you're talking about. You have to be respectful in other areas where they'll even listen to you in the first off. When people, can hear the information, they usually, will agree that it's at least possible. Most humans on Earth know what water does, right? They can't even imagine how the water is curving. They don't know the curvature rate is 8 inches per mile square. Go talk to anybody on the street. They don't know that. I'll bet I'll go 100 to 1 on 100 people that you go up to 100 people, they won't know the curvature rate. No one knows. So when you tell them that the first mile of water is curving 8 inches and the second one is curving 32 inches, they freaked out about that. They're like, no, it doesn't. It finds its level, right? It's horizontal.
Yeah, but you don't know how many megahertz Wi-Fi
there's
operates at, but you use it all the time.
Yeah. Like I said, there's a reason they don't teach you the globe math, or they don't really even teach you. They teach you like the surface level of the globe, and they steal you from your parents when you're 6 years old, force you to go to school, learn all the evolution, atheism, globe, Big Bang. So like it's all programmed. They know the Prussian education system knew to take the kids away at 5-6 years old, throw them in school, make the parents work 10 hours a day, and then the kid comes home and watches TV programming. So the parents are a non-factor.
I agree with that. Happens to a lot of people. I just happen to sacrifice and homeschool my kids and not have them indoctrinated like that. So I think you have a choice there. They do run the government scripted programs in schools. I agree with you there, but you do have a choice not to send them there. It's a struggle for a lot of people. I agree.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you too. I totally agree.
Instead of doing drugs and smoking and doing alcohol and partying, and having a nice house and 2 cars, you could maybe, sacrifice a little bit.
Raise your kids right.
Keep your kids home, So I think that is a choice.
To what degree do you have to legally teach the globe if you do homeschooling, Rocky? Since you've done it, like I don't know all the exact regulations, but don't the kids at homeschool that there are some regulations that are? I mean, you can't just teach them anything, right? There's some protocol or some curriculum.
Well, you can follow curriculums, but they as long as they pass the standardized test in your area, which if you go take these tests yourself, they don't talk about the globe at all in these tests. It's reading comprehension, math skills out, it depends on what level they're at. But if they pass that, they get a GED is what they get. But like my daughter just got her master's last Friday. She finished her last class and passed. She was a straight A student, but she did everything online through an accredited college in Tennessee. So did my oldest son. He got his master's through, they were homeschooled. They never went to a class, right? And they never once had to do globe stuff. Now they did have to find things on a map, right? No countries and the capitals and blah, blah, blah. But never were they taught, curvature rate and, outer space stuff. But the problem, am I being heard? I'm in a bad area.
Yeah, no, you're good.
The problem is just take note, watch 10 commercials and see how many of them are space related or alien or whatever, go to a movie and first thing you see is a globe. It's not just in the schools, it's everywhere. look at every 18 wheeler. They'll have a globe on the side, or a lot of the companies that have that in their logo somewhere, or, whatever, because, let's face it, that they grew up in the school system and they think they live on a globe, which is, understandable. We all thought that at one point, I think. Most of us.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, just from that perspective. Of course, my viewpoint, the globe is a lie. I know people all have their viewpoints, but it's like you really can't raise a child without the child being exposed to that lie in today's world. Unless you were totally isolated, like out in the woods, and you had no media. It's like you can raise your child like doing homeschooling. I mean, I'd be interested to hear what Austin Witz's, what his plan is with,
they're homeschooling. Yeah. They plan that.
Yeah. So they can teach so they can, but it's almost like you almost have to teach your child, like, yeah, but you know what? There's this lie out there, or you tell them your opinion on it or whatever it may be. But it's like, you can't do it without the child knowing about that, it seems.
Well, this is how we handled it, because, and it's not just, this topic, it's everything, right? You're going to be the world, the world is going to force things on you, right? Sex, drugs, rock and roll, basically. You have to throw the globe in there if now that you know the difference. But I never told my kids they had to go to college, or they had to learn this way, or they had to believe me. I taught them discernment. I taught them how to use logic and reasoning, right? Logic and reasoning was a course that we taught every year. It never stopped, right? It just built on itself. So when they come across something like that, and, Joe Blow Internet tells them that the Mississippi River is running uphill due to gravity, they can use some logic and reasoning and try and figure that on their own. They don't, I didn't teach them flat earth. They came to me with flat earth, right? You understand what I'm saying? I just used what I knew and gave them the information that I researched when they weren't willing to do it or didn't want to spend the time on a topic like that. And at some points they didn't want to hear it, and at some points they were interested. As a parent, you just have to kind of gauge, who you are as a parent and where your child is and what they're capable of. It's a tough deal, right? Like, because there's pressures all around, but it's just time. I like. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Sometimes I'm amazed how quickly like people can see me. Like sometimes I push my push to talk before I'm, anyways, because that happened yesterday. I just hit it for seconds. Someone was like, "Go ahead." I was like, "Oh, you mean me?" But no, you can go ahead. I forget what I was going to say now. But you must have seen my push to talk light up.
If you're talking to me, I didn't see your push to talk. I thought I heard somebody start to talk. I was just filling the dead air, basically. So if you remember what you had to say, just butt in. But I'll tell you, it's amazing how smart kids are, right? They usually, most of them can smell BS a mile away, right? Like, they're good at gauging when someone's, something doesn't seem right, if you raise them right. But, we didn't shelter our kids at all. They were riding four-wheelers and shooting guns and fishing and hunting and fixing plumbing and, electrical stuff, motors, whatever we were doing at the time. Our kids were involved because we were homeschooled. Because we were homeschooled, we were able to travel and go to places instead of reading in a book what the turtles were doing in Florida. We were at the turtle sanctuary and going out on boats and going with the researchers, or, going to these islands in Fiji and researching, animals we've never seen or whatever. We were actively doing it instead of reading it all in a book or trying to, we were trusting our senses instead of just reading and retaining. So I think homeschooling, if you do it right, has a huge success rate, with the character of the kid and all that. And people say, oh, they don't get the interaction in sports. I have, my son was a state champion gymnast. My daughter was on the national team. blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't tell me they didn't do sports or interact with other kids. We traveled all over the country and out of the country with my daughter doing gymnastics. So it is what you make of it.
Yeah, I would say like in school, a grade one, you go in, they tell you gravity, and you're like, how does the water fall off? Why doesn't it stick to the ball? And they say gravity, and then they obviously move on or tell you like, I don't know, just regurgitate it or just tell us what you want on the test, and they pretty much threaten you because they're going to teach you the planets. If you disagree with it and like confront them and question them, you're going to fail, or they're going to threaten you. So like they pretty much force the globe on you and pretty much threaten you in school. You're going to be ostracized and they're going to fail you. You're going to have to do grade 2 again, or so it's like pretty much obey the school curriculum or like you're screwed. We're just going to keep failing you.
Yeah, you're in a classroom setting with 20 or 30 other kids that are taking the same test, so there are some pressures there. The teacher is just trying to get you to pass the test. They're honestly, a lot of them aren't really, they're just there for a paycheck. A lot of them now, sad to say. I have a lot of friends that are teachers, and the bureaucracy that goes on from the principal down and from the school board down and all that is the same everywhere else, so they get tired of it. It wears on them. They go in with good intentions, like a lot of politicians, but they come out of it or get in the middle of it where they're stuck, for that paycheck, where they just feel like they can't do the right thing because they know some of the things that they're teaching. I'm not even talking about flat earth, but other things aren't the truth, right? I mean, it's just they have to get the paycheck.
Yeah, they come up to the moral dilemma of like, I know evolution is lie. I'm being forced to teach it, and that's like, do I keep teaching it against my morals, or do I collect my paycheck, or whatever topic, or whatever bureaucracy red tape comes up to? So
Yeah, sometimes it even goes deeper than that. And now, just think of being a teacher and having to maybe teach a fourth grader about this, that, and the other. Like, some of this stuff is getting ridiculous, and what we're asking teachers to do. It happened with the police, right? Like, before, police were part of their own communities and were there to keep the peace and protect the public and serve the public. Now most policemen serve in communities they don't even live in, wouldn't dare live in, right? And they're just doing it for a job. So think of how that affects their outlook on the community.
well, even I've seen a video in my local city where the police admit they have a quota. So how can a police station or city police have a quota? That's not what you're here for. You're not here to have a quota and collect money and get tickets. It should be about protecting the people, supposedly. But you have a quota? What is it? How do you have a quota?
Yeah, I was with a group of guys last night watching Thursday night football. Was it last night or night before, whatever? And two of them are one of them's a sheriff and one of them's a state trooper. And I mean, honestly, the state trooper's a little more not of a meathead, but these are people that I wouldn't go out with because every time we'd go out, we'd get in a fight, right? They're just, they're just that way, right? They would rather bash you over the head, I'm doing the extreme, but, just to make a point. But they would rather argue you down or be right or bash you over the head than be a gentleman and help you, and these are just two particular. I know another state trooper that I'll see tomorrow morning, and he's the nicest guy you would ever meet, right? Like, so there are differences, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty scary, man.
Even in Canada, it's like, say 5 years ago, a police guy pulls over somebody, and then the guy goes to jail for weed, and then 5 years later, like, weed is legal. So I mean, like, even when it was illegal, like, this cop is putting somebody in jail for a dried plant, even though the government brings, the CIA brings crack cocaine into the States and Canada. So the CIA is the biggest drug dealer, yet you're putting people in jail for weed. And then you go to sleep at night and be like, "Oh, I put this guy in jail for weed. I'm a good guy. I protected people." Like that's I find that one of the flaws. But
I think the recent basketball player, didn't she get arrested in Russia because she had some type of marijuana in her vape or something like that, and they got her out of Russia when they left a Marine over there in jail, and
She had
but
marijuana.
brought her home from jail from Russia for marijuana charges, but here sits in the U.S. thousands and thousands of people in jail for marijuana charges. Like I don't know. It's a strange deal that we're going through.
Yeah, but if they picked a white dude, that would be racist because against a black person. And not only that, getting the Brittany Griner out is much more popular person, so that would get a more Democratic vote. So obvious choice.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the reasons a politician would do that, but the point is, she got out of Russian prison on a marijuana charge and got brought back to the U.S. where thousands of humans are in prison for marijuana charges. Like I don't know, it's the doublespeak of doublespeak to me.
Dude, we traded that girl. We traded that girl for like the dude's name was like. Yo, he was like he has some crazy nickname. It's like out of a fucking action movie or some shit. Like the vendor of death or something was his name. We traded this bitch for. Unbelievable.
One of the biggest arms dealers ever, I think, is what they're labeling him. And we got a marijuana charged person out of jail for him. Like I don't know. It's a tough deal, right?
I mean, who came up in that trade, Russia or U.S.?
Well, I'm happy she's.
Well, yeah, as a cop, you're in a catch-22. Like as a cop, you join, you want to serve and protect people, but then they force you to enforce laws that aren't even hurting anybody. Say a seatbelt law or a weed. Like the guy has a joint, and you're going to charge him or like harass him. But I do support the police going after like murderers and violent crimes, like anything that's a crime that hurts somebody or steals. Like, but
sure,
I don't. Yeah, like I said,
humans. Pretty sure.
Well, the thing is, she got acquitted for taking a little marijuana into a country for personal use, and he got acquitted for trafficking arms trafficker. I don't think it's the same thing.
I don't think anybody should be deciding who.
Hang on, did they really get acquitted?
We need to go get all of them, and that's it. We need to go get every single one of them, no matter
what. Did they
what.
really get acquitted, or were they just traded?
Well, basically, they were acquitted because they got to come home.
Yeah, but acquitted is a certain thing. They didn't really get acquitted per se. They were just traded. They were just.
Is she going to be put in jail over here for it? No, he's not going to jail over there for it. They basically were acquitted and sent home.
You don't know that yet. You don't know
they
what.
Weren't.
You
they
know
were
what punishments they got.
They're both criminals, and they're traded. They were never.
Yeah, she got to come home, is what she got to do.
Yeah, I don't think she's charged here with anything, is she? I mean, I haven't heard, but I don't.
Acquitted means they dropped the charges. They didn't drop the charges.
Yeah, okay. She got 9 years in Russian jail, and then she got sent home, and I don't think she's in jail right now. So where did the 9 years go? It's probably acquitted or brushed off.
He just means technically, like a technicality, because I guess it would be the same thing as if like a president here pardoned somebody, even if they got convicted and charged, because technically acquittal is meaning that you got found not guilty. So
you think they learned their lesson?
Well, whatever, acquitted, whatever words you said, right. You know what we meant. Like the charges, she wasn't facing the 9 years in the USA that she was facing in Russia.
Yeah, I didn't mean that she went to the court and was acquitted by the court. I was using it figuratively. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I understood that.
We got a weed smoker. They got the merchant of death. That sounds legit.
We got a basketball player back though, Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy,
Doesn't matter.
Isn't
it
weed smoking basketball
It
players?
doesn't matter if it's
They
like
got
the
the merchant
milkman
of
or the
death. That's a
mailman. They should
super
go get
fair
any
trade.
of them. Go put the army to go get any U.S. citizen that's not their citizen. It's a U.S. citizen. Go get them. I don't care what they do.
Remember when
Y'all
James
say
Foley?
basketball player like it's Michael Jordan, bro. It's like a fucking
Yeah, first
WNBA
of
player,
all-
man. Like,
I was just joking. I'm glad she's home, man. Whatever she did, I'm glad she's home.
I'm glad.
Hey,
I
Jeremy,
mean,
is the
I'd
merchant
rather have
of
the
death,
merchant of death locked up than have this bitch, running
Hey,
around.
this is what
smoking
they
weed,
got.
playing
They
ball.
got you picking and choosing, man. They got you picking and choosing. Like you have the power to pick and choose who's more valuable, who's worth more. Bring them all home.
If she went
It's
to a
not your
place,
place to
did a
decide.
crime, she should do the time. What's the problem?
And I think it's about optics, though, because like I said, James Foley. Remember when James Foley got fucking captured by ISIS, and they were just saying they were going to chop his head off, and then they did on camera and everything. I think it's different because he was like a male. I bet you if he was a little girl or something, or even a female basketball player, professional or something, just because optically,
she's twice his
it's a different
size.
story.
Yeah, how do you know
And
she's
also, the U.S. government funded ISIS. So the ISIS psyop was a government funded psyop. So that's probably the reason they didn't trade David Foley or whatever for it, because the U.S. funded ISIS. So
Axel Foley.
Just thank God this basketball
Isn't
playing
that,
weed smokers home. All right,
isn't that
don't worry
Eddie
about
Murphy?
this merchant of death. Don't
Hey
worry
guys,
about that,
look,
dude.
this merchant of death, when he goes back to Russia, he'll be like a recognized as a hero. You think Russia will put him back to work? You put him be like, okay, you're gonna go back to work.
Of course, he's gonna go sell arms.
Okay, so what happens? He gets arrested again, right? Like, do we send another WNBA player over there with weed to try and get him back?
Another trade. One more trade. We'll trade you for the military next time. The military guy. What's his name? He's there with Marine.
Yeah, there was a Marine captured, but I want to clear up this Axel Foley thing. That's Eddie Murphy and Beverly Hills Cop, not the guy that got his head chopped off.
Fucking co-show.
Supposed head chopped off. CGI is.
Yeah,
they could do like face re-app or face unapp, whatever it is.
I don't know, man.
What is it? Face re-app or head
Reface?
decap?
I don't know.
Anyways, moral of the story is don't go to other countries and just, without knowing what the laws are, because we might end up having to trade you for a fucking, serial killer or something.
Jeremy, we're not trading nobody unless they're famous. It's not going to work for us.
Yeah, I was gonna say any one of us get fucking picked up in Russia, bro. We're eating gulag the rest of our lives.
Dude,
fucking
you think they're
Biden's
gonna
gonna come over. Hey, Chris.
Jeremy, will they trade a flat earther for a Russian next time?
Or how about Rakia? You think Rakia's getting out of jail, Jeremy? You think they're trading
everybody in here is valuing other people and putting a number on them. No way. You're fucked.
Maybe they'll give up a
No, I
drug
think
dealer.
I think we're mocking the trade and how fake it is. We're not putting any value on any people. We know it's fake. We know it's stupid trade. That's why we're making jokes about it.
I mean that would almost seem odd if it was fake, but I think we're forgetting also that the Russians, I think it would have been different if they didn't see her as a bargaining chip. Like, maybe she wouldn't have even been charged with something as extreme as that. It's possible that they knew the whole time that they were going to take advantage of, giving her the full extent of the law and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's no way they're that strict about marijuana, right? No way. They would have the whole freaking world locked up.
Like if that was anyone else, you're saying they would have gave him a fine or something. But
Well, not maybe not a
use it
fine,
for
but
a bargaining chip.
Yeah, I think that it's possible that the reason why it was as harsh as it was because they were they had a strategy the whole time.
So then wouldn't it be like really stupid
to?
It's like kind of dumb to play into it then, right? Like if
that's
I don't know, man. It seems like it's so contrived, right? Like it's how can we piss off half of the population? Oh, I know. We'll leave a Marine in Russia and we'll get back the drug smoking liberal basketball player who said she hates America. Like it's almost like you have to write it. Like she said she hates America. Yeah, it's like crazy. Oh, and then America goes to bat for her, and then she'll come back and like not kneel for the anthem.
Here's the point, guys. Is this a real trade? Did this really happen, or is it just in the media?
Who knows?
That's what I'm saying. I think it's like a story, just so people can be like, half the people can be like, can you believe they traded Brittany Griner? And then they can argue with the people that are going, thank God Brittany Griner's back. And then it just
What was the guy's name, Jeremy? Not Axel Death. What was his name, Jeremy?
The Merchant of Death.
Merchant.
It sounds like a script, right?
Speaking of movies,
the funniest thing is that we already know that the Globers believe it was a legitimate trade, a legitimate arrest, and the flat earthers are questioning it and doubt it. So we already know the Globers believe the official narrative.
Can you imagine?
Prove me wrong.
A little bit.
Yeah, I
Can you imagine?
I believe they got anybody fooled who thinks it's a decision to be made. If there's somebody there, you go get them. That's it. There's no story to be told. They're there, go get them. They're not Russians to hold on to. Not a Russian.
Well, hang on. Then how do we choose Brittany Griner over the Marine? How does that work?
You don't. You say give them both. Give them both back. That's it.
That's not how the
they did. They did. We're talking about what they did,
Putin's
not
like,
what
no,
they
give me. What if Putin's like, no, not 1 for 2. It's got to be 2 for 2. It got to be a fair trade.
Your president, the leader of the free world, traded an arms dealer named Merchant of Death for a basketball player. That's what we're talking about.
I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
not what he should have done.
Yeah, that's a story. Yeah, I mean, who knows what they should have, could have, would have. What's real? What's real is that anybody who's over in another country is not their citizen. Go get them. That's it.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that. They can't just do that.
If you do a crime in a
Of course, you're saying if people from another country come here and just commit,
held to their laws.
I'm saying if I catch
hold on, are you saying?
Go ahead.
Hold on, bro. Are you saying that if other people come here and break our laws and we arrest them, that the other country should just come here and get those people and they shouldn't be prosecuted?
That's right. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if I catch your kid on my lawn, I'm going to hang on to your kid and do what I want to your kid. They're on my lawn. Does that make sense?
So somebody comes here, kills my whole family, and they're from Russia. You think it's cool if the Russians just come here and get that guy? That's cool.
Send them right back.
Isn't that kind of similar to? Is that like akin to non-extradition? Right? If like a Russian guy kills someone here, then goes back, and then America's like, "Hey, give that guy up because he killed somebody here," and Russia's like, "Nah, sorry, bro." Like I see that almost the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's the two sides of the same coin. Because I was gonna say, because they got what's his name over there, Edward Snowden, and obviously they're not gonna extradite him here because they don't have to abide by our laws. Only countries that want to stay in good faith.
If you don't trust that a country is going to abide in good faith and do the right thing, then go to fucking war with that country. If that country's holding people and letting them kill other people, then go fuck that country up. Yeah, that country needs to go to war with the rest of the world.
They're not doing anything wrong by upholding their laws in the country. If their laws are, their laws are their laws. If it's not like a crime against humanity or something, then you went to their country, broke their law.
Well, that's not what Jeremy put forth. He put forth there was a crime against humanity that they committed, and then they should be set free. That's what Jeremy put forth. They came here, murdered my entire family, went back there, and they gave them a party. Then you need to go fuck that country up.
No. They come here, murder my family. We have them, and you think it's cool that Russia should just come and get their people?
What's Russia going to do to them? Nothing.
Who knows?
I don't know. What are we doing to what are they going to do to the Merchant of Death, or what are we going to do to Brittany Griner?
Hopefully the right thing.
And Merchant of Death is a scary name, sure, but we have to remember that he's probably just an arms dealer.
Yeah, he looks pretty mean too, bro.
He's a mean looking guy. He's not the Merchant of Death.
Well, that's a gangster ass name, dude. Come on, bro.
Can you imagine
with that guy?
The death guys? Can you imagine him in like the American jail? He has that like where he's hanging out with all the Russian criminals. He has that shit on lockdown. Fucking has a cigarettes, fucking cell phone in the cell.
I mean, Merchant of Death sounds like he should be going up against Iron Man or some shit. Seriously.
Have you seen that movie War Dogs?
That's respect, bro.
War Dogs was dope, yeah.
Yeah, but remember they got in trouble because that was based on a true story. But they got in trouble because I think they bought weapons from the Russians, didn't they, or something like that? but yeah, I mean, technically, sure, you're involved in war and stuff like that because you're getting weapons for people and selling it to them. But technically, you're not, not directly hurting somebody. I guess it's the same as a drug dealer or something because it is.
I mean, Jeremy's already like a merchant of war. What do you think? Selling guns is something you shouldn't be able to do? Selling weapons?
Maybe they just go sharpshooting a lot. Maybe there's a lot of recreational shooting in Russia. You don't know.
Could have been. Jeremy's now going on from saying who's worth what and what we should trade for what to now what you're allowed to even trade in, and it makes you a merchant of death if you trade in something that somebody else doesn't like guns.
Doesn't sound like a fair trade. The merchant of death for some goofy WNBA bitch that nobody watches who smokes weed.
You don't value her. I mean, I'm sure
she's not even the point. She's not even the points leader. She's not even the best player in the WNBA.
It's the WNBA.
She can't even make a 3-pointer, man.
Shoots granny shots. Hey, but what was the Marine? What was the thing that he did again? I don't remember why he was arrested.
That's the whole point. Nobody knows. They don't talk about him. He's just rotting over there.
Well, then
they
that
showed
makes
a picture of him.
Makes a little bit more sense because he was probably, I don't know if he was there on vacation or if he was there, under orders or something like that. So it's possible he was an enemy of their.
He was not there under orders.
Okay.
Vacation? A Marine there on vacation?
Yeah, I was going to say the picture of him, he had his uniform on.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the story says that he was already on dishonorably discharged from the Marines, but whatever. Unofficially,
That's not
I
a
don't know what he's
Marine.
doing.
That's not a Marine, right?
Whatever.
Yeah, he's Marine, ex-Marine.
When you're dishonorably discharged, that's like, I don't know. I feel like you kind of can't. Hard to say you were a Marine when they were like, "Yo, you're bad. Get out."
Maybe he's honorably discharged.
Wait,
Maybe I read it wrong.
Is this? Hold on. I'm looking at a picture of this guy. I thought it was like a young guy. It's like an old man.
Middle age. He's not an old man. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, compared to what I thought in my head, I for some reason I thought it was.
You thought he was 20-something? Yeah, I think he looks like 40 in his 40s to me.
Yeah, no, he was okay. He was arrested for suspicion of spying.
Well, of course.
Characters and
it's what a lot of Marines do. They go over to Russia and trounce around in their Marine uniform, spying on people. Hey, what you got in there?
Who's the guy who killed Kennedy? Supposedly, was he a Marine? I forget.
Yeah, you know how Marines love to not. They don't like follow commands from their government. Right? Marines are notorious as like rogue agents doing what they want.
A rogue agent Marine spy. Yeah, you hear that a lot. Maybe he was a double Marine.
Yeah, go to Russia to spy, but not for his country. Just get recipes for his wife or something.
Personal hobby.
Double agent Marine ever, and he got caught and didn't get traded for the arms dealer. He got passed over by a woman basketball player. Yeah.
Hey, if he was there undercover, would that make him a submarine?
Submarine.
Pretty good.
Bro, I know this would be the best if the Merchant of Death got out of his profession, transitioned to a woman, joined the WNBA, and then got traded for Brittany Griner again. What? But this time just from one team.
Why don't we have them do a one-on-one game and the winner goes home? That'd be good.
I don't think they have basketball in Russia, do they? They don't have marijuana, obviously.
They have basketball in Russia?
How can they have basketball? They don't even have marijuana.
The good basketball players are Lithuanian, that's all.
Is Rakia insinuating that all basketball players smoke marijuana for some reason?
Hang on, I believe
I am saying that there would be less dunks if there was less marijuana.
Yeah, I think he's saying only the black ones do.
I believe Brittany Griner went to Russia to play basketball, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's Let's just say there would be more bounce pass and layups if there was less marijuana.
Yeah, 30. The score would be 14-12.
Less people in the stands too. I mean, marijuana is the key to everything. It seems.
It would almost be like the WNBA.
Granny went to Russia to play basketball in the offseason. That's how they make extra money.
So you want the WNBA to stand for the weed NBA?
I have to be honest. I've never watched the WNBA. Never mind. Never
you could
watched
have the LA
all
Snoop Dogs.
You know what? You're not missing nothing. They don't really play like the men. They don't have the magic. I don't know how to explain it.
You could have the Milwaukee Smokers.
Picture watching a bunch of short white men play basketball. That's what it's like watching the WNBA.
Dude, Larry Bird and Pete Maravich and people like that would dominate.
Yeah, Bird wasn't short though, right? Like Bird could dunk. It looked weird, but he could do it.
You got Muggsy Bogues. Remember him?
He wasn't white,
but he
yeah,
was
and
like
he could
4
dunk
foot.
too.
He was like
Picture
4
nobody
foot
could
fucking-
dunk in the NBA. It'd be horrible. Nobody would watch that. Would you watch a game where nobody can alley oop except for like a layup? Like it would lose a lot of it. There would be no alley oop if nobody could dunk.
They don't
right?
dunk that much in the NBA already. They dunk like maybe 8 times a game when they're just free to the basket.
That's 8 times more than the WNBA season, though.
So I dead
Maybe.
ass saw this college team just played a whole game. They didn't shoot a 2-pointer the whole game. They played full court press and shot threes the whole time.
Hang on. Guys, if I'm not mistaken, the women's basketball, the base of the rim is shorter than the men.
The ball's
And
smaller.
that, the basketball is smaller too.
Yeah, they got smaller balls.
That.
They smoked the same amount of weed, got smaller balls and shorter rims. I don't know about the rim. Is the rim actually shorter?
I mean, probably the 3-point line is closer and things like that. I don't know if the rim is lower.
I thought the rim was lower. Look into that, because how can that even be fair for women? They're obviously shorter on average.
I'm pretty sure the ball is smaller. Like, I would bet on that, 100%. But I don't know about the rim. I have to look that up. They can shoot, though, man.
You say that it's shorter. The hoops are shorter, right?
That's what he was saying. They keep their eyes on the balls a lot. They know how to put things in holes better than men.
The rim is the same height, the ball is smaller, and the 3-point line is closer.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wasn't sure about the rim.
So can they dunk?
Some of them.
One of them.
Like one girl.
Yeah, they don't dunk that much in the NBA.
How did we go from the sun setting on flat Earth to a woman basketball player being traded for a kiss of death?
You proud of that video which you used of yours? It's a good video.
Me, I didn't hear that.
Which you used your video on the modern day debate with Jaron.
Sunset. Yeah, I've had that for about a year, and I sent it to Dave Weiss a couple times and to Whitsett, and they didn't view it, I guess. One of my favorite. Actually, that is my favorite video.
Real quick, you said the kiss of death. That's Jada Kiss. This guy was a merchant of death.
Hey Jeremy, I got some new material on my DM you, so if you get dry, you can use some of it.
Jeremy, I got the best autograph. Would you buy it?
I didn't hear what you said.
I got a picture of him with his autograph. You want to buy it?
Jadakiss? No, I'm good.
I'll buy it for
He
you.
is he's one of the dopest rappers out, but
he's not.
Dude, that's a collector, bro.
Jadakiss?
He's fucked.
Merchant of Death autograph.
Oh, the Merchant
He's
of
old
Death.
school.
He's like, he's just. I mean, he's not enjoyable to listen to. He's not.
Jada?
Mm-hmm.
He's been fire since like the 90s.
It was 90s shit, yeah. But yeah, I was looking up this guy though, Ken Wheeler, or AKA what's his name?
Go ahead, try to say it.
I have a name.
Oh, Paul Whelan. That's what it is. There's the Marine guy. Actually, he's kind of a bad guy because he got
the story.
He got discharged from the Marines because supposedly he was stealing, and also he had like a fake social. So he was kind of a shady guy, and he was working at a security tech company. And
who's this guy?
The guy, the dude, the Marine that the Russians have. So he was doing shady stuff. He was in security for that IT place, and he went to another security or working security for this car company that has car parts. And I don't know if you know this, but security dudes, they usually have the kind of leverage. Like if you're a dirty security dude, you got the kind of leverage where you could give information to people, or you have information to know what to steal if there's something valuable or something like that. And the claim was that he was in possession of a thumb drive that had Russian agents on it or something like that, like Russian security agents.
It sounds like he was undercover, Coach. Huh?
He was probably going to sell that to somebody. I don't think he was so much undercover.
What does he have to say about it?
Why would a Marine have agents on a thumb drive from Russia? Why would they do that? For a hobby?
Why was he in Russia?
Are they working for the U.S. doing that?
It was supposedly for a wedding of a friend, which was probably true, but he had knowledge of, like, he'd been going back and forth from Russia for years, so he had knowledge of the workings of the country and stuff like that. But I don't know much more than that.
Why is it bad to have knowledge of Russian agents?
It's not.
Coach? Okay, so it's not evil?
That's not evil or illegal. No.
So he's not a shitty guy then?
That's not evidence for or against him being a shitty guy. No?
Okay, you just said he was a shitty guy, and it sounds like he was working undercover.
What does he have to say about it? I wonder what he stand-up guy to me. Yeah, I wonder what he would say about these things. Or did he say something?
He's
sounds like a smuggler.
You believe what they report, Gosho?
Yes. Yeah.
Coach just said he was a shitty guy because he had a fake soul working in security.
That's what I was going to ask you, Kosho. How much of what you read about, someone like that, do you actually believe? Something like that.
Well, his family agrees that he was there to visit a friend's wedding, so that's what he told their family. They also know that he was discharged from the military and the reasons why he was discharged from the military. And there's evidence that the jobs I just described were the jobs he worked at. So all that checks out. I mean, the only thing that could be, fabricated would be what was actually happening there in Russia. And yeah, sure, that could be completely fabricated, but it's also would be in line with his character. So
if he dies in that prison, how can we confirm any of that if he dies there in that prison? The stuff that you said, the only thing that could be fabricated. The other stuff, how do you know if he dies there in prison? If it was or was not fabricated?
I think the only reason the United States would push a little harder to get somebody like this back is if they had evidence he was guilty. I mean, innocent. But if there's any hints that suspicions he might be guilty in any kind of way, They have no leverage.
What did he do, Coach? What was his charge?
It was espionage. Like he was
conspiracy to commit a conspiracy.
Espionage. So he's doing espionage on his
No,
own without
I mean,
any
what would
American interference.
Oh yeah, it was espionage.
what would be the reason? What would be the reason to think that this is fake?
What would be the reason for a guy
Mainstream
to do
media?
espionage on his part time?
That's not an answer. I mean, there's got to be some motive for you to believe that this is like a false flag or whatever.
This whole
you
story
must
check
miss
out. That's why.
Yeah, you must have missed the entire event where there's like a gay WNBA player who got caught for weed, and others saying they're weighing it out between like.
No,
I
was here.
Huh.
But I mean, to call something, I'm looking for the motive and the reason why they might even consider that it was a fake event.
To get you, me, and everybody in this room to start weighing everybody's worth and who's worth letting go and living and dying. Yeah.
And what's that worth to
get us arguing whether Brittany is more valuable than this Marine, and they should have traded the Marine instead of Brittany, or this other person who did something. And the easiest answer is it's from the mainstream media. And I personally do not trust very much from the mainstream media. They're guilty until proven innocent, in my opinion.
I mean, that's
unless it's like a local.
Yeah, good.
I was just going to say, unless it's like a local story where there's no benefit, no gain. Even some of my local stories are set up and lied and spun in different ways to control the narrative. So I personally don't trust the mainstream narrative or the mainstream media, and it's going to be up for question and interrogate. Everything they say is going to be up for interrogation and investigation.
It's kind of like the boy cried wolf, right? Because he got caught lying, so they just stopped trusting him. But who was
Skyline, you tell me what's the motivation in allowing these things to be public instead of keeping it all in house and the United States making the correct and moral decisions on their own without us knowing and everybody coming home safe? What was the motivation to letting us all in on this?
They didn't let us in on it. The media is the one who reports this stuff. If it were up to the
Russian American media,
yeah, if it were up to the government, they wouldn't want these stories to. It's easier for these stories not to be out there.
So you don't think the government? Hang on, Coach. You don't think the government has the media on lockdown? Whatever they want, they can stop a report or a news event. You don't think they can do that?
Yeah, I think they can try to, and I think they can, depending on where the story is, they can get away with it sometimes. But I think a lot of times they can't. Yeah.
I think that Granner was probably a real basketball player. Really got arrested in Russia for that thing, which was a minor thing. Really got put in jail. But this whole trading thing, the merchandise that could be all made up. And the reason they would do that is to get the people. I'm getting texts right now. Is to get the people angry with each other, both parties, like the divisive way to separate the people, so they'll be angry with each other. So that paints like the red and the blue more vivid, and then they're gonna fight like for this next election.
That's another. Yeah, I mean, there's many benefits. Yeah, many benefits. Yeah. Yeah, the main thing I see in the mainstream is
the narrative.
The mainstream the main thing I see in the mainstream media is them convincing us that it's our place to place value on each other and who is worthy and who is not worthy and what makes somebody worthy, what's their purpose in life, how much do they contribute to society, and when should we kill them? Before they're alive, while they're alive, when are they alive? What is their worth? When are they worthy of living? Yeah. Seems to be like a common story.
I think there's a big sociological, like statistical side to a lot of these psyops too, to where they put them out there and then they kind of track, how they track through social media and Facebook and people's comments. They have algorithms that are evaluating, different areas, cities, races, all that stuff, how people react to these things. So even though some of these things might seem minor, if they're actually getting all that data, then it's all like psychological, statistical data for them to put into their AI and whatever else they're going to do in the future to sway people.
Yeah. I would say they motivations do you disagree with?
They track the hearts, likes of all those.
They track triggering They track the algorithm and how, like Gio said, how many posts, how many people get triggered. So they're trying to trigger the blacks against whites, the whites against blacks, the Russians against this. Like they're always just trying to psyop and trigger different people constantly. And then they track it and see how many reactions, impressions we got. And then, oh, this one got 10 times more. Let's do more of this to manipulate these people.
Yeah, but okay, so you guys might be right. However, there is basketball, and they do internationally play sometimes. So, and there are laws against drugs. So, what do you think of? Because what you said could be true, but couldn't it also be true that this person was traveling because they're a basketball player and they had drugs, they got caught, and the Russians needed leverage, and so used them as leverage. And you know, I mean, doesn't all also seem like it's a very possible, if not more likely, scenario?
It sounds possible. Yeah.
I would just say, what if we drug tested Putin and we found marijuana? Then what? Does he go to jail? What if we find cocaine in Putin's bloodstream? Then does he go to jail? Just like a lot of judges in America. Let's drug test them. They're putting people in jail for weed, yet he's got cocaine in his system. That's strange.
We can't drug test American citizens and put them in jail just because they have weed in their system. So I don't think we can drug test the president.
No. I said drug test the judges that are putting the people in jail, because this judge has sex with hookers, is doing cocaine, and then he's putting people in jail for weed. So he's a hypocrite. Just like I said, drug test Putin. You think he's going to come up clean? He's got no marijuana, no cocaine, no drugs in his system? Or maybe, okay, we find drugs in his system, then what? Putin's got marijuana in his system. He's free to go. No charges. That's hypocrisy.
Yeah, Coach, I think
Putin could be... Oh, good.
I was going to say there's a component of like spin doctors, like there are some things that may really be happening. Like that girl may have actually been arrested but once they kind of see that, since they control the media, they then take that and spin it. It's like they doctor it and they spin it, and then they create it into something like they could have chosen not to put that in the media, or they could have chosen to do it. So I think they make those choices, and then they have algorithms and reasons to kind of track that. It like pits countries against each other. Like we're talking about United States, Russia. So it starts to give people like certain mindsets of what other countries are like, so they can keep that facade going.
Yeah, I would say imagine a world that's a little bit different, where they sent back the NBA and the Marine guy, and we sent back the arms dealer right away. And the people in Russia are really, their media and their people are talking about how to punish the arms dealer, and we are just all talking about what would be an appropriate punishment for our two American citizens, instead of this whole fake fight against each other. Both sides did the right thing, and now all we're talking about is the appropriate punishment, if any.
Yeah, we know governments are never going to do the right thing.
But I mean, isn't that like what should be really happening right now? Is that everybody should got sent home back to their place, and their place should be deciding a rightful and moral punishment that fits the crime? Isn't that what should be happening?
I mean, if it's not illegal, like for instance, if she goes back to California, then there's not really anything illegal about her having weed and stuff. So it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, right. So then the punishment would be you're not allowed to go back to Russia because you can't follow the rules over there. That's it. That's your punishment. That sounds fitting. I mean, we could all talk about it, but that would be like the punishment.
So you take away her right to go to Russia because she didn't break all of California law.
He broke the laws over there. You can't go back over there then.
I'm sure she's probably not going to want to.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's the punishment.
I think she's made her last visit to Russia, whether the U.S. tells her not to or not.
Yeah, oh, for sure. That's what I said earlier. Do you think she's learned her lesson? Isn't that the point of like the laws and the penalties, to learn your lesson?
If you go out exploring Antarctica, you never know what country's jail you'll end up in.
Well, she never ended up in the jail though. She got out, so she just kind of skated the responsibility, which is kind of like the total opposite of making somebody responsible, right?
Did she? I don't know. Did she learn her? I mean, you don't think she learned her lesson?
Well, learning the lesson is not has nothing to do with serving your debt, right? So like, yeah, I could do something horrible and be like, you know what? I've learned my lesson, everybody. No need to take this any further. Is that really no? You got to be punished.
Asking if you think she's going to say she learned her lesson. I'm saying, do you think that she learned her lesson?
No, honestly, I don't. I think she is now more entitled than she was before, and I would bet my everything that she's just going to get into another situation where she think her entitlement will get her out of.
In Russia?
Anywhere. It's what, you know.
Anywhere. Wherever she's at.
It's what. Do you ever encounter an entitled child? How do they
If
act?
she was
Horrible.
brash enough to bring marijuana to Russia, you don't think she's going to break some American laws? Come on, man.
So what?
Yeah, I've left America and I've never broken those laws. Right? What it was. That's exactly what the punishment should have been. What it was.
9 years in Russian prison.
Yep.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, is that not, punishment?
Is that not
law?
fair? Not punishment? All right, sure. 9 years in Russian prison.
Guess how
Other
much
people
marijuana I'm going to smoke while I'm in Russia? If I know the penalty is 9 years. 0.
Guess how many people I'm going to murder because I know the penalty is life in jail? 0. You know, we all know the consequences. Oh, I didn't know that it was illegal to bring marijuana across country. Okay.
What's the purpose
You've been living under a rock?
What's the purpose of the law? That law. The one
To
that
steal
she
money
broke.
and incriminate humans because of slaves?
You mean the law that she
Psyops?
broke willingly and knowingly?
Yeah, that one. The one that she didn't make, but yeah, that one.
Yeah, the rule that she broke willingly and blatantly in another country as an American citizen.
Yeah, she didn't make that rule.
Did she? I would say everybody knows that you cannot bring drugs across the border, any border, ever, without persecution or prosecution. Everybody knows that you cannot bring drugs.
She needs to go to jail for 9 years because that's what the law says, and that's it. Bottom line, done deal.
Do I agree with government laws? No.
I mean, if you run a stop sign, you yield to it, and the punishment is 4 years in prison. You cool with that or what? That's the law. 4 years.
Well, where I live, it's a fine of
you knew not to yield. You knew to stop and count to 3, but you just yielded at the stop sign. It's 4 years in prison. You're good. Or I bet you are. I mean, you can pretend.
Because here it's a $400 fine. If I go through a stop sign, it's a $400 fine. So you guess what I do? I stop at the sign. I wait 1, 2, 3, and I go at every single stop sign to avoid that $400 fine. Yes, I do. Every stop sign.
Every stop sign. 1, 2, 3. You count out loud. Do your kids make fun of you in the car? Or
no, I count it in my head. I don't have kids. I don't have kids.
Okay.
I stop.
So
1,
you go 1, 2,
2,
3.
Go. I stop and go 1, 2, and go.
You slow down at every yellow light.
Oh my
Instead
God!
of speeding up.
A lot of red lights here have cameras. So
who's the troll?
I
Me
do
or
slow
the guy
down at
who's
yellow
lying?
lights.
Blatantly lying. The guy who's blatantly lying that he counts to 3 in his head at every red light. So I'm the troll.
Your argument is weak.
So I'm the troll, the guy who claims that he stopped. Right. I'm just checking for honesty. Yeah, I'm just checking for honesty, Rakia. I mean, I'm checking for honesty, and you're going to call me out instead of the guy who's blatantly lying.
I'm definitely calling you out on
You're calling me a liar, saying
It
I
just
don't
shows how
count the
dishonest
1,
you are as
2
well.
at stop signs. I
Yeah,
think you're a bit
absolutely don't count the 3 in
retarded.
your head at every stop sign since you started driving. You don't.
I do.
If you're going to claim
I
you do, you're
do.
blatantly lying.
I've gotten multiple stop sign tickets. I've got
seatbelt prove that
tickets.
you don't, but every common, normal thinking person knows that you don't. So it's fine.
Settle down, guys. Settle down.
Not true.
I mean, look. I mean, we could take a silent vote that if you really think that everybody believes that you count the 3 in your head at every stop sign.
You want to know why I do it? You want to know why I do it?
He
I
doesn't
count
want
to
to pay
2
the
every
fine.
stop sign because I
Because he
don't
doesn't want to pay
want
the
the
fine. Yeah.
$400 fine.
Yeah, it all
Yeah.
backs
Yeah.
up your story. I
That's
believe
why.
you. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
believe you.
why.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
What a
I'm
lie.
very
The
consistent.
whole point is
I'm
if
very
you go to Russia
consistent with
and
avoiding
running a
fines.
stop sign is 4 years
Yeah,
in
the point is
jail,
that you'll
you're
lie.
probably
You'll
gonna
lie
count
to
to
make
10.
a point. That's fine. You'll lie to make a point. But the Earth is flat, and you don't lie. I hear you.
Well, wait. Why are you saying he has to be lying just because he says that he stops?
Because he's a human. Because he's a human being, and he doesn't count to 3 in his head at every stop sign unless he's a nut job, and he probably belongs behind bars.
Well, but maybe if he got a couple $400 tickets. And
Yeah, if you believe him, Gio, that's fine. Believe him.
Oh,
My grandma. My
I'm not
grandma
saying I do
stops
or
at every
don't,
stop
but
sign.
I'm not saying
You know he's lying. Everybody knows. Anybody who has a brain knows he's lying. Yeah. Well, anybody who has a brain knows he's lying. If you don't know that, that's all
How
right.
in the hell did you get to that question to him? Because it was
I
about
don't-
what schools in Russia and why you shouldn't bring marijuana to Russia because you know the penalties are so extreme.
I don't know if that person there wants 2 liars judging them. I mean, I would be wary if I was her too.
I think you're high.
Right.
I think you would bring marijuana to Russia.
No, I think he's
right.
He's used to.
Yeah.
He's usually in gyms and playing the devil's advocate or trolling, or maybe he really believes it.
Boy, and you're just lying. I mean, you want to lie, you lie. That's fine.
Hey, no, Tanks.
Just say you fucking do it. Just fucking say you. Yeah, I fucking go to the stop sign and be an honest person, or fucking lie. Whatever you want to do.
No, I stop at every stop
right,
sign
cool.
at least a
Awesome
foot or
story. Cool, I
two
believe it.
before the stop sign, and I count to
I
2,
believe you. Yep,
and then
I
I look
believe you.
both ways twice, and I go.
Twice. Yeah,
so
cool
so
story.
when I stop at a stop sign and I tell you I look left, right 3-4 times to make sure I don't get an accident, I'm lying there too, right? Because I'm being extra safe and looking 3 and 4 times instead
you're
of
just
once.
Plain old lying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't prove that you're lying. I don't know you. I don't watch you drive, but I know you're lying.
Well, I will say there's certain things that, like, if you have certain repercussions happen that, you know, one may take more caution towards. Like, for example, a couple of years ago, I had where I was living, there's even a lot of deer where I'm at now, but back where I was there was so many deer that I hit 2 of them. Well, they hit me, really. I didn't even hit the deer. They ran into my car, and I couldn't really do anything about it. So I had to get repairs on my car, the whole 9 yards. And after that, I was like, all right, the only solution when I'm driving at night is to go, the only solution I could find in my head was just to go under the speed limit. So the speed limit's 40, I go 33 or whatever it is, just to go slower and be extra, extra careful. And so after I hit those 2 deer for like at least months and months after that, every time I drove at night, I like purposely went slow and was being super, super cautious. So I'm just saying, like, there are certain things that
You're lying. Nice number you chose, 33. That's how I know you're lying. That's ridiculous. You're definitely lying, dude.
I probably went like 500.
I would say just because you lack discipline and you do that at stop signs, don't
Stop
push
fucking
that on
lying.
me.
I don't want to hear your nonsense. It's fucking, you're a liar. You're just a liar. I mean, I'm not mad. I'm not triggered. You're just lying. It's cool.
Some people do
So
the
he may
quick
do
pull
that.
out
How do
rule.
you know he doesn't do
the
that?
pull out
No,
rule?
I can't prove it. He's just a liar, but it's whatever.
Dude, you
There's
sound
people that
ridiculous.
count.
Yeah, I
There's
sound
people that
ridiculous,
count to
Ricky.
3 every
Shut
time
the
they.
fuck up.
Let's take a straw poll on
There's
that.
people that count to 3 every time they turn a light switch on. You ever see those people?
Yeah, right. That's what I said. Either he's a fucking psycho or he's lying.
You ever
If
see
he's
those
if
ones
he's a
that
psycho, yeah,
don't
that's
pull
fine.
out? Yeah, they don't wear safety when they're having
Yeah,
sex.
I
They
hear
just
you. Yeah,
do the
he's
quick
one of those
pull out
guys who
rule.
like
Yeah.
fucking taps, like the dude on like Everybody Loves Raymond. He taps his chin. He's just a fucking nut job. You can't believe that, no tags. Maybe he's just a nut job. Okay, fine, it's a nut job.
A nut
I
job
got you.
because he
You
stops
got
at a
got it. You got me, dude. You fucking got me. He's just either super neurotic and fucking nuts, or he's really telling the truth, or whatever. You got me. Yep. He counts to
must have
3,
a
looks
pass.
both
I
ways.
mean,
How
the
many
road.
times? Like
I
4
would
times?
call it.
The road is a
4
very
times, he looks
dangerous
both
place.
ways, left, right, left, right, left, right, counts to 3
Yep.
every single time. It doesn't matter what's in the view. He doesn't know about it. It's every single stop sign he's ever been to. Yeah.
I hope he's trolling
The
you with
road
that
is a,
shit now because you sound
Everybody
ridiculous.
believes it, Rakia. Everybody believes it. Yeah.
No, I believe
the
that
road
you
is a
sound
very
ridiculous.
dangerous.
I know, Rakia. We all believe it. We're all on board with you. Go ahead. Continue.
Relax, man. The
Thanks,
road's
man.
a very
No,
dangerous
I mean,
place.
listen. I'm
No
relaxed
one
with
should.
Rakia.
No
Me and
one should.
Rakia are like
Don't
super
take
relaxed.
no
Yeah.
tanks
Yeah.
advice and roll through stop
Dude,
signs.
why don't you
Please
go back
stop
to Bev's? Like,
and
why don't you go
count.
back over to Bev's and hang out with Turn Up and Redmond and
Guys
XP? What
carrying
are you
it
doing?
in the
No,
man.
everyone stay here. Everyone stay here. Let's all relax a little bit. All right?
Spiraling.
Get more no tanks over here.
I mean, I'm spiraling back over to like Tartaria, I guess. I don't know. What's up, Rakia?
Or something like off.
Yeah,
You're either
Rakia, what do you
trolling,
say? Bro, I can barely hear you, man. You're breaking up, man.
trolling, or you're just
Are you on your boat right now? What's up?
just I'm having home.
No,
Oh,
Tanks.
okay.
Are you just like joking, or are you for real right now?
No, I'm
Even
half
the owner of the
joking.
server
I'm
is
half
calling you
joking.
now.
Yeah. Rakia,
Alright.
you're a fucking you're a little bit loopy, Rakia. That's all.
So you are trolling then.
As long as you admit you're half joking, okay. But yeah.
No, I mean I'm half
Yeah.
joking.
Yeah,
I
half
half don't like
joking.
Rakia. Yeah, I mean I half don't like Rakia. That's the truth. Yeah.
Right, and you obviously don't like the other guy. That's why I said
I
you have a
mean,
pass.
Who's the other guy? I don't even know the other guy. I haven't looked at my phone once. Who is he?
Well, then you sound more ridiculous.
All right, let's
The
all
guy
let's
who's
all
lying
relax.
about
Let's relax,
stop signs.
please.
I
No
mean,
tanks.
who
The
lies
guy
about
you're
stop signs to make a point about
The guy you're
going to
accusing
jail,
of
about
lying,
justifying going to jail for 9 years for
trolling.
marijuana? He lies about a stop sign, so we can justify putting an WNBA American citizen in jail for 9 years for marijuana. I'm the troll. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool story.
Let's all relax,
Cool
okay?
story. Yeah.
Can we just
Please,
get on
guys,
with the
please.
conversation and
Yeah.
not just a personal attack drama show?
You can join the club of people that only half like Rakia, okay? But that's beside the point.
Yeah. I think it was me about 5 minutes ago said, can we move on?
My friend in Thailand got put in jail for 2 nights just for watching illegal street drag racing, and he was just a spectator.
Right, but you guys saying it out, this is the point. You guys saying these outrageous, like, misjustices out loud, remembering them and reciting them, tells me that, and tells everybody that you see it as an injustice. And then you claim, on the other hand, right, and maybe not you, but somebody else, how justified it is while remembering it, knowing it's an injustice, and then saying out loud, well, that was the rule. Craziness.
There's people in prison in America for marijuana. Why are we
Right.
getting people in Russia out of prison for marijuana? Like, I don't understand.
Right, and you're saying that like it's an injustice, again.
But again, if it's an injustice to the point where we need to trade somebody for somebody, why can't we trade? So if my mom's in prison for marijuana, can I trade my brother? Is this something everybody gets to do, or only the privileged WNBA players?
I don't think I brought up that claim at all, that it, that we get to trade anybody for anybody, not me.
Look,
But-
if you're not famous,
That's
if you're
the
not
basis
famous,
of this.
you're not going to get traded. It's about being famous, bro. That's all it's about.
You're saying it's outrageous that she has to do 9 years. Well, I think it's outrageous that we're trading people. Trading
Yeah, and
prisoners? That's ridiculous. So if she's got to do 9 years, that's what she has to do, because trading
Yeah.
somebody else for that's we don't allow that on our citizens. Why are we going to
Right.
make
And it goes back to the point where now this is the point of what they're doing. They're getting you to, and me and whoever, to start valuing other people and saying what somebody's worth and not worth. It goes back to it. Everybody in here is going back to it every single time. Yeah,
Maybe
it's
say
nuts.
it one more time. We'll understand it more.
All right,
Are you
Rakia.
still trolling?
When you
Are you
win
still
one,
half
brother, when you win
Why
one
are
of
we
these things, come at me. You're not on my level, I guess. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm not on your level for sure. I'm not
I guess
joking.
not, bro. I mean, all you say are, like, every time I've encountered you in Bevs here, where you say, "Are you trolling?" That's like your jam. Like, get a new fucking script. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Are you trolling?
You just
Let's
admitted.
move on,
Are you
please.
trolling? Wait, yo, Rocky, are you trolling?
No tanks.
admitted
Let's
I'm gonna
please.
take like a page from him.
All right,
Bro, are you
let's move
trolling?
on.
Are we gonna start off every I'm just gonna. I mean, that's the start of a conversation. Are you trolling? I mean, I'm gonna learn from Rocky.
No,
Well,
I'm not.
I'm
Bro, are
surprised
you
we
trolling?
I'm surprised we talked about that WNBA player thing for so long. And wasn't that an old? Didn't that happen a couple months ago, or isn't that kind of an old story?
I don't know. I'm gonna roll out and let Rakia troll somebody else.
Why is this dude still like addressing?
Yeah, I just
Please.
tagged you in the other server, retard. Check it out.
Yo, don't call
weird.
names. Don't call names.
Yeah, this was an obfuscation away from the sun setting over a flat plane and them getting destroyed about the heat source being closer and all that. That's why I asked, how did we get to the NBA player from the
I don't know.
sun setting?
But speaking of the sunsetting thing, Coach, are you at your mic?
Speaking of sun.
Well, I wanted to ask either because Coach was talking about it before a little bit, but that video that you have, Rakia, the one that Witsit showed on that debate and stuff. The one that, like, I want to know what a globe earther's explanation is for how the sun literally fades rather than goes down below, quote unquote, the horizon.
Yeah, and that one's during the summer and at sea level.
Like
it's not like that high altitude wintertime shot that people, say that has to exist to get that fade out.
Like it's the huge circle of the sun, and it doesn't go down below, the horizon. It literally just fades. It
and
yeah.
Also, it stops going down. Like when it's setting as a ball, in the distance, it stops doing that and then starts fading out. Like it's crazy. And is that refracted up as it's faded out? Because more of that sun is supposed to be set, and some of it's refracted up. That you're seeing more of it because it's fracted up every day as it sets, because looming happens every day with the sun. Remember, and then it fades out.
Kosho says in the chat, exposure settings and aperture. That's his explanation for
it. Yes. I mean, I've taken, I don't know how many thousands of, I'm passing the power lines on Lake Country, by the way. But I've taken thousands of sunsets with the same camera, and I've never gotten that before. I didn't even think it was possible in the summertime. I thought it was a wintertime thing and an altitude thing. Like, I didn't even think it was possible. And to make my other point of the sun in the summer being a tighter circle, that's the summertime where it sets off that pier. And right now it sets about 20 to 25 degrees to the west under a bridge. Like that one's over the bay directly. I mean, way more due north than, northwest. And then right now it's setting west underneath the bridge. I'll post a picture of that.
It also makes like a different arc through the sky, a different arc pattern in the summer and winter.
Bridge have posts and the sun goes in between them, and you can tell it's kind of going left to right, and in that, in that, I call it a circle around us, but a slight circle that, just barely coming from left to right down away from it. You can really see it in between those posts, because at one point it's in between the posts, and at another it's to the right of them as it gets further away from it. And that would happen other reasons too, but it's lower in your sky, which means, I think it means it's further away in the winter. And you feel less heat, which also points for the heat source being further away.
Yeah, even like when the sun's setting, when it's like daytime and it's really hot, and then as it gets cooler, as it sets, it also has that like inverse square law dissipation of heat. Whereas if you were on a globe and you were just tilting, if the sun hasn't set, I wouldn't expect that dramatic of a difference. It would be pretty similar all the way until it sets, and then it would get colder.
You see the post that I just did? That's me taking a picture of my camera, taking the sunset with my phone. And that's the winter time. That's now. That was last weekend. And during the summer, you have to turn the camera all the way to the right and film straight off the pier over those rocks to the right to get the sunset.
Yeah, Geo. If it was a ball and the sun is 93 million miles away, it wouldn't matter if it was at your zenith or at the horizon. It should be the same temperature all day long.
Yeah.
Except for in the morning, because you need the atmosphere to heat up. But like you'd expect at the sunset, at least it should be even hotter than midday.
We have nights here in Louisiana that are 90 degrees. What are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's because the sun is local.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm just saying the atmosphere and the earth stays really hot, you know, sometimes of the year. If we don't get that weather, that brings in the cool air from the north, where the sun is always further away, even in my summertime. Right? That's why it's colder in the north from me. The sun never gets close to the northern region. I mean, that's the simple explanation. You know, if you want to start throwing in millions of miles and tilt and angle of the sun rays that are parallel, that aren't parallel, that are never parallel, heating you up and heating the atmosphere and blah, blah, blah. I mean, I just look at it as the heat source. In the summertime, it's closer. So as soon as it breaches the horizon, you're freaking sweating. You can feel the heat. Hold your hand up, right? It's there. In the wintertime, when it's further away, when it's straight overhead, you know, or you know, not overhead, but you know, when it's noon, it's high in the sky, you can't feel that much heat from it because it's so much further away. Same thing with a bonfire.
Yeah, it just totally makes sense that, yeah, like even like a heat lamp where you heat up food, you know, we all know, like to some extent, you know, if you have it closer to the heat lamp, you know, versus further away, you know, it'll get cold. Obviously, if it's too far away, like that same phenomenon of that kind of close and local light seems to be the way the sun behaves in a way. Like it has that similar effect, almost like just a massive heat lamp. Or even like, you know, those things where like you're outside on the patio and they have those, you know how they look like kind of like a short lamp post? What are those things? Like those heaters, those like space heaters.
They direct the heat down.
Yeah, but they're big, yeah, for like patios and outdoor seating and stuff. But like the way that heat works, whether you're closer to it or further away and all that, which is why people, when they, you know, if they're at a restaurant, they want it closer to them, they ask the waiter, hey, can you move that thing closer? Versus something like tilting your body or any level of tilt is not going to make that big a difference. I'd make a little bit if you're facing it, but not the difference between warm summer and freezing cold winter. It really just really doesn't fit physics of what we actually have on Earth. Like it, I guess conceptually you could think that maybe it could work that way, which I guess is how they've been able to pull that off to kind of sell it that way. But
the ray is hitting, right? I guess they're saying less rays. I don't know. Even when I look at their model with the tilt, the sun is still hitting you for 12 hours.
They try to say it's like more dissipated. Like Kosho went in this one night and he's got this whole thing where he's claiming that like there's more when it's tilted, there's more area, you know, per square foot, per square mile. So there's more area and less sunlight hitting it. That was his explanation as to why it's so dramatically different like that when it's tilted.
Darker. I mean, you know, if there's less sunlight, it would be darker, right? No, I don't think so. I think it's closer in the summer. It's actually brighter in the summer, right? Like you have longer days, brighter, more gloomy in the winter. Sun's further away, it's colder.
Well, that's an interesting thing too, because that wouldn't be the case on the globe as well. Yeah, like if it was just the tilt, it would have a similar sort of intensity in a way. Like I was just thinking, there's been times where I've been at the Tropic of Cancer during the summer, and wow, the sun is unbelievable. Like it's just this so bright, and it feels like you could reach out and touch it. It's just unbelievably close.
It heats the sand so much you can't even walk on it in the summertime before noon. But in the winter, all day you can walk on the sand. You know, the sand's cold. actually ridiculous. It's so simple, I think. It scrambles people's minds, right? Like, because it can't be this easy, right? No way. I was fooled this long over something so simple. That's how I feel. Why am I any different than you or somebody else feeling the same way? Just I'm willing to admit it. I know for a fact human brains are easily fooled. Ever been to a magic show? Can't figure it out?
Yeah, I've definitely seen some magic where I'm like, how did they do that?
How the frick, dude?
Yeah.
I'm right there, right? Or look at the Pontchartrain Bridge from 8 miles away and it's bending towards you when you know it's not. It looks like it's underwater and you know it's not. Illusions, man. Magic, right? Optical illusion. That's what magic is. Smoke and mirrors, angles.
Also, they show you what they want you to look at. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
they're moving something else behind the scene that you're not looking at.
They know
They got your
how the
attention on this
human
one
mind
thing, and then they can control what you look at.
Right, exactly. They study how the human brain works, figure out how easily it's deceived, tricked, magic, illusions, and then they put it on a stage and go presto, gotcha. That'll be $30, please.
But why would they lie?
Why would they? $30.
Oh, there's a monetary reason.
Well, I
benefit.
think magicians have different reasons for being magicians. I think a lot of them are like the fact that they can easily fool people, and the money's good too, right? Like they can make a living doing it. But most of the magicians that I know are on the dark side, right? Like, I'll just say it like that. They like that witchcraft, mysticism, deception part of it.
Yeah, it's like the difference between the right hand path and the left hand path, like in kind of magic, sort of the good and bad,
Yeah.
and just like black magic in general and how that controls people, like sorcery
Yeah.
and deceptions and these different components
Wizardry.
that kind of trap people in some way that someone then gets a benefit out of.
I just passed through New Orleans, the voodoo capital of the world.
It's kind of funny when you think about a magician charges money for a show, so they're getting a quote unquote benefit because they're getting paid. Granted, they are putting on a show that's entertainment, so I'm not trying to just say that they're some evil deceivers per se, because they are getting paid and it's entertainment and whatnot. And they're also not passing it off as real per se, although some magicians might try to. Like, it seems like David Blaine definitely, says he's doing these things or whatever it may be. I'm sure there's some of that, but it is kind of interesting to think that like they're literally benefiting off of, in a way, tricking people.
I'll be honest, I have to almost believe, because now I think that we're all connected in some way. I think some of the stuff that I've seen on some of these talent shows where they're somebody's writing down something, or I used to think there was a trick, right? That there was a camera that they could see and they saw what they wrote down, but now they're coming up with ways where that's not possible. Either the person's in on it, or they can actually read that person's mind, right? Or somehow are connected. You seen those people? They're usually a husband, like a couple, and they train like it's a mind thing. Like they
Yeah.
Yes. That's the strangest ones to me. And now that I kind of lean towards the way that we're all connected in some way, maybe they're tapping into that
they're actually doing it.
Yeah, that's actually real.
Well, they've done it like, those shows like America's Got Talent, or those kinds of things. I've seen some of them on there where you got your Simon Cowell and whoever the judges are. Now, obviously, those people are already actors and whatnot, so the fact that they could be in on it would not be surprising if that was the case. However, Heidi Klum or whoever these people are, it also would make sense that they would potentially also not be in on it, so that it seems that it's real. So then there's the question, because there have been some of those like mind reading kind of things, and some of the reactions of those judges, like it actually kind of does seem real, perhaps, that the person really was. Yeah, because there's some like like pretty much reading their minds that I have thought like, wow, how are they actually doing that? If it's not already set up.
I can get a guy on the phone right now that will tell you. Actually, he's the sheriff that I was talking about earlier that I was with Thursday night. He'll tell you that I used to call out cards and know what people have, and it just is something that when I'm really in tune, right? Like I just focus and I'm not thinking about anything else. I don't have any other, things that, going on around me, distracting me. I just see the next card, or I can just put the puzzle together and figure out, he must have, nines through jacks just the way he played. And I'll call out, you have tens. I did it the other night. So you got pocket tens. It's like, holy shit, you did it again. Like tens, or call the next card, jack of clubs. And me and another girl, her name is Sid, used to do that a lot. And she's the same way. She just feels it, right? I'm not saying I'm, have a gift or, and it is when I focus. Like I don't do it as much anymore because I'm not in the playing, like as serious as I was. There was a time when I was playing professionally, like that's all I was concentrating on was cards, and I could literally see the next card. Weird, freaks me out, right? Or when you have a dream that you know that you already, it feels like you already did it, and then it happens to you in the future. I know I dreamed it, right? Things like that. Those things are weird to me. I can't explain it. Have you ever been in a real life situation and go like, dreamed about this before? Like I've seen this before. Huh.
Yeah, for sure. Like deja vu. And no, this is a topic I find really interesting, just like telepathy in general, but not necessarily in like a traveling circus, go to the crystal ball reader. Not necessarily that. I'm interested in just like the potentials that we all have to do that, and just the interconnectedness. And then I like, start thinking about like the ether, and like, are there actual fields that are, because like we've been brought up in this materialistic paradigm to think that, just the evolution, the whole story, that we're really just these individual physical beings, that it's just neurons in our brain and that's all we are. It's just physical. And when you die, the lights turn out. And that's kind of like that mainstream kind of model that we were brought up under. But I mean, a completely different perspective is that actually we're all connected. There's like, just like we can't see radio waves. Well, what if we can't see the interconnected consciousness between us as well? And so at that point, it starts to be like the discussion of being able to tap into it, and whether that's telepathy or having certain information that could come from outside of your senses, and all of those components is. And I actually think we all have the ability. We all have the potential, I think.
Yeah, I would think it would be like everything else, some more than others, or some that are more open, just allow it to happen. Like, I think the Matrix kind of goes through that, right? Like, you can see it happen before it happens, or I've only seen that movie once and it was pretty good, but, the information is there already. You just have to tap into it. I don't know. I could, I mean, I hate to sound like, it makes you sound kind of kooky, but I know I've experienced things like that, and others have too. You think of a long lost friend or cousin, I should call that person, and then your phone rings. It's that exact person that you haven't talked to in years. Like, it's got to be something, right? Like, that's not a fluke. Does that make sense?
Definitely, yeah. I think there's a lot of scenarios. And there's scenarios that people, there's so many of those types of.
I'll tell you guys, if it weren't for you jokers, better or worse, anti-flat earthers, globers, flat earthers, normies, whatever fucking nomenclature we're going to assign to any of you fuckers, I met the love of my life. She's now my wife, and I'm the happiest I've ever been in my entire life because people still believe in the globe. So there you have it.
Good.
Fucking crazy.
Good, man. Wish you all the happiness. Marriage and kids and all that is what it's all about, I think. Being happy, enjoying life. Kids are amazing. I mean, that childbirth experience, I went in, for all three of mine being born in, and I never missed an appointment, went into all three deliveries. It's just incredible. The spark of life, right? Where does their heart start beating? And why? You're telling me that there's not electricity going through our, through the air, through our bodies, through our brain, through our system, in our blood. How does the baby's heart start beating? You ever thought of it? What impulse, right? When your heart stops beating, what do? They shock you, right? And put energy back into it. Clear. But how does the heart of a baby start beating in the mother's womb? I think the energy's all around us. It runs through us, right? So then the heart starts beating, acts as a pump. Has to have energy from something. Electrical impulses. Your brain has the same thing. Break your neck or your spinal cord, it's not because you broke that bone that you have trouble surviving. It's because you sever the electrical parts of your body, your spinal cord, nervous system. And oh, by the way, water doesn't curve. You can't measure it to do so.
Might not curve, but I'm sure water humps.
Yeah.
Right, Sean?
It's Canadians. There's one people group that should be put in prison in Russia. There's the French Canadians. Ship them all back.
Uh-huh.
Were you here earlier?
Not really. What time? I was here earlier.
No, I was talking about like the last hour.
Not sure. I think I came in about an hour ago, yeah.
So you heard our boy.
Was that when you were trolling no tanks? Yeah, I heard that.
I had to make the drive home. Go by. He was right. I left my thing. The money pit. I'm starting to call it. Break out another 10,000.
The boat you're talking about?
Yeah, remember I told you I had the fuel cooler I installed it. That part came in, installed it, everything went good. But the AC guy came today, and we thought we were just going to replace a compressor, and that ain't happening. So seawater has been pumping through the compressor unit. That's what killed the compressor, but also pumped up to the condenser. So now the whole thing's got to be replaced, which is not fun on a boat. Like, it's tight quarters. Yeah. Not a very good
Man,
boat.
it seems like an ever-ending freaking story, huh?
Yeah, money pit. That's what I said.
Yeah.
You want to buy a boat?
Get ready to shovel. Yeah. And you just fixed the damn thing from head to toe, for fuck's sakes.
I wish we would have known about the ACs fixing to go out, because I would have.
Yeah.
I had all the fiberglass cut out. I could have easily replaced it. It's not gonna be good. And we got fresh paint. The guy's up there with black sole shoes, just sticking his head up in this compartment. He's got his shoes like grinding all over. I'm like, dude, you gotta take the shoes off.
You're talking boats. I had we had about 10 inches of snow. I had to bring the snowblower out today.
Did you? It's been 80 degrees here in December, and it's gonna be freezing cold tomorrow night, I think, or maybe the next night. Front's coming in.
Oh, yeah, I did a good workout today.
I watched a thing on Canada last night, I think it was last night, on that part of the border that is landlocked on the lake. I think it's Minnesota, maybe. I'm terrible with that. But there's people that have to cross the border of Canada to get to where they're at, and like when the lake is frozen, it's considered land, so you can't go across the border. But when it's not frozen, you can go across on the water. Does that make sense?
Really?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
That's crazy. I know there's a town somewhere where there's just a line. It's just a line. There's no there's no guards, nothing. It's just one town split in half. I forget where that was.
No, this is like the border is going straight, and then all of a sudden it jets up onto this land, makes a square right around the lake somewhere, the Great Lakes. I'll send it to you because my memory is shot. I don't remember the name of it, but the people there get landlocked, and they have to cross the Canadian border. They have to get permission to go back and forth to American territory. You know what I'm saying?
That's weird. Doesn't sound right. Frozen one law, unfrozen another law. That's weird.
Yeah, they're really fighting it, but it's been this way for a long time. Yeah, while it's frozen, they can make a. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought maybe you were talking about the one where to get to they have to go through another country every time to get to their city.
Yeah, they have to go through Canada. They have to cross the border of Canada to get to their city when it's wintertime. Or they do an ice road, but the ice road has to be on U.S. part of the. But when it's
Hold on,
water,
you're hot micing. Sign your mic's open. Oh, okay, you got it. I think Rakia might have dropped out.
I probably did. You think it's freaking Russia bordering or something? It's Canada, for crying out loud. You know?
Yeah, so they can't even get to their city without going through Canada, right? Even though it's an American city.
That's what Rakia seems to be saying. Yeah, somehow they have to cross through Canada. First time I hear that.
Yeah, I just found it. The U.S. town only reached through Canada.
How does that figure? I can't picture that in my head.
It says visitors to the enclave of Point Roberts must drive through Canada to enter the United States. It's a tiny town with empty beaches, pods of okras, and dozens of gas pumps.
Sounds like a hotspot. Come for our gas pumps.
Now, what I'm talking about might be different. I just posted it. I can't read it.
Yeah, that one's different because this one's in Point Roberts, Washington, is where this one is.
No, this one's different because it's a thriving tourist destination. A lot of fishing, world famous wildlife fishing, whatever.
I know what happened here. You pissed off some Canadians and they said, yeah, Americans, we're going to control this town.
I don't know who drew the line, right? They wanted to keep this town pretty bad. That's what it was.
Let this be a lesson to you Americans. We're controlling this town. Don't you mess with us. That's too funny, man.
Yeah. Watch this one though. It's pretty cool. It was interesting. Good little watch. But the lake being frozen over being considered land, and then when it's not frozen, they can travel wherever on the water they want. Like the land is now the boundary of Canada, USA. The water is free, you know. So here in Louisiana, it's the middle of the river or the middle of the lake or whatever if there's a divider. Like most of the states are divided by a river or whatever. So the middle is basically dividing. The bridge going over the river right in the middle is say welcome to wherever Mississippi. It's just weird to think in 2022 we still have these land, these issues like that.
Yeah, there's this other town they were showing and they use it a lot for illegal stuff. It's a town, and literally the border is just a line, like a yellow line on the road. It's one of those. There's no guards there. They probably changed it now, but yeah, that was a thing in the past. I remember, and I was saying, really? You just drive through?
Isn't there one in the middle of the library or the store? It was the line. One side of the store you're in U.S., one side you're in Canada. I've seen that a long time.
I think that's the town. Yeah. I think so, bro.
I'd seen that a while back, years ago. I remember that. I can't remember my friend's number.
It's literally a line drawn right in half of the town. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of interesting to think that really it's all just Earth. It's just humans that make these the lines and the borders and all that. Because really, it's all just the Earth.
Gio, watch the thing on how the states were formed, like how they were bounded. I mean, the Civil War was real, but people fighting over, even in the United States, fighting over the borders of the states. Yeah. Crazy. And how they changed over the year, it's all about greed, money basically, most of the time.
Yeah, I know this one. Yeah, I know this one, bro. Yeah. Is this in China where the guy refused to sell his house? Yeah. And they build a freaking highway. Yeah, you got to see this one, man. Yeah, this one stubborn dude, he says, no, I ain't selling. So they build a freaking highway around his house.
That's surprising in China that they would allow him to get away with that, because even in the U.S., you don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Like they get a certain percentage done, it's over with. Legally, you can't stay.
Yeah, I remember watching this. I was freaking cracking up. Like, yeah, there's no freaking way. They were offering him all kinds of money. No, this is my land. I ain't moving from here. Wow. I heard you guys talking about the sun before and how it's closer in the winter. Yeah, that was interesting. I've had that conversation before a couple of times.
Yeah, one guy in here teaching us about the tilt. He wasn't too energetic though. He wasn't too confident.
Yeah, it seems like a fundamental flaw in their model. But why I'm just trying to think of, like, I don't know if I've ever gotten to the thought about the reason why they have to do it this way. I mean, they have to make the orbit elliptical to account for the tropics and the way that the sun moves over the tropics.
Yeah, it's the position of the sun during the winter. Then that's why they had to come up with the tilt, because it really didn't make any sense unless you tilt it.
But the 3,000 miles closer in the winter.
3 million.
3 million, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and they pass it away with being such a small percentage of 93 million, and then you add the tilt. So, you know,
But isn't that because of the elliptical shape of it?
Tell me, man. I've heard several different reasons. None of them kind of add up.
That is actually it. Yeah. Because if you look at, well, Kepler came up with that, right? It's an elliptical orbit, but how can I explain this? The center point is at the edge. There's 2 points, right? Picture like a football, right? That elliptical kind of a orbit. And at the edge where the point is, that's where it goes around, either at one end or at the other. What do they call it? Forget the name now. But yeah, that's why. So it has to be closer and farther. That has to happen according to Kepler's laws. And they have to show it like that.
And they have to make it so big of an elliptical orbit like that because of if not, you would feel the speed difference, the acceleration faster and slower.
Well, yeah, that's another thing that they can't get away with.
They have to now say it speeds up, yeah, but they say it's not it's such a great distance, you know, it's so slow of a acceleration that you don't feel it.
Yeah, of course.
So if you have like the sun in the middle and you have an elliptical orbit of the Earth going around it, yeah, like it's like an oblate circle basically. So you're going to be closer and further from the sun. So yeah, that's what gives that difference. And then I've often, I mean, coming from the idea of like an AE type map with the sun, Tropic of Cancer, equator, Tropic of Capricorn, that kind of concept with the sun circling and then kind of expanding and contracting between the tropics. My understanding of why they had to make those orbits elliptical is because, let's say the sun is at the Tropic of Cancer. Let's just say you start there in the northern summer, and then every day, like a record player, it's getting slightly wider circles, goes out to the equator, and then once it goes all the way out to the Tropic of Capricorn, it's expanding. It gets to the Tropic of Capricorn at the winter solstice, and then it kind of pauses there, which is what the solstice is. It kind of pauses there for a day, and then it slowly starts coming back inwards. But the fact that as it's going out, it kind of slows and pauses and stays at that outer ring for a little bit until it starts coming back in. And then the same thing happens on the inner circle, the Tropic of Cancer as well. So the fact that on both sides, the northern's winter and the southern's winter, it has to do that. It has to change direction, basically. That's why they had to make the orbits elliptical in the heliocentric model to account for the sky, the luminaries in the sky, because they all do that. Mercury, Venus, Mars, they all do that. So they had to make all the orbits elliptical to account for that. And then the 3 million mile difference would have to be incorporated into that, because if you have an elliptical orbit around a sun, there's going to have to be that difference. And then they didn't really have any option but to make it to where the northern winter, it's going to be, in their model, it's going to be closer.
Yeah. Well, they say that it would have to go faster and slower on its inner and outer track. No, I don't think so. It goes the same speed. That's why our days are different lengths. In the summertime, the sun is closer, so you have more sunlight. The days are longer. It gets daylight here at 6 and gets dark at 8 or 8:30. Right now in the winter, dead winter, when the sun is furthest away from me, it gets daylight at 6:30 and gets dark at 5:30. Days are shorter. As the sun goes away, it's further away. You have less light. They trick you with the time zones, but we're doing away with that now. So people are going to catch on to that too. We used to add an hour to the winter day. Then we're not doing that anymore. Florida quit doing it. Louisiana's going to stop doing it next year. I think this is the last year.
Yeah, it makes sense too, because that arc in the sky of the sun in the winter is such a, I don't know if shallow is the right word.
Yeah. Well,
shallow is. It is kind of, it's like a shallower arc, and it's further. So the day is going to be different. It's shorter, yeah.
Lower in the sky, so it rises and sets further away, so less daylight.
I posted a GIF. Sorry, Rick. I posted a GIF. Actually, Kosho made this. This is the orbit, how they envision it. You see how it's on the edge there? It's either could be on that side or the other side. But it has to be on either one. Yeah. So that's the farther, and that's when it comes closer.
Do they say it's that offset though? Because that's pretty offset.
Yeah. That exactly, like either offset to that side or the other side. That's Kepler's law.
And to be quite honest, it's hard to keep up with everything. Right? It's hard to get it straight in your mind unless you just see it all at once. Like you can't, the normal everyday person on the street can't even think about what we're saying right now.
Yeah, even this here, this thing took me a while to understand, even how they envision it. It's like magic, like almost, This part here, this equal time, equal area, bulk. It's like, really? Okay.
Like wizardry. I mean, like, or it could be just the sun moving over the top of us in a circular path and coming closer in the summer and further in the winter, or that.
Yeah, just a circle around us. But notice in their model how it speeds up when it gets closer to the right hand side, closer to yeah.
I mean, that looks very offset. I mean, if it's 3 million miles, from 90 to 93 to 96 or whatever they try to claim, it seems like it would be. Well, Matthew's here. Matthew, is the sun in the dead center of the elliptical orbit, or is it offset in your understanding?
Ellipses have two foci, and the sun is in one of them. But it's not as offset as the GIF that Say Montreal posted. But that's a good illustration.
Well, all the GIFs I see are like that. It's either on that side or on the other side. Could be either or. You know that, right? There's two spots, Matthew. The major axis.
Yeah, the sun is at one. There's a focus on the left side and the right side.
I believe they call that the major axis on that side, on both sides. So there's two spots there, right?
Right.
Either on the left or on the right. Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to say earlier was, not only if the sun is in the center and we're doing this path around it, orbit, or whatever you want to call it, speeding up and slowing down, doing this, path that y'all are showing with the GIFs. Don't forget the sun is moving, is traveling. We're moving along the sun's path while we're going around it, and we're rotating.
Exactly, Matthew. Just as I said. Yep. Either side. But never in the center.
So then where is the sun, Matthew? You think it's all the way in one of those focus points? I mean, it can't be that dramatically offset.
It has to. Yeah.
Yes, the sun is in a focus point.
So if you're looking at, even though we have no images of this or anything, but let's just say you were able to look at the sun and the Earth system from above, you're telling me that it would be that elliptical in that last one you just posted, and the sun would be at which of those focal points, at those focus points?
What do you mean, at which? It depends on if you're looking at the north or the south. I mean,
yeah, let's say you're looking at it from above, the north, I guess.
So it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't matter because you could just flip it around the other direction, right? There's no up in space. But generally, this is a way squashed ellipse that I posted. That the heliocentric model says that the ellipse is almost circular. Like the two focus points are pretty close to each other.
Yeah, this is what they believe.
My brain can't. My brain can't deal with that.
Well, then you don't want to look at the third law. Then you don't want to hear about the third law, right, Matthew?
So yeah, it's something more like this.
Yeah, only slightly elliptical and slightly off center.
Right.
And that makes sense. Oh, God.
I was just going to say these are fantastical ideas, of orbits that how can you prove that? I mean, yeah.
They chose an ellipse because that's what works out mathematically. So that's how Kepler first came up with the idea.
Right, but do you understand my just general idea? I'm not saying whether you agree if it's true or not, but if the sun is expanding and contracting between the tropics, that at both of the solstices, it's going to kind of pause and then start going the other way. And if that's the case, then they would have had to make these things elliptical to even make their model work.
I think if the orbits were perfectly circular, you could still get the sun kind of doing the solstice thing. But I think the days would be exactly 24 hours from solar noon to solar noon if the Earth's orbit were perfectly circular. But as it is, between solar noon and solar noon might be plus or minus 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Have you guys ever looked up at noon and seen the sun directly above you? Because I've tried many times. Lately,
where do you live?
Couple of years.
Like what?
Canada.
Okay, so that's never going to happen in Canada.
I know.
You have
The
to
only thing-
go the Tropic of Cancer, between the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn is where it happens.
That's what they say.
I've seen that in the summer when the sun was at the Tropic of Cancer. I've seen it like directly above me. It's unbelievable how intense it is. Like we were talking about that earlier. Like if it was 93 million miles away and all you were doing was tilted a little bit, to me that does not make sense to where the sun in the summertime, or sorry, in the wintertime is so far away. It's just like so dim and far away. Whereas in the summertime, when it's right above you at the Tropic of Cancer, it's just like unbelievably potent and brighter and feels like you could, reach your hand up and grab it. So close.
Yeah, that story just doesn't wash. Further, but hotter, closer, but colder. No, you can sell that story to somebody else. I'm not buying that one.
Well, that's why I think it's like a foundational flaw in their model, because it has to be that way. Like they had to make it elliptical, because if you're going to take, let's just say you've got a planar stationary Earth and you have the sky above it and you have everything moving. It does seem like you can invert that into a heliocentric model by making the Earth a sphere, then making the sun a ball, and then doing all that. It is like you can take the sky clock and invert it in this way, the way that they have with the heliocentric, but there's certain things you have to do in order to correlate with the way the sky works. And one of those is the elliptical orbit. And then I think this 3 million mile thing, it's like, it's a result of the conversion that they're doing. And it has to be that way. And so the 3 million miles just has to be there. It's like a flaw that, it's like a blemish, that they just kind of prefer not to focus on.
Yeah, it's what Matthew said. It has to be that way mathematically. It has to be an elliptical orbit, right? It has to be that way. It can't be like sorry, I mean it has to be like a squashed orbit, right? It cannot be a perfect circle, right? Mathematically for it to work out.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so that comes with things that you have to say after. You have to keep the lie, or not the lie, the model alive, and you have to say, well, yeah, that means it does get colder when it's closer. I mean, it's insane, but you have to say that. The model dictates, we call that. But Matthew, deep down, you must know that's ridiculous. You can move closer to a fire and get colder, and move further away from it and get hotter. That's just doesn't make sense.
Right. If that were the only factor taking into effect, then that wouldn't make sense.
You're saying you're going to throw in the tilt now, right?
The angle of the sun to the level of the ground matters.
So if you tilt your body, in other words, if I tilt and move backwards, it's going to change something?
Yeah, so the way that you determine how much energy falls on like a square meter or something is to determine how much cross section is perpendicular to the heat source. And so if you're straight on, it'll be more, but as you tilt it from straight on to 90 degrees, it goes from 100% down to 0%. It's based on the angle.
Think what you're saying. You have a ball, right? A sphere, and you have to keep the top part frozen and the middle part like surf weather.
Right.
You can't do that, right? You can't reproduce that in reality, right? Can't be done.
It'd be hard to like do it on a scale model, because scale models are going to be so much smaller. So yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have to go to a size, and you're going to have to take us to space and come up with a story. But in reality, you can't do that, right? Obviously. It's just like the gas pressure without a container thing, right? You can talk about it, but that's another thing that you cannot do in reality. Can't be done. Just like the uphill river. In your geoid model, it says that it can be done, but in reality, water doesn't flow uphill. And we can go on and on with the motion and so many other things. Like, You got to have faith to believe in your model. But just sticking to the orbit, I mean, if even this, right? You said it yourself, Matthew. It has to be an oval shape orbit in order for the math to work.
Right,
But in
because
order
we want our model to match observations. So if we see certain things happening, then we say, oh, it must be this shape is happening, this orbit is happening.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally, I can't see it. I can't envision such a thing. But I guess for the model to work, it has to be. You have a scenario, you know you can't reproduce it, right? You know it's nonsensical. You have a heat source, you have a ball that's frozen on either side, on the top and the bottom, but yet warm in the middle.
Okay,
And when it
so
moves,
I would make a distinction between non-reproducible and nonsensical. Just because something isn't reproducible doesn't necessarily mean it's nonsensical.
okay, then, but how can we believe it? How can you make sense of it?
If it matches observations and has predictive power.
How does it match? Where have you seen that? Where have you seen a heat source? When an object is moved, a frozen object is moved towards it, it gets colder. And when you move it away from it, it gets hotter. Where have you ever seen that?
Well, I haven't seen that. No, it would be the opposite.
Exactly. But yet, the story you're given is that.
The story is partially that. That's only part of it. The rest of the story is that the angle of the heat source matters. And that's
Okay,
actually
I will
more,
allow you to change the angle of your ball here. You can still change the angle. No one is stopping you. You can do an experiment here and tilt your ball, whichever way you want.
That's what she said.
Point for Bacon.
1 point in for Bacon.
We're adding it
Yeah,
to your
sorry.
file. That was funny. That was funny. Yeah, so like that last one I just posted, it shows the 147 million kilometers versus 152. And then January 3rd. So that would be in the North's winter is when it's closer. So how does a tilt equate for the fact that the distance difference is not physically happening?
Yeah, the distance is happening, and the amount of solar radiation we get is proportional to the distance. But a bigger factor is the angle of the heat source to the ground that's receiving the heat.
You really believe that, Matthew? Seriously?
Well, that's what I was saying before.
Yeah,
How does that work?
It's just me. This is how physics work. Like if you're trying to figure out how much radiation comes from a heat source onto an area, basically you take the area perpendicular to the heat source. So it's basic trigonometry.
Yeah,
why you want to. It's why you want to aim your solar panels directly at the sun. If they're angled away from it, they're not as efficient.
I hear that too, but we should be able to reproduce such a thing, right? Because you're not talking about a flat surface of a panel. You're basically talking about a sphere, right?
Make it worse.
Okay, I'll give you that if that's what you believe, but you should be able to reproduce a scenario like that. If it's simple physics, like you say, right? Then you should be able to reproduce it.
Yeah, like
If you tilt the solar panels away from the sun, you don't get as much energy out of them.
Yeah, but what you'd have to do with that, I agree that there is going to be a difference. But so the difference of tilting a solar panel 23 degrees is going to be quite minimal of the heat on the solar panel, because that's kind of what we're talking about, temperature on the Earth. So the amount of heat. Now, if you get into like the solar cells and the angle and how they invert electricity, it's getting a little different. But let's just talk about the heat. Tilting at 23 degrees is not going to do much at all to the heat difference. But on the Earth, it's the difference between negative 10 degrees in the cold winter with 3 feet of snow versus 110 degrees on the equator. So that could be recreated with a close and local light source, like a heat lamp over a surface. You could get a difference like that. But how would you get a difference on a globe with like a heat source like 93 million miles away, or that type of ratio away, where you then have a sphere, and just the tilting of the sphere would make that big of a difference?
Yeah, it's not just the tilting, it's also how much daylight there is. There's way fewer hours of daylight in the northern hemisphere. Sometimes the difference is as much as 12 hours on the equator versus 2 or 3 hours way in the farther north. So all those factors together is what accounts for the weather.
No, I hear you. Yeah, there's going to be wind patterns and like the frequency of the sun and the time of day and all that. I agree. But in the middle of the day, at high noon, for people in the northern part of Canada versus people at the equator, it's the same time of day. Like it should be equal over a globe.
Yeah, but at the equator, the sun is directly overhead. But in Canada, in the middle of the day, the sun is only 45 degrees or maybe even lower.
Yeah, over a planar Earth, that is what it is. But on a globe, you're only tilted. You're this tiny little speck of sand that's just tilted a teeny bit from this huge, massive light source. The way you just described it is on a local scenario. Yeah, of course, the sun's right above you when at the equator, or for people at the equator kind of thing. Whereas in the north, it is tilt. It is a massive angle, and it's a distance further away from you.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. That massive angle makes a difference.
This makes me think: what's the surface of the moon? The daylight side of the moon. They always just give one temperature. I've never seen, well, depending on what your angle is to the sun, it's this or that.
Yeah. Does the moon have winter?
That should hold true for all the spheres in the sky, right? If it holds true for Earth.
Good point, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's why I'm the best, Essie.
Yeah, Mars has summer and winter.
Top 5, I think.
Does the moon have it? Top 5.
The moon doesn't have an atmosphere, though. Doesn't have water. A lot of things the moon doesn't have. I don't know.
Jeremy, you're definitely in the top 7 billion flat earthers on Earth. That's for sure.
Are there 7 billion flat earthers on Earth?
Everyone is. You just don't know it yet, Pagan. Listen, how can the temperature of the moon be the same? How can the temperature of the moon be the same if it's angled different in different places?
The temperature of the moon is the same?
The temperature of the surface of the moon in daylight. I've only seen one temperature. I've never seen I've never seen them say, oh, depending on your angle to the sun, it's this or this. They just give one temperature.
2 temperatures, actually, in the sun and in the shade.
Yeah, we're talking about in the sun, yeah.
I think they give the two limits. So the minimum is this and the maximum is that. I don't think that just because they're giving 2 values means it's exactly the same in the whole lit surface. But I might be wrong.
Is there any way we could test it?
I don't know. You're trying to assume something that they weren't explicit about.
No, I'm not trying to assume anything. I just asked if we could test it. I don't assume shit. That's how we get into heliocentric trouble.
You did when you said it was supposed to be only one temperature of the surface, when they didn't explicitly say that.
Well, I'm just saying Google temperature of the moon's surface in the sunlight, and you'll get a temperature.
Yeah, so I mean, just because there's one temperature Doesn't
That's
mean
why I
it's.
asked, can we test it? Yeah. Doesn't mean anything. They obviously don't trust these people. I'm asking, can we test it?
You get one photon back when you shoot a laser there, so we should be able to get a temperature reading off of one photon, probably.
Can we get that?
I don't know.
Like, I got a flare camera. You think that'll work if I point it at the moon?
What happens if you
Like
point one of those infrared thermometers to the moon?
Yeah, that's what I got. One of those flare cameras. It's all Predator style shit. I'm wondering if you see a gradient or you just see it all the same temperature. It would have to be a gradient, though, right?
I think it depends on the phase of the moon.
Yeah. Well, no matter what, it'd have to be a gradient because the angle to the sun, right?
Wait,
not necessarily because, I mean, I thought a lot about how this could work with the moon. I'm not sure how to explain it, but I think if the moon, like if it's a full moon, even if there's a gradient in temperature, because the sun is exactly in our back when you're looking towards the moon, I think that would make the moon look like it's as bright as everywhere. So we would get the same amount of infrared from everywhere.
Bro, you got to get this. It's all about the angle to the sun, bro.
Yeah, I'm
It's all
alright,
about
but
the angle. So if the moon's a sphere floating up there, it all has to have a different angle to the sun, which means it's going to be getting hotter or colder, depending on the angle. So it has to be a gradient.
Yeah, not necessarily. Like I thought of, as I'm trying to explain, that if the sun is in your back, the angle that is more acute and therefore has less light, because the sun is behind you. The way that part is reflecting back to you is going to give the same like density of photons back to you.
Okay, check it out, Bacon. Check it out. Me and you are on the surface of the moon. You're standing antipodal. The sun is at your zenith. Okay, it's directly above you. It's going to have the full angle to the sun, right? Now I am 23 degrees off to the side, so it's going to be slanted at me. That would have to be a different temperature, right? Because it's a different angle.
No, yeah, I'm not saying it's not the same temperature. I'm saying it is the same temperature. I'm talking about if you try to read
it has
the
to be a
temperature
different
from the
temperature.
Earth. Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm agreeing with that.
Right.
I'm saying if you try to read the temperature, you might get the same value, even if it's not the same temperature. Because of the angle. I'm saying the angle might affect the reading too. But I'm not sure I have to try to simulate that. It's just me brainstorming about the subject for a couple days.
We're already trying to wiggle out of if we get the same temperature all over the place. Like you're already trying to wiggle out of.
No, that's
why that could be. Yeah,
the way No, I'm not trying to wiggle. I'm trying to make sense of what we should see. And what I'm saying is that one sec. What I'm saying is if that would only be in the full moon. If you do that, the way I understood it, if you do that on the, like say a quarter moon, then yes, you're gonna have a gradient. You have to read a gradient.
Dude, it doesn't matter if it's a full moon or a half moon. Anywhere there's sunlight on the moon, it has to be a gradient because it's always going to be different angles. It doesn't matter if it's a full moon or a half moon.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about whether or not the temperature is going to be a gradient. I'm talking about the reading. Because the angle might affect the reading too, not just the temperature.
So you're already making excuses for in case we get the same reading all over the surface. Yeah,
no, I'm saying only for the full moon. I think the full moon might give the same reading everywhere, even if it's not the same temperature.
It doesn't even make sense, but okay.
Oh, you didn't catch my explanation. You're just saying it doesn't make sense.
Well, I just found this. I just posted it. There's supposedly a temperature mapping of the moon. It looks like it varies based on the craters, is what this is showing.
Oh yeah, the craters have different angles to the sun, right?
It's all about the shade, guys. It's all about the sunlight and the shade.
Makes sense.
half of the crater has shadow and the other half is like lit by the sun. So I guess it makes sense.
So one side would be plus 200 degrees Fahrenheit, and the other side will be minus 200 something. I'm giving rough numbers.
I don't know. Maybe.
No, that's a fact.
The
Well,
swings
that's
are
a
huge. If you
fact
were
of
to
what
go,
your model says. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just telling you what the model says.
if you were to go into the shade,
never
on the moon, on the sunny side of the moon, you go into the shade. You're saying it's minus 200 in the shade?
Instantly. Yep. That's their model, bro.
Those must have been some good suits if they can handle that kind of a 400-degree swing instantly.
Yeah, no sweat. They had some heavy duty batteries. Yeah, it's fanciful. If you look into it and you see what it actually is, it's insane.
So is there any way to check the temperature gradient for ourselves here on Earth, though? I realize Gio may have posted a map or something, but was that like from NASA, or is that like people bounce photons?
No, it's from NOAA.gov.
Well, see for yourself. Look where the green spots are, and look where the colder spots are. You're going to see they're in craters and shade, no?
Yeah, I assume that's on a full moon is what they're claiming that is. So, but Jeremy's more asking about like, well, first of all, that there should be variation just in that alone. But like the way that the Earth, because that's still, I don't know, what's the tilt of the moon?
Yeah. Okay, if this picture is a full moon, so where's the sun's directly basically up at the center of it? Up, the zenith would be like from the center of that circle, right? So it should be that should be its hottest spot, and then it should fall off at a gradient as you change angles.
Right, that would be like the equator part of the Earth, yeah, and then it would be winter going up, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
It would have to be in their fantasy model, yeah. But they're
That
gonna probably
NOAA
tell
shit
you.
ain't showing that though.
I think I'll probably tell you there's no atmosphere. There's no atmosphere.
Even the one Bacon posted does show cooler on the back versus the front, but even the front's all pretty evenly heated.
That's what I mean, bro. You can't have it evenly heated. Okay, I see. This is why I'm top 10.
No, this is no. Even you're gonna learn some more stuff here, bro. This cannot be true, because in their model, he has to show that the craters are cold, and it ain't showing that here, is it?
Oh, by the way,
forget the craters, dude. They got to show a gradient. Go ahead.
But yeah, this picture, I have no idea the source of it. I just saw it on Google Images and I posted it here. So it might be just some random picture.
No, that's from. Well, I just found it too. NOAA.gov. It's moon surface temperature. That's from NOAA.gov. Then National Oceanographic. You know that whole deal.
The thing is, you have to have a gradient
versus dark side, right? That's what this is.
You have to have a gradient going from the equator all the way up to the poles, because that's where, or wherever the sun stops, because that's where it has the least angle. Just like their excuse on Earth, it has to, if the angle's not as direct, then it's going to be colder. And I don't know. It doesn't look like the maps are showing that.
Yeah, this isn't showing that.
Earth spins once a day, right? The moon spins once a month.
Okay, so what? Remember, it's all about the angle. It's all about the angle, Bacon.
No, yeah, but you wouldn't. The equator isn't special for a planet that rotates too slow, right?
No, so it is special because that's where the hottest point. It is special because that's where the hottest point was, because that's where it has the full direct angle to the sun. And then as you got farther away and it's curving away, you'd have a tilted angle, and it would get colder.
Yeah, but the gradient for, let's say there's a planet that doesn't rotate. I mean, or it rotates just as fast as it orbits. So its face that points to the sun is always pointing to the sun, and the other face is always pointing to the darkness of space. The equator there doesn't mean anything because it doesn't rotate. So the gradient would gonna be from one point outwards, not a line. It will be more like a circle gradient.
Well, I do know what you mean, that if it's rotating, if it's not rotating very much, then it's not going to get as much like air current and flow or whatever. But Kosho's whole thing that he had showed, that graphic where you have like more surface area when it's tilted, you know, so like if you have a ball that's facing a light source directly, the equator of that ball is going to be the hottest. And then the idea of as you go up the ball, it's the heat. This is what Kosho's explanation was. The heat and the light is spreading out over more land. So it's like an area versus concentration component. And I don't disagree with that to some degree. That is a thing, like the area, you know, that. But anyways, that's the explanation as to why it gets colder going up to the north and south, in addition to the tilt thing. But what Jeremy is saying is still correct. If that was the case, that should be happening on this as well, and we should see that gradient. But instead, it looks all even. I don't see how the rotation makes that big a difference.
It's not even. If you look to the left, is more whitish, and if you look to the legend there, and as you get past red, you get like a darker red, and then you get to white, and that's exactly what's happening on the left. You're getting from orange to red to dark red and then to white. So the gradient's there.
Yeah, but Bacon, what you're missing here, the big elephant in the room, this is a vertical difference in temperature. We're talking about
What do you mean vertical?
exactly what we're looking at here. You're looking at left to right, right? But when you're talking about the Earth, it's different.
Yeah, because it spins faster. So that
hold on, not finish. We have an equator that's hot, and we have the poles that are cold. This is a complete different representation. It's not. This is a vertical representation. It should be a horizontal difference. Like the cutoff should be at the equator, hot and cold. This is completely different, bro.
Yeah, but for a good reason. Like the Earth spins 30 times faster. So what happens is that bright spot where the temperature is the biggest in the moon's picture gets spread around the equator.
Nah, spin has nothing to do with this.
Obviously it has. Oh wait.
Sure
when you're baking a chicken, right? If you don't rotate it, one side gets I mean, you get what I mean, right? If you're rotating, you're spreading the temperature evenly around the chicken. So, I mean, I think it's pretty similar with the Earth.
The roasting directions are different, bro. The roasting patterns are different.
One's rotating, the other isn't. Gio gets it.
Yeah, we live on a rotisserie chicken. We finally found it.
Yeah, Gio gets it.
Well, I mean,
you know what I'm saying.
See, we're baking a pier. So we live in a rotating baking pier.
Yeah.
Rotisserie chicken Earth.
You need to have the northern poles and the southern poles frozen. And you need to have the equator not frozen. This is completely different than the Earth. If the Earth is what they say it is, that is, right? Yeah.
But, I mean, it rotates 30 times slower.
What is the rotation doing in your mind? Just because every night it gets cooled off and there's also more airflow?
No, so that just picture that. So you have, like, look at the moon, and you have that white part, which is the hottest. If you rotate the moon quickly enough, that hot part is going to move towards, let's say, the right. And as it moves towards the right, there's a new part in the left that is colder, and now it's going to get hotter. If you do that too fast, you're going to hit the whole equator of the moon, because the part that was hotter is going to be in the left side again, before it had time to cool down.
You have
But if you leave it
you have a
there,
problem. Let me stop you there. You have a problem there because there, when there's no atmos, right? It's in space. It's instant. When you go from shade to sun, it's instant difference. There's no. It doesn't take time to cool off. You understand
why
what I'm
not?
saying? Because that's the way it works.
Why?
Look at your
What do you
model
mean?
and see. Look what they say in the shade. If you're in the sun and the moon, right? According to the model, it's 200 degrees Fahrenheit. If you just step 1 inch into the shade, it's instant. Instant. It doesn't take time. It's instant. 200 degrees below. So what you're
Where do
saying
you see
doesn't
that?
work. Sorry, bro.
I don't think that's the explanation, because even if there's no atmosphere, it takes time for the material of the moon to change temperature. Even if there's no atmosphere, the atmosphere is not the only one that takes time to change temperature. Every material takes time
Not
to
according to
change
your
temperature.
model. Not
Where
according to
does
your
it say?
model.
Where does it say that?
When you read up on the NASA, the astronauts, it says it. It says if you go into the shade part, it's instant cold. It says that. I mean, I'm not making it up. And if you
Can you
think just
find
by
it?
the rotation, it'll cause the other side to heat up, that's ridiculous, bro.
Now, is it saying that if you're one part of the moon compared to you being in the other part of the moon, then the temperatures are like 400 degrees apart? That's one thing. Another thing is to say that as the lead part changes, the temperature changes instantly. Then
Yeah, but how does that affect the poles, bro? How does that affect the poles?
well, if it takes
How
time
does the
for the material
rotation
to
cause freezing of the poles?
well, again, that's actually working not on your favor, because if the temperature would change instantly, then there's no reason why you'd have a something like on Earth where the equator is hot and the poles are cold. Because the only reason you have that on Earth is because it takes time for the temperature to change. So the Earth spins faster, and you have the whole equator being warmed up, even if half of it is during the night, because it
Yeah, well,
doesn't cool down entirely before it gets warmed up again.
You're
If it,
forgetting
the
a
moon,
very
right? Go ahead.
you're forgetting a very important part, the atmos. That's why the
No,
Earth keeps the heat. There's no
yeah,
atmos on the moon to do that.
but that's working against what you're saying. That's
Oh, it's
if
not.
there's no atmosphere. No. If there is no atmosphere in the moon, and then because of that it changes instantly, then exactly what I'm saying follows. You would not have a vertical gradient.
What are you
You
talking
will
about, bro?
not get a gradient from the equator.
You have to explain why there's no drastic change on the moon. In other words, on the South Pole and on the North Pole, there should be ice caps, according to your model, but there isn't.
On the moon,
That is the
why?
question. And not only isn't, but it's
How would
divided differently. It's divided.
how
The heat transfer is divided vertically instead of horizontally. That's what you gotta explain, bro. And
how would there
rotation
be ice
ain't
caps?
gonna cut that. Just rotation.
No, I'm
How
trying to
would there
understand
be
your
ice
reasoning.
caps?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand your reasoning. It doesn't sound like it follows to me.
No, what do you mean? My reasoning? It's your model. You say we were talking about the Earth, and you say the tilt causes this, right? So it should be the same thing on the moon, right? And we're telling you, why isn't there poles on the moon that are cold on the north and cold on the south? And why isn't it hot in the equator of the moon? And you show these
yourself,
pictures, and it's quite the opposite. It's a vertical
you yourself
separation of
gave
heat.
the explanation. You yourself gave an explanation. I don't think it's the correct explanation, but what you said would already explain it. When you said the temperature changes instantly, that would cause that. If you were right about the temperature,
Why would it cause that?
because how the whole equator of the moon warm up if the temperature is changing instantly? How the equator part of the moon is still be hot when it's in the shadow if the temperature would be changing instantly?
You have to explain that. You have
No,
vertical heat exchange instead of horizontal heat exchange. You have to explain that, not
just
me.
explain that. I just
No,
explained that.
Well,
you
I
didn't.
think
Well, the vertical thing, I think, if you're looking at that last image, isn't that supposed to be maybe the face of the moon when it's in in a phase? So the blue part on the right is supposed to be the dark side of the moon, and the left is the lit up side.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Yeah,
Yes.
but that doesn't make sense because
Why not?
why not? Because if that was Earth, how do you think the heat exchange would look here? If we were to turn this camera around and look at the Earth, how do you think the heat exchange would be? Would it be vertical or horizontal?
It would be mostly horizontal.
Right. That's my point.
SC, is this what you're talking about? Like this is just a very basic little kind of thing, that kind of thing?
Yeah, but picture it as a sphere. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, for one thing, the Earth has an atmosphere. You yourself pointing that out, which helps stripping the heat. And the second thing is that it spins 30 times faster. So
You're scrambling
there's
for
no
an
time.
excuse, bro.
It's plenty obvious why that's a fair response.
Of course.
If the Earth spins faster, there's no time for the equator to cool down during the night before it gets sunlight again. So that doesn't happen to the moon. The moon spins too slower. Why would you get that kind of heat mapping on the moon if it's basically not changing across the whole day?
Because you said the main thing what you guys were saying was the tilt. Was all about the tilt. Now you're
the moon
saying
has the same tilt as the Earth.
Now you're changing. It's the atmos, right? Because you're scrambling. You know it doesn't make sense, but you're scrambling to come up with ideas. That's
It
what
does
it
make
sounds like.
sense, Odysee. It does make sense, Odysee.
I didn't switch from the tilt to the atmosphere. The tilt
went
is
from
related to
spinning?
the seasons on the Earth. Sorry?
You went from spinning, that's the cause, to the atmos. From the tilt
Oh, all
to
those
the
things
spinning to the atmos.
I'm not going from one to the other. All those things matter. You can't forget one of them and focus just on another one and think you're making a good point. You have to take everything into account. You can't just forget things in the middle of the reasoning. You have to paint a bigger picture.
Go on.
Oh, that was it. So you have to paint the bigger picture.
Well, look, you can come up with fantastical ideas of why this happens. You can come up with fantastical ideas why a ball with two ice caps moving closer to the heat source gets colder. You can believe that if you want, but I don't buy it, bro. Sorry.
Well, during the winter of the Northern Hemisphere, that ice cap has no sunlight for like 6 months, the very tip of it.
Just because it's tilted, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that the whole ball is experiencing more energy because it's closer, that doesn't affect the ball because it's tilted. Look, you can believe that, bro, all you want.
Oh, it's 3% closer.
But I know when you move something closer to a heat source, it's going to get warmer all around, everywhere, basically. Now, you can believe it'll get colder. It's up to you.
I didn't say it would get colder. I don't think the Earth as a whole gets colder when it's closer to the sun. But if you're getting less sunlight per day, and the angle is more, it's more acute, then you're gonna get less sun energy per area.
And this only happens on Earth. It doesn't happen on any other moons, or let's call them planets, or this only happens on Earth. Correct?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't think it happens. I don't think it happens to the moon because the moon rotates much slower, and there is nothing to trap the heat there.
So the
There's no weather. There's no weather on the moon.
Why wouldn't there be the same seasonal difference? Because it's tilted. So what do they say? I mean, obviously the moon is tilted 5 degrees to the ecliptic, but because we always see the same face of the moon on the heliocentric model, the
Earth, they say, is 23.4 degrees tilted. So that means that the actual axis that the moon spins on is also 23.4 degrees. It happens to be the exact same tilt, and it's tilted 5 degrees from the ecliptic.
No. That's well, if it's 5 degrees from the ecliptic, then it's not exact. No, it's not the same tilt as the Earth.
What is the tilt of the moon then?
Good question. Let me see.
Yeah, I've never really come across that.
It's probably the same tilt as the moon's orbit.
5 degrees? Well, then we wouldn't always see the same face of it. That's a problem.
What do you mean? Well, why not?
All right, let's just say you've got this sun, this globe Earth, and the sun's going around the globe Earth. That would be the ecliptic. The path of the Earth around the sun is the ecliptic plane. And then the moon orbiting the Earth is the moon's orbit around the Earth is tilted 5 degrees to the equatorial plane, to the ecliptic. However, that changes throughout the year because obviously during eclipses, so it really goes from 0 to 5.
No, no. It's still tilted. It's just in a different direction because the moon, the orbit of the moon is tilted, but the angle between the orbits of the moon and the Earth, even if they have different angles, they're going to intersect twice. Like if you put
it's always tilted 5, but in its path, it will go from being from 5 down to 0 because 0 is when it's right on the plane of the ecliptic. So
it's always 5, but they still intersect. Like if I have two lines that are tilted away from each other by 5 degrees, they can still cross and intersect each other. It's not that the angle is smaller. The angle is always 5 degrees, but they can still intersect, right?
Yeah, but at that moment, it's going down to 0. Is all I'm saying.
The distance go to 0. The angle is still 5. That's what I mean.
Yeah, so let's just go with that. But the moon around the Earth, because we always see the same face of it, the moon is also rotating on an axis. Outside of its orbital path, it's also rotating on an axis, right?
Yes, which I believe would be also 5 degrees.
But we always see the same. Well, there's a couple problems with that. We always see the same face of it. So if
the axis of rotation is aligned with the axis of the orbit, then yeah, you would still see the same face.
So you're saying that the moon's tilt is also 5 degrees?
I think so, yeah.
Like if its orbit around the Earth is tilted 5 degrees from what the Earth is, you're saying that the moon, imagine the moon's own orbit. You're saying that the moon's axial, it would have to be, I guess, the moon's axial rotation would have to be basically 0. Like it would be 5 difference from the Earth, but it would be the same. Like, okay, if you were to take the moon's orbit around the Earth, even though it's tilted 5 degrees to the ecliptic, let's just erase that for a second. Just tilt your head 5 degrees and pretend like that's 0. So that you just see the moon going around the Earth. The axial rotation of the moon would be the same as the orbital plane of the moon's orbit.
Exactly, yeah.
Sorry, I had a hard time wording that.
Yeah, so it's still like as long as the rotation is perpendicular to the orbit, we would always see the same face.
Yeah, it would have to be that way. But then you just get in. I mean, all this temperature stuff is kind of all completely unfalsifiable. I don't think anyone's claiming to measure temperatures from 236,000 miles away. So this all depends on like NASA and NOAA claiming that they're getting temperatures. But with all that being said, that means that the moon's orbit being tilted 5 degrees to the ecliptic and so on, that means that just the way that the Earth is, they say, is tilted 23.4 degrees, the moon would also have its own tilt to it, which should cause dramatic
seasons and temperature differences on the moon because of its tilt.
There's no seasons on the moon.
Well,
There's no weather on the moon.
There should be.
Why? There's not even an atmosphere, and it rotates a lot slower than the Earth.
Yeah,
So
but
basically, you have two seasons, one in one side that is pointing to the sun, and the other in the other side that points away from the sun, and that's it. I mean, unless the moon would rotate fast enough to spread the energy and get the patterns like the Earth, then yeah, you don't get seasons. You just get a very hot day and a very cold night. I mean, you're not gonna have weather if you have no atmosphere. I mean, most of our weather is like a big mass of hot air goes in that direction. It pulls the air from that direction. There's winds that blow cold air towards that region. I mean, it's mostly like air in different temperatures moving around. That doesn't exist on the moon.
They actually say the lunar axis is 1.54 degrees. So it's actually not the same. I just posted that. If you see what I just posted.
And I was right. The equator is vertical. We just learned something today. And the thing you posted, Gio, it states it. The equator is vertical on the moon. Newsflash.
Yeah, so it's 1.54 degrees of lunar obliquity to the ecliptic. Yeah,
What
so
about that? Let me see. Okay, yeah, so we would see slightly different parts on top and bottom of the moon. One point.
So, I mean, that heat map doesn't really correlate with that.
Why? I mean, that's just related to what we see of the moon, not what the sun sees of the moon. What the sun sees of the moon is what's going to dictate the heat spread on the moon, not what we see. But thanks for the image.
We got us a vertical equator on the moon.
That's not an equator.
Damn right it is. Read the thing.
Why
It
would
says
that
it.
be?
You tell me. You tell me.
Well, the picture that Gio sent says lunar equatorial plane, and that's horizontal.
No, it's not. Where?
Where it says lunar equatorial
The
plane.
yellow part, no? I just posted it.
It's not an equator.
That's not the equator.
That's what it says, no?
No.
That's the the Terminator line.
Right, which they call the equator, which is the hottest part.
No, it's not the hottest part. The hottest part is the part on the left.
I think it's like a side view is kind of what that's.
It's a side view? Okay.
There's a legend there. The hottest part is on the left.
It's on the left? Okay, all right.
I mean, what it really is a fucking cartoon, but
it's a fucking cartoon, yeah.
But we're trying to take it as real just for the discussion.
Yeah, but look at the separation, the yellow part, no? It separates vertically. The heat transfer. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, that would be like
explained that many times.
That would
the
be
yellow
like
part is the separation, right? From hot to cold. That would be the lukewarm, right? The bear that found the pottage, the soup just right in the middle. Right or wrong? Isn't the heat separated vertically?
Not on the moon.
Well, it is in this picture. The left side is hot. You said it yourself, right?
Yeah, from left to right,
and
horizontal.
the right side is cold, right?
Isn't that horizontal?
Well,
from left
is
to right.
it the same? Is it the same on Earth?
No.
The middle is hot, and the two tops are cold, right?
That would, I guess, akin to the Earth. That would be like in the daytime it's warm, and in the nighttime it's cold, like on the right and left, depending on which angle. I guess that's kind of the idea.
Because that would
They
almost be
kinda-
like that would be like the moon if it's in one of its phases. So the lit up part would be on the left, and then the dark part would be on the right. So you're kind of looking at it from the side if the sun's over on the left, lighting it. I think.
It's funny, man. It's just funny.
Oh, the
Just
moon is that
completely
chicken that
different.
you're not. That the moon is that chicken that you're not spinning. So one side gets burned, and the other is raw.
So you're eating a half-cooked chicken. Damn.
Yeah, the Earth is one that spins 30 times faster. So, yeah, you can have an equator like that. You can't have an equator if you're not spinning the chicken.
Perfect. I'm so glad you said that. So we have a spinning chicken, but the only parts that get cooked are in the center. You're saying we don't, with the head and the legs don't get cooked? Oh, you cooked yourself on this one, bro. Explain
No,
that one out.
the example of the chicken is just to explain why there's not an equator. I don't think a chicken accurately represents the whole model.
You got bacon. You got bacon on that one. Crisp. You know it's nonsense, bro. You can't have a rotisserie and cook just the center, right? And leave the legs and the head. That doesn't work, right? When that chicken is spinning, the whole thing is cooking, right? So it's nonsensical. You can't explain that away, bro. You can't.
Well, try this. Put the chicken, make the chicken in circle, put it on a vacuum,
Around chicken.
and then try to bake it only using light, so only using radiation and not convection. Like if you put over a fire, then you have convection, you have hot air spreading around the chicken. But if you're just using light, that's different. It doesn't spread like if you're using hot air.
Kosho, I hope you're listening, bro. Someone's gonna take over your reign soon, and his name is Bacon.
Oh, Kosho isn't here.
So he's not here? Okay. But that's pretty good. I gotta hand it to you. That's explanations on the fly. Not bad, Bacon.
Thank you. I've been trained.
Yeah, you're learning quickly. Yeah, so this chicken thing is a perfect explanation. Everybody remember that when you're talking to a baller and they try to explain the rotation thing. Tell them, hey, dude, how does your ball rotating only cook in the center and not in the two tops, not on either end? You hear that, Jeremy?
It makes me
You hear
think
that, Jeremy?
Makes me think if you're an astronaut up in space on a spacewalk, if you tilt your body a little bit, you're going to be warmer or colder.
Yeah.
On your spacesuit as you're rotisserie around the sun, because they claim there's that much of a difference of the Earth tilting. So if you tilt a little bit out there, wouldn't it be the same?
Yeah, your head will get frozen and your
That
feet and your
could be true,
belly
yeah.
will get roasted. Yeah.
That could be true, yeah.
Jeremy, you just moved one spot down, top 6.
Yeah, it would be like summer up on your chest and winter down at your knees.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. All jokes aside, I mean, come on, it's ridiculous, Bacon. I mean, Osha would have been proud of you on that one, but still, I mean, that's the day the Earth got roasted. I think we'll call this one. And fitting by Bacon. Bacon roasted, get it?
No, I'm lacking vocabulary.
Uh-huh.
You guys have plans for the New Year's celebrations?
We're going to have summer on the moon.
Oh,
Yeah.
you guys always have like a New Year's during the winter, right?
Yeah.
That sucks. I guess.
Well, yeah, you get a summer New Year's.
Yep. And Christmas New Year's. Sorry, in summer in Christmas, which makes the Santa Claus here suffer a lot because they have to use those costumes, and it's like 30 something degrees.
Just tell him to tilt a little bit. He'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure that how it works here. Inside of the atmosphere.
But you don't get snow there anyways, right? You're probably too close.
In my city, I don't. But if you go south there, from where I am, couple kilometers, couple hundreds of kilometers, then you can see some snow, find some snow. In the southern state.
And you got to go all the way to the tip, probably, right? All the way south.
To the bottom. Yeah. My state is a southern state, but is the northern of the southern states. It's the less southern of the southern states.
Your country is one of the most important countries in the world, bro, for oxygen production. But you guys are killing your forests, man. That's scary. What's happening down there?
Yeah, there's a lot of burning.
Yeah.
And deforestation. Yeah, and the problem is that the soil of our forests is very poor. You would think it's a very rich soil because there's like huge forests, but like it's actually a very poor soil. If you cut the trees, the rain drags the minerals down to the like deep inside of the earth, and new trees can't be born anymore because they don't have those nutrients, those minerals anymore. So it's a very hard to recover forest.
Yeah, I would have never guessed that the soil is poor in Brazil. Yeah, I would have never guessed that. That's for sure. Anyways, I gotta take off, guys. Have a good evening. Catch you guys tomorrow.
See ya.
Good night. What does skylane means? Or left lane?
It's left lane is I drive a truck, of course, and the left lane is the passing lane or the fast lane. And the guys that I run with always calling me left lane because I'm always in it.
Oh, so the people call you left lane.
Yeah, that's my CB handle. And then when I solo getting my pilot's license, I changed it to Skylane.
Nice. Yeah, flying used to be my father's dream.
It was mine for a long time, and I just hate that I didn't do it younger. I would have probably made a career of it. I just never had the opportunity or didn't make the opportunity to do it when I was younger.
Right.
Pretty amazing.
I'm working on a heliocentric model here, trying to build my own version of it. See if I can get some predictions for. Oh, want to see if I can at least predict the analemma. That works. I'll try to get. Try. You say hard?
No, I'm listening.
All right. Yeah. If that works, I'll try to get eclipses. See if they're gonna work. If they don't, then I think I'll have evidence against heliocentrism. If they do,
I'll be interested to watch that.
right. If they do work, well, I think people that say that you can't predict eclipses with the heliocentrism, I'll have a good argument against that.
It's like you guys want to debunk it. Like you want to find.
That's how ideas should that's the whole idea of falsifiability. You have an idea, you have to find a way that it's falsifiable, and you go for it. If you falsify it, it's crap. If it still holds, then it's a good idea because it can give you predictions that you can use. I'll put heliocentrism to the test. At least some tests. I think it wouldn't hurt if you guys did something similar.
Yeah, I think that's been being done for the last about 8 years, pretty solidly, amongst all kinds of different people in different parts of the world.
Like flat Earth models?
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Debunking the globe, all kinds of, everything.
A flat Earth model wouldn't debunk the globe. A globe model would debunk the globe. A globe model that is fairly representing the globe model and it fails to match reality would debunk the globe. But a flat Earth model that matches reality isn't debunking the globe, it's just showing that flat Earth is a valid alternative.
Right, but I'm just saying all of the things that people have come to, components that don't work on a globe model, in which there's many. Now I don't know how many of those you've come across or what, but to maintain a globe belief, you would have to somehow have an answer for all those.
Like what?
Sorry, I'm doing something to where my hands are tied up. I can't always get to my push to talk button. Oh, I mean, there's so many. I don't know. I mean, there's so many categories and components. there's like entire, it's like, all these different curvature, movement, the sky, all these different components. So each one has their own category, kind of lineage of factors. I mean, you haven't come across anything that's made you, or maybe you have. You would say maybe you have come across some things that have made you question it.
I saw some things that I didn't know how they could fit into my worldview, but that didn't last long. There are many things I can't see how it could fit on a flat Earth worldview. Like sunsets, I can't picture that working on flat Earth. Maybe it is possible, just can't see how it could be. Don't see a way that will make it possible. Not the way we observe it. Mainly after I studied like celestial navigation. That made it abundantly clear that the evidence is in the globe side.
For sunsets?
The sunsets too. Like if you know the position of someone that has the sun directly overhead, by assuming a globe, you can easily tell how high the sun is going to be to you and exactly which direction it's going to be. If you place those two positions on the globe, that works like every single time, which within a very, very good margin of error. I mean, all I see from Flat Earth is attempts to say how that could be possible, but I see no way to draw any of those predictions. Like, how do I get the azimuth and the elevation of the sun on Flat Earth?
Well, you'd have to have the correct map for that, ultimately. You'd have to have the map.
Well,
I mean, you're given like a pre-engineered globe model map.
Not really. Not really, because when I'm like say your coordinates, your latitude and longitude, those can be acquired in a completely agnostic way about the shape of the Earth. So there is a star. It's called Eta Aquarii. It's exactly at the celestial equator. From that star alone, you can determine your latitude and longitude with no reference to any map. It would fit just as well on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth. So you can get your coordinates like that. And given those coordinates that you're acquiring like that, you can then predict how any other celestial body is going to be. At what elevation, what azimuth, what point in time, just by placing them on a globe. Like very little assumptions. No map required. And there's abundantly, like there's a very big amount of data available if you want to create a map, flat Earth map that matches observation. So, for example, Stellarium gives accurate information about how the sky looks like from different points on Earth. If you have a flat Earth model, you can do it backwards. You can go to Stellarium, pick a bunch of observations, and then reverse them in such a way that matches your model, and then you got your flat Earth map that matches observation. I mean, I don't see where the deal is.
You were talking about extrapolating latitude and longitude, what, from the sky? What you're referring to? You're saying agnostically or whatever on the shape?
Yes. So, latitude refers to the tilt of the celestial equator. So if you see the celestial equator going exactly up, exactly 90 degrees from the horizon, it means your latitude is 0. If you see the celestial equator tilted, let's say 10 degrees towards north, means your latitude is 10 degrees south. And that's basically what latitude is. It tells you how much the celestial equator appears to be tilted from your location. And longitude, it's just tells which part of the cycle of the stars you see at a specific moment in time. So if we're both in the same latitude, so me and you, we both see the sky tilted by the same amount towards the same direction. We know we're in the same latitude because that's what latitude is. But if we don't see the same sky at the same time, in my sky, let's say the star Sirius reaches noon first, and then an hour later, it reaches noon for you. So we know we are 1 hour apart in the longitude line. So that's it. No map required, no shape of the Earth required. Just general objective criteria that anyone can measure. We just decided that Greenwich would be the 0. So if there's a star that is known at Greenwich, everyone that sees that same star at noon is at 0 longitude. Everyone that says that star known an hour later is around 15 degrees longitude. Latitude and longitude don't have to mean a sphere. It could mean very different things if the Earth was not a sphere. They could mean like polar coordinates if the Earth was like a Gleason map. So latitude would be this distance to the center. Longitude would be the angle around the North Pole. But it could be some other thing. We don't have to know how those coordinates are spread around the surface, but we know they are spread around the surface. Just don't know how, if we want to be agnostic.
Yeah, so if you went around the Earth and plotted all of those onto the physical soil and then made an actual map, you could then get your planar Earth sun, set, and rising coordinates, which is what you were looking for originally, right?
Yeah. So we know how,
like an azimuthal layout on Stellarium, essentially.
well, that's an azimuth of the sky. I'm not sure what that means.
Well, but that would map to the ground as well.
Yeah, sure. But that would be so
Like
centered.
essentially, it's just viewing the sky as a dome above a planar surface.
Yeah, it's a dome above your horizontal plane. That's the azimuthal grid you're referring to, I guess. It's the portion of the sky that you see. You see half of it. And it looks like half a sphere. Because all the angular sizes are not changing. They're all constant. Which gives the impression of a sphere, in which you would be in the center of it. If it is a sphere, and it's centered at people that are on the surface, then the other half of the sphere would be below the surface. We know that's not true because we have people that can see stars in both sides of that celestial sphere. And everyone experiences that celestial sphere if they were in the center. And how can a celestial sphere have different centers if people are in different positions? Well, there's one thing that allows that, which is that sphere being effectively infinitely big would put everyone in the center. But on flat Earth, if it was effectively infinitely big, then everyone would see the same sky all the time. It changes for one person, it changes for everyone the same way. That's why it's very hard for me to make sense of the celestial bodies on flat Earth. Again, not saying it's impossible, but I think it's very difficult for anyone to make sense of the sky on flat Earth.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're kind of making a position of you don't have the entire map and model of a non-globular Earth layout. So, and I can understand why you're saying there's a missing gap there, but then that's making you say that you can't accept that the Earth could just be a stationary planar surface just because you don't have the whole picture yet.
No, I don't think that was my argument. There are some observations of the sky that it doesn't even matter if we have the Earth mapped or not. For example, the angular distance between any pair of stars doesn't change. It's constant, whole year, whole day, or whole night. And even my angular size between two stars is going to be the same as yours for those same two stars. That's a bit weird if the stars are local, for example. When things are close, they move away or closer to us. They get bigger or smaller. Stars aren't doing that. Another thing is that they seem to move around you. Because if all those angular distance between them is fixed, then that looks just like a sphere around you. You would have to be in the center for those distances not to change. Because if you're not in the center, then they would be getting closer or further to you. That would change their angular distance. But it doesn't, so it feels like you're in the center. And then there's the problem that everyone looks like they're in the center. It's also a bit weird. Unless this celestial sphere is effectively infinitely big. Which create the other problem that I mentioned. On flat Earth with the infinitely big celestial sphere, everyone would see the exact same half of the celestial sphere. So we wouldn't see different stars or different elevations. We would see the same thing. Everyone. We wouldn't be able to navigate because everyone would have the same experience of the sky. So I don't know. Without knowing any mapping, I mean, even if I don't know any mapping on the surface, it still sounds like it's very hard for those observations that I mentioned to make sense on flat Earth, on flat surface. Those problems all get solved on a sphere because we no longer all have the same orientation. I mean, we're in different locations. Our verticals tilt from each other, so we have different orientation. That gives us a different portion of that celestial sphere. So everything now fits, and we are able to navigate again. I don't know. I'm sure if I'm making sense, but I have a hard time trying to picture that on working on flat Earth.
Everything, all your elevation angles require a right angle triangle, right? Even if you get a co-altitude, you still need a GP position, and you need an elevation angle to that GP position, and the ratio is derived from a 90-degree angle. So while you're doing all that, you're admitting all the local areas that you're getting your angles from are flat, essentially.
But you don't need a triangle if you have two lines and you want to measure the angle between those two lines. That's all you need.
Again, the two lines still have to complete a ratio. You get those two lines. Well, you still have to have the two lines create an angle. Correct. An angle is a ratio, buddy. So if you have two lines, one is a
well, it's based on 3 points.
They're all ratios, dude. An angle is a ratio. Yeah.
He's right. It's based on
between one and one.
But it's 3 points: ground, sky, and the point under this. Well, star, observer, and the point under the star.
Yeah, but to get the elevation, we don't need those distances. We only need those directions. So we actually don't have those points.
You can't get a ratio. You can't get a ratio
Give me
by
a second.
two lines.
In the middle of my sentence, please.
You can't get a ratio with two lines, dude. You have to have a completed triangle to get the ratios. How do you devise the angle? The angle's designed literally from a ratio of a 90-degree. So whether you like it or not, you can't have two lines mean something without it completing an actual, an angle of sorts, right? Which is in this case derived from a 90 degrees. So
I don't accept that an angle is a ratio. Ratio is something divided by something. It's a proportion.
They're all ratios, dude. They're all ratios. That's what an angle is. It's a ratio.
They're not showing that. That's not what an angle is. If you have two directions, there's an angle between those two directions. Directions don't have a length. You don't need to have the point where they end. You just have to have their direction. So if I have the direction of a star and I have the direction of the horizon, that's it.
You're forgetting the system that the system that you're getting the angle from is not. It's not possible unless you complete the symbol, if you will, or the tool that was used to create the angle. The tool that you're using that gives you that elevation angle is coming from a 90 degree. You wouldn't be able to get that angle without that 90 degree. Do you understand that, right?
Well, first of all, I wasn't even talking about elevation angles. The angles that I mentioned is the angle between any two pairs of stars. I'm not measuring to the horizon. I'm measuring between two stars. So those angles are constant, and they are the same for everyone, the whole year, and the whole night.
So you're just gonna strawman me by creating a whole argument, right? Again, so I'm saying that the angle that you get
I was making before.
the angle that you get at any angle that you get, it's a ratio. Okay, so it doesn't matter if it's 5 degrees or 35 degrees or 45. It's going to be a ratio. How you get that angle, you need the system it was created for. In this case, those elevation angles, the degree that you get comes from a 90-degree right angle triangle. Whether you think not or whatever, the reality is it comes from a 90-degree.
Right. Ratios are between two values. So, for example, the ratio of my computer screen is its width divided by its height. That's its ratio. So it's a division between two values. An angle isn't that.
Dude,
So
it's all related to a ratio, an angle. You want to get into the semantics. You want to get into the point is the exercise that you're doing, applying, getting an angle, comes from a system that has to have a 90-degree to get that angle in the first place. You agree with that, right?
90-degree, of course not. 90-degree between what and what?
You can't get an angle unless you have a system that you're using. And if you're going to get any kind of degree system, it's going to be broken from a 360-degree circle. But in this case, if you're going to get an elevation angle, you're going to be using a 90-degree out of that 360, right? To get that particular elevation angle. This is just what you would do in any of the geometry practice. And even, again, it's not necessarily, it is necessarily, because when you get a co-altitude angle, you need a 90-degree.
Response, right.
So without a 90-degree, without a 90-degree, how do I get an elevation angle?
Well, you can get, what do you mean without a 90-degree? I'm not using a 90-degree.
How do I get an elevation angle without a 90-degree? Like how do I measure it? How do I know that the elevation angle I get is what it is?
If you shut up for a second, you might get your answer. So I'll tell you how I get elevation angles, and there's no 90-degree on what I'm doing. So I pick my sextant. There's two sides in the sextant. I point one of them to the star, and then I point the other one to that same star, but through its reflection on the water.
Sure. So you still have to complete a ratio. You have to complete a ratio, right?
We just finished. So the angle between those two things, the star and its reflection, give me twice the elevation angle. So if I have that angle, I get the elevation angle. That's it.
How do you determine its degree? Where does that come from?
From my sextant.
And the sextant works off of a circle, right?
No, there's an arc there.
Yeah, it's a circle. It works off a circle. You've got 1/60th of a you've got 1/20th of a circle, right? 120 degrees of a circle, 360-degree circle. That's what a sextant works off of, 120 degrees, right?
It's a sixth of a circle. That's why it's called sextant.
Yeah, it's your system, or is it your arc? Is it 120 degrees? How big is your arc on your sextant?
Exactly that, 110 degrees.
Yeah. So when you're using it, you're using straight lines and angles, but to get that, you still have to have a system that you're using, right? So if you have a GP, well, you just said it's a sexagesimal system, or in this case, the sextant is from the 60 by 60, right? The 360, the 60 arc seconds, 60 arc minutes, whatever. 1 arc minute, 60 arc seconds, whatever, right? It's the system that's used comes from a circle. So when you're getting that circle, you can divide that 360 circle into 4 quadrants, right? You can have
but I'm not doing that.
It doesn't matter whether you're doing that. We're looking at the system that you're using. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter what you're doing. I'm not asking what you are doing. I'm asking if you get an elevation angle, do you have to use a 90-degree? You're saying no, you don't have to do that, right? But in reality, you have to have some type of system that you're using to get that measurement.
And last I checked, if a co-altitude angle needs to be measured, you can draw a right angle triangle and you get the same information that you get. So you're saying that you don't use the right angle triangle, but I can use the right angle triangle and we can get the same elevation angle, correct?
I need to use 90 degrees if I want to get equal altitude from an altitude. That's not what you said before. You said, 1 second, stop interrupting. What you said before is that I need a 90 to just get the elevation angle, which is not true.
You need a system, is what I said. That system is based on degrees that you're using. It's either going to come from a circle or a right angle triangle. One system you're going to use, but here's what I'm telling you is that I'll get the same elevation angle with a sextant using an arc circle as I would with a right angle triangle. Do you disagree with that?
Why are you calling degrees a system? I mean, if all you mean by
it's a system, bro. It's a system. It's a system we've devised.
I'll take.
So again,
when you say
you're
system,
you're deflecting from the question. I'm just going to ask you again. Can I use a 90-degree right angle triangle to get elevation information of any star?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you don't know. Dude, please stop being disingenuous. This is why I don't really appreciate debating you guys and why I call you fucking losers and retards. Is because you literally because once you get called out enough,
just wasting my time, dude.
When you get called out enough and you keep showing up and you keep showing the behavior that you're showing, which is you don't want to be genuine, dude. I'm asking you straight up question. Can I use a right angle triangle to get an elevation of a star? And you're saying I don't know. When I can show you five, and I can show you 5. Well, then you're lying, dude. Because if you just spieled for 5 minutes about a whole bunch of star shit, claiming that you know shit about stars, but I ask you the simplest basic question, which when I learned, you just go back. If this is recorded, go back and listen to yourself spiel the nonsense that you're talking about. And then when I ask you about being genuine and a real straight up question, you can't do it.
About me. You gotta let me respond.
You can't do it. You cannot do it, can you? So I'm just going to try it again. Can I use a right angle triangle to get it? Can I use a right angle triangle to get the elevation of a star?
No. If you're attacking me personally,
can I use a right angle triangle? Can I use a right angle triangle to get the elevation of a star?
I'll respond to the personal text first.
Can I get Can I get an elevation from a right angle triangle, dude? This is what I mean. This is why you don't deserve respect. It's a simple question.
No, Dada, you're badgering him without allowing him to answer.
You don't deserve respect, man. At all. Zero.
Yeah, you
Zero.
Don't. That's right.
You don't deserve. Right. In left lane, you don't even know what ratios are either. The point is you guys are asked a simple, direct question. You fucking do exactly this behavior over and over, and I'm done being nice to you. You pricks.
You don't sound like you're done.
When you do it. I'm asking you to stop. I'm asking you to stop acting like little pricks. Stop being cunts and retards.
Yeah, we're going to have to stop that, Data, and we're not going to put up with that here. Now you can have a conversation.
Can I use a right angle triangle? Hey, listen, I'm not looking for your advice, buddy. This guy here is not honest, genuine. I don't need to respect him. Can you use a right angle triangle to get an elevation of a star?
I only respond to people that respect me.
There you go, you fucking retard. There you go.
Yeah, hold on, dude. It's not that difficult.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. He just giggled and laughed. I don't have patience for it, dude. I'm done with the patience of being kind to losers and fucking weirdos like that.
You haven't been patient at all.
I'm done, dude. I won't give him a chance. If he can't even answer a simple, honest question, whether you can get an elevation of a star using a right angle triangle, that's how simple the question is, and he's acting in this manner. He's a fucking weirdo, dude.
A senseless question.
Again, another fucking weirdo.
Well, just ask him the question. Don't interrupt him. And let him respond.
Both fucking weirdos, man. They're both fucking weirdos. I can show you countless online videos of navigation tutorials using a right angle triangle, whether it's the sine laws sine, whether it's just getting a co-altitude angle, it's all a right angle triangle. And they show you right in the literature, they show you right in the tutorials.
Derp.
The sad part is when they're asked, they can't even admit it. It's just fucking weird at this point, man.
All you need to get to get an altitude
Twilight
angle
Zone.
is a
I swear to God, I swear to God, I just should get Twilight music and get all of your responses from the most easiest researchable question ever, and just have it played. Because at the end of the day, it's you guys that are responding in the manner that you do. Why you're doing it? Well, it's definitely fucking entertainment for sure. But what you continue to do it is fucking weird, and I'm just gonna call it.
Yeah. Can you take an altitude angle with a sextant data?
So you're going to asking me a question without answering a simple one that
So
I asked.
I answered it. You don't need a triangle.
Can I use a right angle triangle? Can I use a right angle triangle to get an elevation of a star?
It doesn't make sense.
There
Maybe
you go.
you
So
can.
another fucking weirdo. Another fucking weirdo.
I mean, maybe you can. That's not what we are claiming. I mean, I'm claiming
So there's
that I
many
don't
videos
know.
online that will
Let me
teach you
just
to
finish
get
my point.
an elevation star using a right angle triangle. Okay,
Well,
that's
it'll
what they
help
can
you.
do. You can get distances to towers, all kinds of things using a right angle triangle.
Can you use a sextant to get a elevation angle?
Yeah, because it uses straight lines and angles. Yep.
Okay.
Another
what's
thing
wrong?
that doesn't work on your ball, straight lines and angles.
Wow, yeah, on the ball you wouldn't be able to see a horizon, or you wouldn't be able to see a star, because you can see both.
So
but you can-
another begging the
So,
question,
I
like
was-
you know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what this system is. It's a realm. You want to look at the tangent to the plane
Say you were
mathematically and
done.
call it a ball. The Earth
Still, you
is
can let anyone finish any
massive.
sentence.
The Earth is massive. It requires Euclidean geometry terrestrially. Even in academia, is honest
Done
enough
is
to
the
admit it.
last thing you are.
Even in the ancients, they're honest enough to admit it. Locally, the Earth is planar, stationary, does not move. It's fucking massive. You're a little ant on the bitch. Stop being disingenuous. It's just weak at this point, man. Giggle.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
just weirdos. It's not about winning. Just don't be a weirdo. When you talk to me and I ask you a straight up question and you can't answer it, well, then I don't have to be kind to you, dude. Because it's just nobody deserves to be
answered
fucking
every single time.
continuously. No, dude, you're just a
I
fucking
only
weirdo.
didn't
Like, it's just
answer
weirdo. I'm
you started
fascinated by
speaking
how
over
many
me.
weirdos hang out
That's
here.
when I
That's
didn't
actually the
answer,
honest truth.
because you didn't
They
allow me to
lie.
answer
They're so
by speaking over me.
deceptive. It's fantastic, man. Because at the end of the day, it's your guys' shit that I get to write about.
Well, Data, you've kind of tailspun into a whole slew of personal attacks and interruptions. Why don't you just stick with whatever the original thing that you were asking him? He's a human being, so he's going to respond how he does. If it isn't how you like, so be it. If you think you have the truth or something stronger, then those listening can hear you. But what we've heard is you tailspin into insults and interruptions, and it just sounds like you're in the weak position.
Yeah, don't care. Again, I asked a simple question. I got the response I needed. I make it clear that I'm not going to continue on. There's no point of having a discussion with people that are fucking weirdos like that. Again, the question was, can you get an elevation angle using a right angle triangle? It's a simple question. There's no tailspin. Sure, there's ad homs and insults because you're dealing with liars that just giggle and they know they're lying. It's fucking weird and it's gross.
But the answer was, I don't know. That was the answer. That's an
Yeah.
honest and
Okay. So
valid answer.
if you don't know that, don't ever speak about your star shit again until you go watch the tutorials and go learn how you can get an easy elevation angle using a right angle triangle.
I learned how to do without that, so I can speak about what I know.
Yeah. Well, so you don't know about basic navigation and how they teach you using a right angle triangle. You didn't know that, or how they use the law of sines, which requires a straight surface and two angles between those 2 points. There's no curve in between those 2 points.
I do my own method.
Yeah, so great. So go look at the earlier navigation. Go look at online tutorials. They will show you how to get an elevation angle using a right angle triangle because it's the simplest way to get an elevation angle.
Yeah, if you link me that, I can learn that. Sure.
Stop, Bacon. Don't patronize me. Quit being a freaking weirdo liar. Or whatever you're lying, you're being a weirdo about something because it's just real basic shit. You've been in this field for long enough.
That's serious.
Anybody looking at early navigation or just the entry level, first thing they'll teach you is getting an elevation angle with a right angle triangle. The first thing they teach you. If you didn't know it, Bacon, after being in this room for 3 years, maybe even longer now, you either have to not listen to anything we've said or even just basic navigation, what they say.
Well, I developed my own method and I can tell you about that. Like, I can argue about what I know. What you're mentioning, I don't know. So if you're asking me questions about something I don't know, the answer is I don't know. It's simple as that.
So now you know, right? So can I use a
I
right
don't. You
angle
didn't explain me
triangle?
how to do that.
Can I get an elevation angle using a right angle triangle? Now that I told you what you can do with a right angle triangle, I'm going to ask you, since you've now been informed, can I get an elevation angle using a right angle triangle?
Oh,
Don't
you
know.
claim,
Don't know.
you,
Show
you
us how.
claimed, yeah, you claimed that
Don't
that's
know.
possible. Now you're
Yeah.
saying that I should be able to answer that it is
So
possible just because you claimed it.
I'm not claiming it's possible again. And the thing about this, anybody listening, for a debate to continue on, you need to have points of contention to maintain the debate. If they're going to keep repeating the same rhetoric, knowing that it's going to be contentious and therefore continue on the debate, these are the people that I'm writing about. These are the people that are bad for humanity, essentially, because of what the intention behind what they're doing is, which is to make money off a debate or grow a debate that's not genuine and truth-seeking. It's just generally meant for distraction and a waste of your time. So if you get to a pattern where you feel like you're a fucking hamster on a wheelhouse, get the fuck off the wheelhouse and don't participate, because you're just going to run into people like Bacon or Left Lane. They've been here for years. While I document their fucking choices and what they say, I don't have to be nice to you when I figure out you're a liar. I don't have to be nice to you, period, when I figure out you're actually being purposely deceptive.
You document what we say?
Why not? If I
I
ask you
guess we're not the
questions,
weird
if
ones.
I ask you, it's not weird to document a intentional, a deceptive practice.
That's kind of weird, isn't it, Bacon?
Oh, it's going to be sold as a book, so it isn't going to be weird. Everybody can read it. So at the end of the day, when I engage with you and I ask you, sure, if I engage and I ask you a question, and they're just these simple questions. After a period of time, when there's 30 or 40 people doing it, and they're very simple questions, and the behavior is the same as you, Bacon, as Vazanik, or maybe even a flat earther shows the same behavior, I'm not fucking the one saying it. It's people who are going to read it, going to see all, and you're anonymous, and it doesn't matter. It's only going to be for whoever gets the book. But the point is, it shows you the behavior of all the responses based on the question. And then it shows you the group of people interested in being deceptive about those responses. Now, you claim that they might be telling the truth, therefore it's not intentionally lying. There's an easy way to figure that out.
Awesome.
Yeah. So can you get an elevation angle using a right angle triangle?
Yes, of course. I mean, you told me, right? So it's possible.
Again, I didn't tell you. You can do some basic calculations.
You were the only person speaking here.
Yeah, so no, I'm not telling you. I'm repeating, parroting basic navigation, nautical navigation.
Yeah, but from my
videos.
perspective, but from my perspective, I'm not seeing any of that. All I'm seeing is you speaking. So even if that's true, all I can say is that you said that. I have no other way to confirm that what you're saying is accurate or true. So all I have is
then if you're really a good researcher and you got strong fingers, you don't have weak little baby fingers, you got like adult fingers, you can type in YouTube navigating right angle triangle. Why don't you try that and see what comes up? Maybe you'll have a big video that comes out with a big right angle triangle on it.
Yeah, let me take a look.
Yeah, maybe you could do that. But get those strong fingers, those commie strong fingers together.
Navigation right angle triangle, right?
Just go look at navigation videos, buddy, and go watch some tutorials.
Oh, that I did. Yeah, watch a bunch of.
The fact that you don't get you can admit you can get an elevation angle from a right angle triangle, and you know damn well you can. You use it. We use it daily here all the time. Just in construction, you can use this Euclidean practice. You do the same practice terrestrially. This is what one of the arguments is when you use Euclidean terrestrially, you have the same. Apparently, there's no real angular size change between the sidereal stars, if you will, the uniformed body of stars. So you have this same measurement everywhere you go, which is the GP position, which is around 4,000 miles to the height of the stars.
Oh, I couldn't hear it because I'm Googling for navigation writing a triangle. And what I found here was a bunch of things related to aviation. There is a lot of triangles mentioned when getting azimuths. There is trigonometry videos that are not related to elevation angles. But I'm not finding any right angle triangle related to elevation angles.
So just type in navigating with sextant. Why don't you do that? Why don't you just type
I did that
in
many times.
Yeah, it's there. The videos are there, dude. Whether you don't find them or not, maybe you just overlook that kind of information because it doesn't fit your bias. At the end of the day, we're tiny little ants on a massive, massive planar surface. The whole struggle has been, what are we on? How do we figure it out? Your reality is planar and stationary. That's the paradox, conundrum, whatever you want to call it. You're a tiny little fuck. You'll never see curve ever in your day in life. You'll never measure shit all. This is what's been written by everybody under the sun who have made the formulas, who have talked and discussed over and over what the convergence is. They don't lie about any of the discovery or the succession or the evolution of scientific thought. It's plain as day. The earth is stationary and plain, but if we're tiny little ants, what are we living on?
Awesome.
That's not what I'm saying, brother. This is what academia says
said
in the early
awesome.
1900s. Yeah, that's not what I said. I'm just repeating. I'm just regurgitating. I'm a storyteller. I read
Yeah,
the
I'm
shit.
saying
I
that's awesome.
try to repeat it best I can. So all of this stuff that we practice and we live and we operate is Euclidean. The math is all Euclidean. It's outside of our senses. We start using other manifold systems, other mathematical equations. But the problem is that space isn't what mathematical equation says it is. That's why we have all the problems and we have all these compensations for calculations. So we just have theories to tell stories of outside of our senses. But practical reality, you use right angle triangles on Earth.
No one's here.